waiting for U.S. initial jobless claims numbers to come through here. A little higher than expected. It looks like 228,000 versus 200,000 expected. So 2 weeks in a row here, we're seeing this number coming in higher than expected. We also got the continuing claims numbers there. 1.823 million versus 1.7 million. So on both ends, again, jobless claims coming in a little bit higher than expected, pointing to possibly movement in the right direction as far as the employment market is concerned. Welcome to a Thursday that feels like a Friday because tomorrow is a holiday, guys. So heading into the long weekend, we will get non-farm payrolls coming out tomorrow morning at 8:30, even though the market is closed. Coming up later on today, we're going to have Frank Caberna on the show to talk a little bit about not only non-farm payrolls, but what that means for the dollar, what that means for Treasury yields, hey, what that means for the Fed going forward. So make sure you're here. Coming up this afternoon for that. Number of things moving around so far this morning in the pre-market, including Tesla again, back to the downside initially this morning, but we'll talk about why. Coming up here, Google is going to add its chat AI Bard thing to search. That came out after the close yesterday. So whatever Microsoft can do, Google can do the same, I guess. Welcome to what's going to be an interesting Thursday here. It is Thursday, April 6, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, pretty flat to start there. You can see NASDAQ trying to lead as far as negativity is concerned. 0.25% so far. Nothing too serious so far anyways. Dow holding on to positive territory. S&P basically flat to kick things off. We had a 2% plus move in Ethereum when I sat down this morning. We're back to 1.8, about 0.5% there for Bitcoin. So a bit of a pullback after a decent week. It's been Ethereum actually leading the way as far as cryptocurrencies are concerned. We got employment numbers for Canada out there as well. Look like they came in a little bit better than expected on a month-over-month basis. We're a man down once again today. We'll talk about why coming up here in a second. But Neil, under the weather now. I mean, everybody's had this, it seems like, going around the office here. But it's Thursday, but it feels like Friday.
I told him he put up a good fight. He did what he could. He held out for a while. He's been back from vacation for a while, and he hadn't caught it. But, yeah, yesterday his body gave out. So shout out to Neil.
Let's see how the market reacts here, guys, to, I mean, a bit of a down move there initially on those initial jobless claims. I mean, 2 weeks in a row, remember, that we get this move in the right direction as far as the overall employment market is concerned. Max, as I mentioned, in the hot seat today, as Neil is under the weather. Good morning, guys.
I say, like, the only people that aren't catching anything is you and I.
Yeah, superior immune systems over here.
I do have days booked off, Brendan, on Monday and Tuesday, so I won't be here for that time, and I wish Neil to get better and have an extra long weekend. That should be a lot of fun. But welcome, Max.
Thank you.
You're here. You were here with Neil last week when I was away, not sick, at hockey. And my daughter today has her first rep tryout for next year.
Exciting,
in April. And we went and got our skates sharpened. We got they start to play some 3-on-3 again coming up. So you're a hockey guy, no?
Yeah, I was not very good in my day, but I did play. Not a rep guy, that's for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Sure. Nor am I. Sean and Mr. Beast, you know, this is really, so like, what happened to the, what? Oh, they didn't know about that. Okay, I was hearing Sharif. No, this would be a great honor for my kids because honestly, like, I finally found out about Mr. Beast a couple years ago when my kids were just watching you on YouTube, and it was absolutely no, we're just joking around. But no, thanks, Max, for coming in. How long have you been trading on the floor, actually?
Coming up almost exactly a year.
Almost exactly a year. Well, congratulations, welcome. And Max is actually. Sometimes I'll look at risk. I'm like, wow, this guy's making a lot of money here. So welcome to the show. Really happy to have you on. And it should be a good day. We're going to hopefully not die on too many swords today. You and I both were in Google a little early yesterday.
Yeah.
We've already talked about this. We're going to try to delay our pre-market trading and everything a little bit here today as we get ready to rock and roll. But we're in for a lot of fun, man. It's going to be a great day here. We've got Sharif. We've got Arun. Arun, let's hit some bangs right there. Is on the Midday show today with Sharif. That was a huge success. So we brought them back. They're going to be doing all their talks and everything on the midday show. You and I will handle this open, and we'll figure out what the afternoon is going to bring. We have some special announcements today. I'm trying to work on getting Michael Knox back in. He's going to hop into Zoom because it's Thursday. He normally comes in on Friday. Tomorrow's Good Friday. You have any plans?
I do. I'm actually flying off to Charleston.
I'm long? No, sorry, I just hit my keyboard there. Oh, yeah?
Doing a little,
is that family? Or?
Yeah. Family
Nice,
golf
beautiful.
trip,
Beautiful. Golf?
South Carolina.
And you're a golfer?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Neil might be losing his
Better
job
golfer
here.
than I am a hockey player, that's for sure.
But a better trader than both. So, okay, let's throw it back over to the desk right now, and there'll be lots of talk about Max, myself. Are you ready, Prad? All right, let's go. Prad's been having too many mocha lattes here this morning.
White chocolate mocha latte type, I don't know. Sugar in a cup. Number of interesting moves happening right now. We'll start with the yields here, first of all. It's been a Pradley. Maybe my chart too, if you could. That's not my chart. There we go. Thank you, sir. All right, 10-year. Here's the 10-year. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 5 days in a row. Downside here for the 10-year. Here's the 2-year. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same story. 5 days in a row to the downside as we kick things off this morning with a Sharif almost 60% chance. 58.2% according to this. Anyways, we'll see the Fed funds tool. You have it over there. 58.2% chance now of a pause from Fed Chair Powell coming up in May. We'll get CPI next week. We get PPI next week. We get the meeting minutes next week. And then non-farm payrolls obviously Friday. But a lot to come between now and then.
So perfect tee up because we are data dependent and the Fed will, adjust according to the data. But according to the data we have now, like you said, we're looking for a pause. But here is the kicker, guys. Come to my screen. July, they are actually pricing in a 50% chance of a quarter basis point rate cut. So we'll see what CPI brings. But the bond market doesn't care about what you think, Papa Powell.
And it's been that way for quite some time. Let's be honest. We've seen this movement in that direction going back the past couple of months. However, obviously Fed Chair Powell has a different opinion as to what should happen. But this is the first time, guys, we've had a very one-sided or somewhat one-sided anyways. Again, almost 60% now pointing towards a pause coming up in May, which at this point could be needed.
We can finally yell Fed pivot, maybe, finally. I mean, it's been a while for that kind of talk there. But, I mean, we've seen the NASDAQ sort of, pulled back a little bit here over the last couple of days. And it seems like maybe some good economic news is maybe good now and bad is maybe bad as we try to digest some of the numbers that come out, like that jobless claims there, 228 versus 200 expected. So we'll wait to see what the NASDAQ has here, but it's been a nice move up. We can use the ES as well. The ES up to 4,100. The ES to me, banks have sort of been holding down a little bit. The ES, obviously, as we come through, you're going to get a big move from J&J yesterday, trying to spark the rally. But yeah, no, a pause, I mean, that makes sense to me. Let's wait to see. It's all going to change, right? We have jobs tomorrow, then we have CPI coming next week. And I mean, that's going to be the full influence. We've already heard the Fed talk all in all about over and over about, waiting for economic numbers. And they're just going to sort of use data moving forward. So when you're looking at the NASDAQ, you're still in the range. You're breaking down to 12.6. We'll get some futures talk with Arun later on, but down to 12.6 right there, up to 13.3. You're kind of stuck in the middle here as we await more numbers to come out. And then we hit earnings season. I mean, earnings next week, we start off with the banks. I mean, that's going to really tell the tale. Did JP Diamond sort of foresee bank issues? He was talking earlier this week and last week about reserves and maybe that there was still a little bit of a thunderstorm and all that to come with the banks and with these rates and with sort of lending procedures and the credit facility. And I don't know. I hear Jim Cramer, and I mean, there's a lot of other people talking about this, saying that basically this banking crisis with SIVB, has essentially put kind of a floor in on some of these rates, or I guess a ceiling on the rates until we get the lending facilities back open and figured out what's going on with credit. So, you know, talking about like there was essentially like 100 basis point rate hike, you know, what's just happened in this market. I don't know if I believe that necessarily, but for now, I'm worried a little bit about Apple. I think when you look at a stock that's been on such a huge run, and we just topped out here at 168, basically making it back to some of these, you know, late summer highs, 170, 174, 175. You know, you just tipped out there with a big wick to the top side of 169. Now you're pulling back in. Let's see if Apple can settle down and hopefully hold this 155. I mean, we're a ways away from that, but yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling like today is going to be another risk-off day regardless of all this talk with the Fed. So I'm going to be looking for a little bit more short here. I don't know. Doesn't it feel like the shorts are a little easier these days? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It was hard yesterday. We had a little bit of trader therapy session after the show yesterday. Everybody got smoked trying to go long. And
okay.
I mean, the market's been up quite a bit recently. We were due for a pullback. I don't know that I necessarily see that much more downside, but you know, I'll let it tell me what it wants to do. If we hold 4,100 today again, maybe we get a bit of a bounce. If we take out 4,120, maybe you know, we're going back to the high side. I usually like taking long, so it's kind of hard for me to switch the bias short, especially when we've been just kind of cruising up to the long side recently. So see if maybe we can catch some like really nice levels today if we keep going down. Something like maybe a 160 on Apple, or I don't know, 98 on a BABA, something like that. See if Amazon holds 100. If none of those hold, I'm probably having a bad day today.
No, we're not. Okay, what we're gonna do is today, we're just gonna slow roll.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna get in, we're gonna figure it all out. We're gonna work on some levels together. You and I trade very similarly, so it should be good. We're gonna look at some nice names like AMC popping today. There are gonna be some great opportunities there. I like the Apple short and the Google long, so we'll figure it out. You're using trade ideas over here. We're working on having Michael Knox come on because Friday is non-existent tomorrow, but we do have Luis Barbado here from Day Trade the World in Barcelona. So I don't know if we're ready for that or what we're going to do, but let's throw it back over to Brendo. Apparently there might be some camera issues that I'm trying to figure out, or they're trying to figure out. So let's get going and maybe start the morning off. Brendo probably has a little bit better idea than I do here.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We had some connection issues here with Lewis, but let's maybe try it out and see how it goes. We're having a little bit of connectivity problems here. But anyways, Luis Barbado is joining us from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Good to see you. It's been a couple of weeks. It's been an eventful couple of weeks for the overall market. A ton of action once again this week. A ton of action to talk about today. I want to get your thoughts, first of all, on this AI debacle that has kind of unwound itself over the past couple of days, led by obviously C3 AI, but all of the others that kind of follow C3 AI at this point, BBAI, GFAI, I mean, there's a ton of them. Back to the downside the past couple of days, how you've been trading in general over the past couple of days, and this group specifically.
Hello, Brennan. Very good news that we have this sector in play again, as we had in March and the end of February, I think I remember. Very good news that is in play. As you say, crazy movement in AI mainly, also driven by GFAI, with the first day breaking, I think it was $9 and running up to $18, 100% up in one day. Once it broke the $10 resistance, it broke up to $19, $20. That was a crazy move that moved also BBAI, AI, and all the sector together. And then we had this AI bad news, and it came back all the way down. So very important movements. It's for us very, very important to look the sympathies, which one is running faster first of all of them, and if the other doesn't have news, if they must follow the movement or not. In this case, the last drop driven by AA was very important. So we have now support in 2060s, 2080s. If it breaks down, we might see $18 level as a next support on AI.
I mean, by far the most volume in this group right now coming through on C3 AI, so we'll keep an eye on that. A couple of days in a row to the downside here, so maybe due for a bit of a bounce if we do get it. definitely some opportunities. One of those weeks where when we're heading into a long weekend, as we are, we've seen volume kind of taper off, throughout the past couple of sessions here, specifically with some of these small caps. How do you generally approach a holiday week when it comes to that?
Well, it changed a lot. Sometimes it seems like they use this day to trade a lot and make a lot of the volume for the rest of the days. But also it's very, very common that it's a very low volume and volatility day. I think we are independent traders, so you also have to think about yourself. How's going to be your next days? You're going on holidays, don't mess it up today and try to go with a clear mind for the next 3 days. We have 4 days here in Barcelona, so a lot of traders takes Monday off as well. So you have to think also, since you are independent trader, you are your own boss, you have to respect your feelings and your future for the next days with friends and family. So if you're really going to go on holidays, don't mess it up. Have a very kind of boring, profitable day and enjoy your holidays too.
Hey, Luis, Sharif with you here. Good to see you and talk to you again. Got a quick question for you. So Max and I were talking on the Midday show about this, and we were actually talking about it last week as well. We see some cyclicality with respect to these small cappers that, they come and they go. You'll see 5 or 6 of them together in a day for a period of weeks, and then you may get 1 or 2 per week for another few weeks after that. How do you approach that, and is that something that you've observed as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Small cap world is about cycles, as you say, different cycles. You have some periods where there is no volume almost, and you have to be very picky with the stock watch, with the watch list you create. Don't get bored. Don't get out of your plan. If you are a small cap trader and there is not a lot of options, don't try to do something else. Just keep on patient. Is wait for the chances, wait for the stock jumping in. And also we have cycles of runners or bleedings, as we call. If we have one huge runner one day, we know we're going to have 5, 6, 8 days where any stock moving up is going to run because of the sympathy with the runners, and all the long traders are pushing new highs and new highs. And then we see other cycles that everything that it got up start to bleed down to fill the gap. So you have to also be aware of these cycles. If you are a short seller and you have this period of runners, be careful, lower size, and be more picky with the entries. And if you are the other kind of trader looking for longs all day, be very careful with the low volume in the small cap where everything start to fill the gaps down. So it is difficult for me. The key is stick to your plan. If you are a small cap trader and you have 1 week or 2 that you don't have a lot of chances, don't change a lot. Be patient until the market changes.
Let's go to the biggest mover, or one of the biggest movers so far here in the pre-market, MCOM, Micro Mobility. The name, I think, says it all here for MCOM. About 17%. It was a lot higher than that. How are you going to approach this one today?
I didn't check locate yet, so I don't know how it's going to be with locate. It had 150 split the other day. 150, very important. And we have this 3-round level. It's also a nice resistance. Let's see if it holds about 240, 260, and we retest this $3. But with the split 150, I think it's not going to be a lot of action on the way up, more on the way down.
Yeah, decent volume so far anyways, as far as little ones go. Here in the pre-market, anything else on your radar this morning, Lewis?
One more. IFRX was very active yesterday. A lot of volume, rotating the float a lot of times. So it's very, very active today. We're going to check this 560, 550 support. If it breaks, it's doing a flat bottom, as Neil call it. We call here triangle in Spanish. But this flat bottom, if it breaks 550, 560, we might see the first red day. Goals should be around $4.50, $4 if it breaks down.
Great stuff. IFRX, there's a few others, MCOM, as we mentioned. So going to be an eventful day for small caps once again. Luis Barbados from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a fantastic long weekend. We'll speak again soon.
You too. See you soon, guys.
Always nice to see another office. And you see my guy in the background teaching there? Did you see that on the whiteboard?
I didn't notice that.
There's some guy in the background. I thought it was Brankos there for a second in the back there teaching. And I think that's what's most important about trading. And I just want to talk about that because I saw some people in the chat, and that's what it's all about here at Day Trade the World. It's a prop floor. We have different offices all around the world, and that's just one of them. I want to thank Luis coming from Barcelona there on some pretty interesting names. I mean, for me today, we're going to look at AMC. I mean, he was talking about, you know, upsized volume, trade names with volume today. You know, look not to get sort of squeezed out of something on a light volume move. And I think today AMC is going to have a bunch of volume now as a judge sort of delays the conversion between APE and AMC. So we're going to see how that settles down, up now 13%. And if that gets delayed, maybe we do go back up to that $5 mark. I like that IFRX. That's been moving around as well. I think you want to look where there's volume. And then for me, if you want to come to the charts really quickly, I was just looking at AMC there, but I still think this is in play here today. And I just put a bid down here for AI. So like if we can get in here, we're up today, so maybe we don't even drop. But if we do come down a little bit here, we're still at that $20 mark. We didn't take it yesterday at all, but we did take it. We didn't take it, but there was an opportunity right there yesterday to make that move, and we talked about it earlier when this time yesterday, and I didn't think it was going to drop all the way down to here. It does come down about 3 o'clock, and I was here, so I don't know why we missed that, but it does come down to 20.50. Right, we had a great close yesterday, man. We shorted Alibaba, we ripped Apple long. We were in a world of hurt yesterday morning, and then it came back that I think we were down a couple lattes by the time it was all over with. But right there, $20.50. I like that long. We're going to be waiting around there for AI. And again, it's just trade the names that are moving, man. It's only 600,000 so far, but you could see this little bottom there of 20. I like that name coming through. It looks like we are going to have Michael Knox on, which is going to be great from Trade Ideas. So I want to thank him for coming on late notice. I mean, what a great guy to be able to do that. It's funny because I was messaging him, Max, there, and I said, "Are you sure? Like you're able to come on? Because normally he has this, prepared, something to talk about, all these different charts." And the guy goes, like, "The markets is my job and I love them," or something. I'm ready. I'm like ready to come on whenever you guys want me. So I'm gonna go bang for Michael Knox. I'm gonna go awesome. I want to say thank you to him for spending the time with us here in just a couple seconds. But I guess me and you were both talking about AMC.
Yeah.
Was there any other sort of high flyers you're looking for today or anything with some volume?
No real high flyers today. I was trading that IFRX,
Yeah,
I think it
okay.
was yesterday, but not a lot of volume this morning. So we'll see if that one starts to make a move. Maybe I'll be interested in that. AMC, probably interested in the long off of that pre-market low kind of
I like $4. Yeah, 440. Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
I like it.
We'll see. We got to see something on the tape, though. I'm not just going to blindly punch long at a level on an AMC, especially on
No, we
news
should.
that's
That's what we do
probably
here
not
on the open show.
yeah.
We just go
Go
crazy.
blind, just set the
Go
bids.
big and go blind. That's our new thing. I'm going to put that on our, on the back of this. Which way is it better to turn? This says I'd rather be trading. I'm going to say go big and go blind. No, but go blind is not. That's not right. I got to figure something else out. All right, Michael Knox is waiting. I mean, we talked about him coming through for us, so let's go over to Brendan and throw over to Michael Knox.
Rapid fire this morning. Let's bring him in right now. We'll talk to Michael Knox, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to get some thoughts at the end of the week, as we typically do. It's Thursday, Mr. Knox, but it feels like a Friday, so why don't we have a Friday discussion as per usual? We do not hear. Oh, how about?
Oh, am I good now?
Yeah, there we go. Good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I always love coming on, so never worry about messaging me late notice. I'm always able to talk about the markets. I sit here and look at charts all day, so I might as well chat with you guys about them too. So I guess we'll continue our VWAP series that I started last week. And I guess you can see the book above me there. So that's Brian Shannon's new book. He's a friend of ours. He's a friend of Trade Ideas. He's a good guy. He's kind of pioneered this anchoring of VWAP and the anchored VWAP book. So we've actually built a product that you can buy on as an add-on to your Trade Ideas that will not only scan for the anchored VWAP setups that are in the book, but what I forgot to mention last time, it actually draws them for you. So you just click on the chart, it draws the VWAP from the point that's interesting for you, and you can see what's going on. So last week, we talked just a little bit about VWAPs from gaps, right? We talked about how people use normal VWAP or regular VWAP all the time on their intraday charts. And that's just an anchored VWAP from the beginning of the day. But we said, well, what if you anchor a VWAP from a large gap and you use that on a daily chart? And we mentioned a few names, some of which worked really, really well. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I remember KB Homes was one of them. That one still kind of looks interesting. But the idea is, and the reason that VWAP works, and this is from someone who's worked in the hedge fund space for about 10 years, is that this is how performance is judged based off of execution traders. If I'm a large portfolio manager and I say, hey, I need you to buy, you guys were just talking about AMC, so I need you to buy 100 million shares of AMC. Well, you can't just go and hit the button and do that. You're going to get a whole bunch of slippage one way or the other. So what they do is they will say, okay, I want you to get better or worse than VWAP from the last gap or the low of the move or whatever. And they will use this to judge. That's why it works intraday and that's why it works daily. So today we're actually going to talk about the year-to-date anchored VWAP, which is very, very important when brokers are making this fill. So like you got a couple months to trade this stock and to get me a good price. I'm going to judge you based off the anchored VWAP. So I just very quickly ran a test on the top chart, which is the S&P 500, and the bottom chart is Bitcoin. And the simple idea was you own Bitcoin, which is the really insane one. It basically, I think, 4x your returns in Bitcoin. You own Bitcoin if it's above the year-to-date anchored VWAP, and you're out of Bitcoin if it's below the year-to-date anchored VWAP. And again, both of those charts for equity curves look amazing. You know, I am going to be utilizing this strategy more and more. And again, with Bitcoin, it made 17,000% over the testing period as opposed to 3,000% over the testing period. So insane returns. So again, with these charts, I didn't draw these VWAPs in. I simply click on the scan and trade ideas. It draws them for me. This is the scan where it's looking for stocks that are near their year-to-date anchored VWAP. And the idea is, just like with any moving average or support resistance zone, if you start to see movement off of that zone, that's where you can probably take a trade. Just don't take a trade because it's there, but if you start to see movement off of it. So Baidu, right, this year-to-date anchored VWAP on Baidu, I put arrows and all the times that it bounced off it. Seems like a very interesting level for it. It's down, I think, 6 days in a row into that year-to-date anchored VWAP. So I'm watching this one today. See if we start to get a move off that. I'll take that trade and I'll use probably 140 or so as my stop on that one. Next one here is Shake Shack. The year-to-date anchored VWAP also corresponds with the low of this move. Ever since the beginning of this year, Shake Shack's just been up, and then now it's consolidating sideways. And you can see, I think 3 times already, it's bounced off the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So again, if we can get a move over, say, 56 or so, that's where I'll get involved. There's like 4 or 5 days that we're just kind of consolidating sideways. So I'm looking for a break of that level. Next one here is Coinbase, a popular name. Not quite the low of the move, but pretty close to the year-to-date here. And it gapped down recently. It got that, I think, a Wells notice or something by the SEC. And it's the more I use this indicator, the more I use this, the more I get stunned because it stopped right at the year-to-date anchored VWAP twice now after getting that Wells notice. So if we can get a push off that, you know, around $60 or so, that's where I'm interested. Last but not least is Roku. And you can see the anchored VWAP has just been a floor on this stock. So the idea is that maybe there is some institutional action going on around here. Some institutions been told to buy Roku, and they're basically trying to get as close to or under this anchored VWAP in order to get a bonus from their boss for their execution. So it's sitting about $60 right now. So if we pull back in a little bit more today and we bounce off $60, that's where I'm going to look to take a trade on Roku.
Most important part, obviously, is the bonus at the end of the year. So we'll include that in theory, at least. No, it's great insight, and I love the fact that it's almost like a area of confluence or an area that a lot of people are going to be looking at anyway. So when you get into those zones where all the eyeballs are, things typically tend to happen. More information on this, and also a big holiday sale happening this weekend. It's on right now, guys. So if you want to take advantage of things like anchored VWAP, things like relative strength scanners. The list goes, it's endless, essentially. You can hit up Michael Knox on Twitter and get more information on that. Trader TV 25 until, correct me if I'm wrong, Wednesday, Mr. Knox?
Yes, Wednesday.
We'll get you 25% off. There it is. Trader TV 25. Shout out to you, my friend, and everyone over at Trade Ideas. Have an amazing long weekend. We'll speak again next week.
Thank you very much. Talk to you next week.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Knox. I mean, that was very interesting. I've actually just messaged him right now about, any uses for anchored VWAP during scalping and things like that. See if guys like you and I can take advantage of that on our platform and what we do here today. But again, take advantage of that Easter sale. I know you're a Trade Ideas guy. You were actually using it. I asked you the other day, do you have Trade Ideas account? And you're like, you always sort of did. So
yeah.
You've really liked using them as well. We like it. And I love the support from Michael Knox there again. So if you have any questions or anything like that, hit this guy up on Twitter. I see that he has Twitch streams, all this kind of stuff, live, YouTube, all that. So very, very accessible. And that was a completely true story. He was not scheduled to come on today whatsoever. I just messaged him and he got right back to me, just like the professional that he is. So I want to thank everybody from Trade Ideas for their continued support. And pick it up, man. It's 25% off. Grab that. It doesn't matter. You can buy the monthly, the yearly, whatever you want. We just affiliate with them because we believe in the product. We vetted it, and we have absolutely great support. That's the only affiliation that we have, period, with anybody. So we're really proud to have that going with Trade Ideas. Okay, so far so good here, man. I mean, I'm always interested in more technical analysis, looking at different ways to get into the market and what to do. Yeah, that's funny, man. Did you hear that TD Bank is the world's most shorted bank?
I saw that the other day.
Yeah, and it's the third largest in Canada.
That's a little troublesome.
Yeah, is it though? I don't know. I don't know if it's troublesome or not. I mean, people are going to short banks because they do have the most exposure of U.S. Most U.S. exposure of any Canadian bank. Who did we have on that was talking about Canadian banks? Raheem, that's right. Raheem was on there just last week or just this week talking all about the banks. And here's what it looks like on the daily chart. I don't want people to hit the panic button. I just heard Brad back there say as soon as he bought it, this news came out. But I feel like, Brad, you're still okay. I thought you bought it recently, but yeah, I don't know what it is. 78 on TSX. We'll have to find out what that is right now. But here it is, down to $58. You know what? I would say this is a very uneducated opinion here, but the dividends, we don't have too many banks here in Canada, 6 major banks, and TD Bank is number 3 there on market capitalization. Still a great bank here in Canada. Our housing, again, we'll see if there's a house of cards falling down here with our housing environment, but I really think that you could start to nibble on some ETFs in the banking sector, like we talked about that. XFN is one here in Canada that you can start to get on, but I don't know. Do you own any bank shares? For me, I own shares, not of TD Bank, but for my longer term account, I've always thought that that's sort of where you want to diversify a little bit. I have been selling some JP Morgan and whatnot, but any opinion on any of these banks shares or anything?
I don't personally own any bank shares, but Canadian banks were always so well capitalized, and we have stringent regulations here in Canada that are a little bit tighter than the U.S. So I think it's kind of strange that TD's so shorted. Maybe somebody knows something. That's a pretty scary thought that someone's taking such a large bet
my
on,
friend. Charles Schwab back down below where it was when everyone thought it's 6% below when SIVB. Let's see, SH.
Schwab is down below $50
CHW. Yeah, that's what it is. We have this new. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty on Schwab. I was looking at this at the $60 level a long time ago. Not that long ago, actually.
No, but that would make sense, that
week.
$60 level.
That $60 level was insane. And obviously somebody knew something.
Obviously that's not a great chart right there.
This chart is not working very well.
Is that the daily? Oh, because you don't have...
Come
over to my screen here.
Here we go.
There you go. Yeah, this is where you're talking about right there. That $60 level looks very, very solid to me.
Ever since the news came out.
So what I was getting at right there was, we thought, they came back, the CEO said that their books are solid, they can cover all their deposits, and there's absolutely no problem with anything. That got Schwab bumped right back to that $60 level again. And then now you wake up today and you're actually 6% below. $52 was that low right there that we thought was holding. Then the last 3 or 4 days, now you're down to 48.80 and looking lower on Schwab. And then you have these other regional banks, FRC, still near that $12 mark. That's pretty scary. The reason why I have KRE on here, and we traded this yesterday, was I just feel like Oh, wow, it's even down even more. Okay, I wrote down 40. So yesterday we were shorting up here twice. We got it there and we got it there. We'll wait for 42.25 again. But I was thinking that the bank, I mean, I thought we were heading to the upside here a little bit today. But no, it looks like we are turning around. I was looking at 42.50 here with the high from 2 days ago as my possible out or where we wanted to start a short. But looks like we can still respect this. I just think risk off on banks today, man. Risk off. You're heading into a long weekend where anything can happen. You know what? They just look under another rock there and they find that they're in even more trouble. So let's wait to see what happens. It could be the other way around as well, but I just don't think Janet Yellen's helping the situation out any. This whole pause rate hike situation that's going to be coming through. Plus you have jobs coming on Friday. Personally, I think today's a risk-off day and the NASDAQ continues to go lower. I just hope I don't miss the Apple short, and I hope we're not too late to this party. But we're going to be patient today as we're ready to rock and roll. There, I just see an authorization go through at my local bakery for $4. So I'm guessing that's 2 chocolate croissants for my kids as they're getting ready. Oh, it's 9:05. They should be in school. Maybe that's my wife grabbing a cappuccino or something. But yeah, should be a fun one, and very, very interested in today's trade, man. I think it's a risk-off day, Brendo.
First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code bottom of the screen there, TTV, get you 10% off over at Surge Trader. Let's get right to Arun here as we're beyond 9 o'clock already, heading into a holiday weekend that, as we've said, has been a little bit light on the volume scale all week long. What do we need to know today, Arun?
Well, Lewis touched on this. Is volume expected to be somewhat muted? I mean, the thing with the day before a holiday is that you get activity right at the beginning, you get activity right at the end, and then throughout the day, it's kind of a mess. And I think this is kind of with the way we're setting up here. The way that the market's been trading in the last couple of days here, we've opened up ranges on both sides. So I've got that 41.25 up all the way up to 41.55 at the top end sell zone. And then we saw 4,100 bounce. If we are going to take a look south of 4,100, I would expect some support somewhere around 40.95. So that going all the way down to 40.70 is going to be a support buy zone. So we're stuck here at 41.10 pretty much, right? So until we get into either one of those bands where we can actually make a decision, and the way that this market is starting to set up going into a holiday, it would make sense that we touch one of these edges early and then come right back in and trade sideways. That's kind of the expectation a little bit here, but we'll see how this plays out. We could get surprised, and for all we know, there could be something coming out and we run right through the bottom. So we are going to be prepared for both sides of the trade here, potential shorts up here, longs down here. And if we are to continue the sell side move, the current direction obviously is to the downside, right? We're down 0.2 on the S&P. If we are to continue the sell side, then it's entirely possible that we do break through this range, but it's kind of unusual if we were to break through this today. And I think the weird thing that Sharif was telling me about, I didn't even know this because I didn't even bother looking into Friday, is the fact that we're getting non-farm payrolls on a day that the market, the equity side is closed. Keep in mind, CME futures is running on Globex, so they're open for a little bit. So there are some trades to be made there, but usually when we have a holiday on a Friday, at the beginning of the month, that number gets rolled over to the following Friday. I would love to know what is going on that's so special that requires this to be released on a Friday, but on a closed Friday, but I guess there's a number, and we might come back on Monday with this market in a very different location than the way we close out today.
Biggest blowout you've ever seen. Yeah, we were just saying, it's kind of weird, but watch it be the biggest one-sided number we've gotten in a year or so. Anyways, let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning heading towards the open here. Wow, we're late. Use that QR code, enter your email address, guys. If you haven't done so, grab the watch list. It's free every single day, has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Here is the note from Wall Street Journal out after the close yesterday on Alphabet saying, I mean, what everyone was expecting, Google's going to add their chat AI bot Bard to search coming up here. So just following suit for Microsoft and OpenAI.
Good piece of news, I guess you could say, for Google and AI. Yesterday, they're releasing information about their processor and how they plan to scale that. I don't know how you feel about this, Brendo, but I feel maybe that this was kind of rushed a little bit. There was
sure.
a lot of hesitance in the beginning, wanting to keep the integrity of the product to standard, but
Yeah.
they got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft forced their hand here on not only releasing it to begin with, but also now putting it into search, as Microsoft has already done so with Bing. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe a little bit of a rough rollout for Google. But I saw last week there was a wait list in the U.S. only. So here in Canada we can't do it, but you can jump on a wait list to get access to the public testing of BART. 105 here for Alphabet seems to be a little bit of support anyway so far.
All right. We started talking about this, and then Max and I sort of looked at each other and was like, okay, here we go, because this is something that we both traded yesterday. And I just put it out right now on the sticky note, while sticky note went out about 40 minutes ago. But back to the drawing board here with Google, if we can go and show this. The longs being patient with it today. Let's see if levels drop. Go to the screen here, Brad, for a quick second. So this is what we just put on here. Let's try to be patient today. Yesterday we were not. Let's wait to see what happens here. Google's definitely fallen back. You can get the watch list we already talked about, but the sticky note at Trader TV, Sean. Yesterday we bought this name, all the way down. And I thought this 105 would hold back into yesterday's support level on very similar news to today, is where it was that their computers were simply better and faster than NVIDIA's, but they're not faster than the market. The market just made a move down. And what Arun was talking about is very key. Like, we could be at a completely different spot Friday, Monday, Tuesday than we are today. So let's just trade the news that we have in front of us. And yesterday I thought that, okay, any kind of a pullback into this 105 should be supported. But then what about 104? But then what about 103.50? Well, finally, we found a great long down here, and we're able to make some of that money back later on in the day. But it was patience that wound up paying, because look how easy this trade is. After it's done falling down at 11 o'clock, and we can also look at the market. The market stabilized, and that's always the key part of everything, is having a stable market. Then you start to go in there and pick the stocks, right? So right there, that 103.50, 103.70, I'm going to call it 104, because if we get anywhere near this again today, I'm going to go long and use this as a bottom anyways. 103.70, 103.50, fine. But yeah, I don't have any bids right now. Well, that's a lie. I actually do have a bid right here at yesterday's close of 104.50, but it's not going to be a heavy position until we get much closer down here to 104. I like the news, man. Microsoft has really, taken Google's lunch on this whole AI thing, when that's supposed to be all about Google. Microsoft introduced chat into the public, gave it away for free, talked about it going into Bing, putting it into Excel and their Word and their Docus, their suite there. What's their suite called? Microsoft Office, I guess.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I don't know.
365. 365, good one. Yeah, there's sort of suite there that's coming through. They're going to be putting it in there, so it's about time that Google comes with an answer. And Google cannot afford to lose search. Like, if Bing starts taking over, I think they have like 98% of search or something like that, so they are going to lose some. But that's going to be their bread and butter, right? They can't lose the advertising. They have to keep people on the site, and that's going to slowly go away with AI. People aren't going to search the same way, so they're going to have to figure this out. I like Google long, but look what this market's doing today. We said we'd have to wait for this to bottom. It's only going down. I am in a risk-off scenario. You know what? Max, I'm canceling that bid. I'm talking myself into possibly waiting even longer. I was at 104.50, was going to try to look at what yesterday's close was like, but I remember yesterday now, it was only 24 hours ago, and we're going to wait for Google to come down into that 104. I'm going to change my bid at 104.50, go to 104, then use that 103.50. If we break 103.50, hands off, and hopefully we're destroying the Apple short at that point.
Yeah, I had the exact same plan basically on that Google 104.50 from yesterday. So I'm still going to be watching that if we catch a bounce on NASDAQ. But if we just cruise through 13K off the open, definitely risk off on Google until that like 103.70, 104 kind of level. But I do like the long on Google today. We'll see if we get smoked again.
All right, let's go on to regional banks here. A little bit more negative pressure coming in. Early on this morning, if you missed it yesterday, there was, Jamie Dimon comes out with his annual shareholder letter, which had a section in it that he was talking specifically about the banking crisis and that it's not over and still more problems to come. And then JP Morgan comes out this morning, their analysts, and downgrade the entire group ahead of earnings from regional banks. So more pressure possibly for them today.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. With the amount of money outflowing from small and regional banks to these too big to fail banks, you got to assume that at some point, you know, their balance sheets are going to be in question. And also, if they have less money in deposits, that means less loans that they can give out. And the problem is, I think the neediest people that need credit are going to be priced out of it, and those that don't need it are going to find themselves, you know, being offered it in these tight credit times. So I like the call on this.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, more to come, obviously. If you remember yesterday, this Western Alliance, WAL in New York, was the big mover around midday. It was down huge anyways on concerns about deposits. They came out and then said, all is well. We had this move from 27.5 all the way back to 31. I mean, they all kind of look like this morning in the pre-market, not really doing much. This is positive, but only just. But worth keeping an eye on today.
All right, so yesterday's sticky note, we had KRE on it. So we go back to today's sticky note because KRE was one of the best stocks for me yesterday. This is the Regional Spider Trust Banking ETF. And you can see that it's really gotten woodshedded here. Kind of not like Kathy woodshedded, but kind of similar to that. Nice move to the downside right there, and it looks like it wants to break again. This is why we looked at it yesterday. It was right at this breaking point to the downside. We had some bank news come out yesterday with Western Alliance, which sort of created this little bit of a pop right there, which it's too bad. Remember, Max, in the day when our old trades used to show up here? And now they don't. So I have that ticket in to see if we can get that back, because yesterday we were short early. This was a good pre-market trade that we were short in, and we got it all the way to the downside. Then it blew to the upside, and we actually got stopped out at 20, which we made a mistake. Should have been 25 off of that level right there. And look what happened. And then we went back in the short and made it all back. It was fine. And then we had a second run there when Western Alliance came back and said, nah, we're capitalized. But they're not. And then it was all the way back down again on that news. Whether or not they are or not, I'm just saying. The bank, the ETF said no and came all the way back to the downside right there off of that 42.25. So with that being said, we do have an offer right now at 42.25. So if this bank can rally a little bit, or the banks can rally a little bit here into the open, I'm going to short this level, then I'm shorting 50, then I'm shorting 60, and then if I have to get punched out, the level that I was looking at here to be wrong on it, and again, this is just to try to, no, I think it must have been on the 3-minute chart here. You can't hold things forever. I know that was Fahad's banter there yesterday or a couple days ago when he was like, you know what, once I get short, I'm just playing the short and waiting until I get stopped out. We don't do that here. And I was just looking at this level. That's 60 right there, but then this consolidation rate in here is 80. So I want to see, if we do break 80, then maybe up to 43. But I don't want to lose 40, 50, 60 cents on this. So I'm feeling like we'll probably punch out. That top is 75 right there, and this little bottom is 70. So I'm thinking about if we do get a little too spicy around the 70 level, then our average price at that point will probably be around 45.50. To me, that's well worth the risk on this. So I'm going to short KRE today, hoping that some of these regionals continue to go to the downside. And it's an easy trade to get away from because we can watch WFC, we can watch Western Alliance, we can watch FRC, we can watch Zion Bank, all this kind of stuff. If these banks are ripping and Brendan's in our ear like, watch the regionals, and you guys are as well, then we don't have to short anything. But for right now, WFC up here. FRC, we already looked at that. That was 13.50 or so. Is that up? No, so that's flat on the day. So I think that there's going to be an opportunity here to short this, and we just, planned it out for you. So you want Western Alliance?
Well, yesterday we halted up on Western Alliance on some capitalization news and then did nothing afterwards. And I remember the exact halt price, $29.53, because I was in it, and then nothing happened afterwards. So, yeah, kind of just selling off that news. Nobody cares. Everybody's saying that these banks are fine now, but we're still chilling at lows on KRE. So, yeah, I think the short is in on these ones.
All right.
All right, let's go on to Tesla here. A number of publications coming out after the close yesterday talking about Elon's Master Plan 3, if you remember, from their investor day. That was the first time we heard about it, but the, written version of it has been released to the public here. And it includes, the full plan down here includes plans for a commercial passenger van, a bus coming from Tesla, and a smaller compact car, which there was rumors of going into the Investor Day event. There's also this down here, 10 trillion is estimated number it will cost to conduct Elon said Master Plan 3. Yeah, you know.
No, kidding, of course, but he also talked about expanding into sustainable energy, using what he wants as a 240 terawatt hour power storage and 30 terawatt hour of renewable energy generation. So he's got big plans here, Brendo, big plans.
Yeah, one thing is for certain. I mean, no one's going to doubt Elon in his ability to execute anything really at this point. But get ready for a bus, get ready for a van, and a smaller car coming, guys.
I just don't like, I'm just reading our note here in the sticky note, in the watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. When it goes, this is a $10 trillion investment, so, you know, that's going to cost a little bit there. But it's in the green energy space, right? The thing that bothers me, though, when I read this is that says that while there's no guarantee these vehicles will ever come to market. So to me, and I don't even need to read the rest, it's talking about the Cybertruck and the bus and the van. The Cybertruck, I'm pretty sure, is coming to market. The semis are already around, with I think Pepsi and Walmart have some big orders for those as well. But down 1.82%. Maybe this is a call for Daniel Shea, because Tesla right now is getting pretty close, man. You're at that 50 period of charts. You're at that 50 period now. You just broke below it at 187 and change right now on the daily chart. I have it up on my e-signal chart as 185.50. So we're right here right now. We've broken below. Obviously, we're at 182. But either way, man, you're broken below the 50 period now. That's not great. It hasn't meant too much in here, the 50 period. But again, you get that trend change right there. That blasted it from 170 up to 220. This little move down, the last time we broke the 50 period was 187, almost the same level there. And we do have some wick downs to 164, 172. Then we took it and we went up again. So now we're back below it pretty comfortably with news. This is not like an intraday move, man. You're down 2% right now on Tesla on this news. So, you know, this is just one of those names, again, when you're going to look at the PE of Tesla, it's still going to be relatively high. I still feel like it's the only game in town if you're going to play EV. But, hey, some of that has come off. And when the NASDAQ rips up like it has over the last, up 16% this quarter now, or last quarter, it's still going to be huge, right? And Tesla's going to, you know, get a lot of that tailwind from the market. And now that it comes back out, what Tesla led the market this year, it seems like, for the NASDAQ, as did the semis. And look what's pulling back. Tesla, AMD, NVIDIA, the semis, and Tesla now pulling back as the NASDAQ continues to be a little sick with it. So to me, man, I just think that this is not a name that you want to be long today. And to try to find some levels, I mean, maybe Max, maybe you're going to be a little different than me on this, but maybe 180 we can sit around and wait for. But then when it breaks that, don't stay in it. I'm looking at this 186 that we've seen yesterday as a possible top if we do get going on the rip side of things. But for me, the longs that I like there, we've already talked about Google. We'll look at Microsoft, although that's all the way down to 282. We have Apple coming up soon. No, we don't. Apple looking to break through 162 right now as well. I feel like that's going to be a key level to look at. So for me, I'm definitely preferring the short. Tesla, I don't know, man. Sometimes Elon talks and the market likes it. Sometimes they don't. Whenever you're talking about more investment right now, cash is king. And with rising rates right now, even though we talked about a pause, still very expensive with money, we're ready to rock and roll. I think Tesla falls today.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. You talk about spending a few $1 trillion in this market, you're probably going down. I liked the 183.50 as kind of a level maybe. It's kind of VWAP here. It was a level on the daily, a level from a couple months ago or a couple weeks ago maybe. So maybe that for the short, but hard to stand in front of Tesla bulls on the market open. So I might take that short based on what's on the tape there, but I do have 180, 178, 177.50 kind of as my bounce potential levels if those come in like right away off the open. But Tesla on a crazy downtrend. I don't know if there is a bounce in this. I mean, if you look at the daily, there's like 170 is the next real level for me. So yeah, I'm not super confident on Tesla today.
All right, let's go on to AMC here, guys, to wrap things up. There's AMD on the board there as well. They, if we don't get to it, they expanded their licensing agreement with Samsung. So that came out overnight for AMD as well. Here's a note on AMC and Ape. We were just discussing this. I mean, it's kind kind of out of nowhere, I guess this Delaware court comes out and says they are not going to be able to lift this status quo order, which essentially would allow them to, from what I understand anyways, would allow them to speed up the process to execute this reverse stock split from APE to AMC. So big moves for both this morning here, pre-market.
Judge denying it despite the fact that it wasn't imposed by the plaintiff. So he's taking a position, maybe insisting on a legal doctrine. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Like you said, though, I don't know if it's worth 13%.
Yeah, big move, guys, for both AMC and APE.
Hola.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Like why? I have no idea why I did that, but just saying hola to everybody out there as well today. As AMC shareholders say hola to the news because it's good. Back up there at 11%. Obviously, if you hold APE, you're not going to be as happy. But AMC right now looking to make some moves, right? 5.98 million shares. We just got the NASDAQ imbalances. We'll look at that in a minute. Just looking at what we did yesterday, nothing, right? We have this little level right there that we stopped on, 420 or 415, 411 yesterday. I'm looking to get long right around here, 420. It has nothing to do with 420, actually. It was just getting ahead of $4. You know, yesterday, that's the bottom. This seems like better news. They're delaying the conversion. We're going to see what's going on. And I was looking at Twitter and Reddit a little bit because of this move up. And apparently there's some talk about after the conversion, you know, the valuation of AMC based on the shares that'll be remaining, based on their market cap. You know, there should be some disparity there between AMC and APE, and then there was some confusion on where the price of AMC is going to go. I didn't get into it enough to like break it all down. There was some equations on there, and I know that the APEs, when they go flying, there's lots of stuff to look at. So that's what I want to do. I just want to see the momentum in this name, and I actually wrote down here, this is how much faith I have in this name maybe today, is that what about that 550 level, right? We were up here before, then we got the news. Here's 550 right here. I think we can get going and break this 5. I mean, it just takes a little bit of, you know, sort of, you know, accounting by some of the retail players out there. And then we go in and we start buying options, and then the thing squeezes higher. So I'm looking at 550 here right now coming into play. I still think we can get to there today on some interesting news for AMC. We did both pay for shorts. I think the short could be in as well. We're going to wait for some halts. Remember when it halted last time? The highest we ever got was the halt price right there of 440. And that looks like that's where we're going to open. So there's the halt price of 440. Then it came back in, dropped to 4 again. I just feel like taking longs and using 4, 390, 380 as an out, you're not going to go too wrong, and you can't hurt yourself that bad. So, well, I mean, you can always get hurt, but we'll wait to see what happens here. I like a dip buy in AMC, or we look to break that top of 550, maybe $5. So I'm actually pretty bullish here on AMC today without being in any positions. We like to get into it if it does dip down. And before I throw it over to you, Max, because we still have AMD to talk about, but we're going to do that a lot today. There's AMC with a buy and there's APE with a sell. So just wanted to bring that out to everybody. That's what's going to hit off the open. So there is going to be some AMC buys coming in and some APE sells, but we're in the hundreds of thousands of shares, so it's not a huge deal as the market today very mixed as expected. I expect a risk-off day.
Yeah, I want to see how AMC acts around this 440 kind of pre-market low area. Maybe we get this 475 break, but yeah, AMC, maybe I'm thinking possibly short off of 5 if we get up there, but I mean, it's really just going to be game time decision. Whatever happens on the tape on AMC, I'm going to be looking for. I'm not going to take like a breakdown short. I'd rather get a dip buy into that like 420, maybe 415. Yeah, AMC, all you need is a couple of apes to start going wild.
Yes, sir.
And the short float's still sitting at 25%. So about 150 million shares that would have to cover if they had to cover. So AMC can always get moving. This one should be exciting today.
All right, as mentioned, AMD and Samsung expanding their current licensing agreement for some processors to go both directions, apparently. But, I mean, negative here. That's a note, if anyone was curious about it. Negative here to start, not only for AMD, but most of the chips downside once again.
Yeah. Some new chip today too. Brenda, just mentioned this real quick here. It has 2 5-nanometer VPUs, and it's supposed to be for live interactive streaming. They say that 70% of the global market is dominated by live content, and therefore there is a TAM to be addressed.
Yeah, let's talk chips, guys, to wrap things up here.
All right, so look, I mean, I like AMD. Obviously, it's just popped a little bit here for some reason, 91 to 91.50. Looks like it wants to maybe move up. I'm just so on the sidelines right now because I just don't know. Like, it's been a dramatic move down. AMD has quietly just moved down 10% off 100, down to 91 again. So for me, you can look at levels. I'm trying to rush here because it's 929.15 right here as Sharif will make his way over to the bell maybe as we're getting ready to rock and roll there. 91.60, 91 maybe as a bottom, but if you're going to look at bottoms, I mean, you know, the 50 period is right there at 87 and change. I could see a little top here at 89, so that might be a better place to look with only 30 seconds left. Max, quickly on anything on the chips?
Yeah, I'm just looking for a 90 bounce on AMD. That's all I've got on those ones. We'll see if we can get back up to 93 area.
I'm excited to watch Apple here today as we only have 15 seconds now. We're going to hit the countdown right now as there it goes right here with only 10 to go. Thanks, Sharif, for hopping on the bell. We're going to ring this out for you in just a matter of seconds with only 5, 4, hey Sharif, how's it going? 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Let's get ready to rumble. You are right, Bears versus Bulls. This is going to be a party up in here today. It's glad to have my man Max with me. It should be a good day as we watch out for KRE. We watch out for Apple. Apple with a little bit of a bump right there, up to VWAP of 162.50 right now. That's probably going to look back and say that was a short, but we'll wait to see right now as the market pulling down just a slight little bit right now as there goes Apple up to 163. I'm going to short this initial move on Apple up here to 163. Start it right now at 57s. Again, I know I don't want to be in things too early, but we are in Apple right now. We do have the 50 period up here at 163. The NASDAQ's below the 50 period as well, and we're looking at 13,000. I know Arun talked about some key levels here today. It's still early to look at them, but you know, we'll wait to see. I think it's a risk-off day. Could be wrong. We're going to short Apple until we break 163, and then we'll figure it out from there. Yesterday's close, though, was all the way up here, 164, so we're not going to use that as a reference point.
I'm long Google now at this pre-market low kind of level, 104.76. Starter position, just looking for it to hold yesterday's close of 104.50. Let's see if we can start to go back up, reclaim 105. If we reject 105 here, I'll probably just get out and look for a lower price. But yeah, Google kind of showing some signs that it might want to go up. Let's see where this one wants to go. Not going to get totally smoked on this one like I did yesterday.
Nah, come on,
market
more
kind of taking out 13K here. So Google 104.50. If it gives that up, I will be gone. Let's see if we can move up.
Yeah, we're. I'm shorting more Apple right now. That take of 13,000, I cannot believe Apple's actually holding up right now. Apple was 3 times the market weakness early. Now the market is tanking, breaking that 13,000 kind of as expected, and so we are short Apple right now, looking for some more. Give us some more right here. The bank stocks must be doing okay. I actually lowered my offer here at 25, but we're still waiting at 25. A little bit less shares as we focus on our Apple position, but that 13,000. Hey man, Max, if it doesn't take out, like if Google continues to sort of hold these levels where they are right now, then maybe you're okay on that because the NASDAQ is making that move down that we sort of thought would happen, breaking through 13,000. And like you're saying, Google, nice upside movement. I was at 104.50. I would consider maybe taking a little bit out if I had that long. Your position, though, I'm obviously biased to the short side as we are ringing the register right now on Apple for a small little win. It's 25 cents. We just, yeah. Maybe more, a little more than 25 cents here. As there goes Apple right now. We'll do it early, an early bang job right there. Didn't sound good. On Apple as we continue to go to the downside right now. But there it is, man. We are here with this short. And there goes Apple. Let's hold this one. Let's see what happens. We like the 162 breaker 19. Do you read downside right now for Apple?
Yeah, market's still going down. Google's still going up. So kind of feeling good about this one. Maybe Google does catch that bid today, even though the NASDAQ has given up that 13K and AMC starting to make the move up. So it did hold that pre-market kind of 440 low there, and now we're going up. Should have probably been long this one instead of Google, but yeah, let's see what happens with AMC.
Ooh, yeah,
waiting for that 475 break. How much volume? We're doing quite a bit of volume on AMC, so yeah, maybe we do get that upside move. Maybe we get $5 today on AMC, waiting to see what happens with that one. Back to Google, how are we doing? Over 105, all right. So Google cruising, looking for the 108 breakout today, hopefully. Let's see if we get another end of the week rally for some of these tech names. Google seems to be the only one that's really going up. And BOBA, I missed my.
That just ripped up too, eh?
Yeah.
By the way? Yeah, that's actually positive on the day.
I was looking at this 98.50 level on BOBA, but never got the long there. So BOBA is starting to make a move up. We kind of saw some strength yesterday, and looking for that move back above 100 on BOBA. So I'll try to maybe get a bid somewhere if the market can hold up. Not sure where yet.
Yeah, we're just, I'm going to take one more piece out because we're at 162 flat right now. That's a big one for me here. As we just shorted more on that move up, man. We did not believe in that move whatsoever. And then so we're cashed out. I'm at 162 flat, 162.03. Hopefully we get that in a minute. I just want to go, we're going to go to Brendan in a second. I just want to give everyone's attention to Tesla because there's the move that we talked about, man. It's down and it's still going, man. Watch out for that 180 break on TSLA happening right in front of us. I'm still trying to get that 162 out here on Apple. It keeps on bouncing. What's up, Brendo?
The little one moving around here, guys. Gorilla Technology back to the upside. Again, we've traded this before on the show. On this, a government cybersecurity contract coming through for Grrr.
Yeah. No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Max. I know that was a little scary that Brendan just did that to you, but that wasn't directly at you. That was for the stock. You know what else is hitting right now? There goes Tesla. Looks like it wants. Look how it's getting ramped up here with this volume. Like it really just lots of volume coming in right now on Tesla. All 4 straight red candles here to start the day. There must have been a buy and bounce started that off, but there it is coming right down. It looks like it does want to take that 180. We did get that fill on Apple. We're short Apple 162.50 right now, and here goes. I don't know. I mean, this Tesla 180 level, we could take this short. I mean, the market really is breaking down. And then here goes Tesla. I'm surprised it hasn't hit it more, man. We're still hovering around. That's a dangerous position right now, I feel like, for Tesla. Okay, new position alert again right now. We have AI is now in the building. Yeah, all right. This is that level from yesterday. We just got that fill long there at 40. So, hey, if we can pop up a little bit, we'll take something out around 60. That's that top right there, 69.70. And then remember why we're long this name is against 20 and that bottom from yesterday. So let's see if we can get AI back upside a little bit here. There it is. All right. Nice take right there. Quick 20 cents right there on AI. Let's see if that will work back up to the upside. I'm going to get some more out of Apple. We're out of half of our Apple trade right now. It's not really doing too much as the market is trying to bounce back up. I did see Google go down to that 105, 104.50 again. Probably a decent reload. But here's AI. It's a new position. It's a sticky note name. We talked about this today. Let's see if we can get this up into the 60s, into the 70s. There's another one, a 62 print right there on AI, trying to make this dream come true back to the upside for all you AI shareholders as Tesla bounces nicely off 180, now 180.50 for TSLA.
AMC trying to take out the high now. If this chart will load for me, there we go. So kind of rejecting that 66. We'll see if AMC can get through this 75. If there's something on the book that lets me get long this name, I will take that pre-market high break potentially. But yeah, see if the volume can keep coming into AMC. High of day volume spike here on that 1 minute chart. See if we can hold view up here and then, you know, explode to the upside on AMC. Apes looking strong so far. Google, I got back in. So I stopped out at the low, saw it hold, and now I'm back in looking for it to break that 105.25 kind of opening range and then get into like the 106 area. So Google's still looking strong in the face of a weak market. Looking for like 106, 107 potentially today on Google. BOBA never gave me the chance to get in, sadly. So yeah, missed that 99 hold there, managing my Google position. And yeah, BOBA back to the upside.
All right, we're going to go AI right now, 50 cents in the money. That's a banger, but we got another one with Brendo.
BOBA upside on this, guys. They are planning to, looks like multiple people actually reporting this, planning to launch their own ChatGPT-like AI chatbot. So that's just coming out for BOBA.
Everybody loving this AI talk these days, and there's no surprise to you nor I think, Max, that this is what's continuing to rally some of these names. We just got a 91 there. We're long at 2040, man. AI was been a nice little monster there. We got that bottom, and we just sat where we said we would from yesterday, guys. Like, this is what I'm trying to do every single day. We find this bottom. We waited a little bit lower. We're actually lucky. We actually got the bottom. I don't know how that happened. We're out of half already, and I'm not looking. I mean, what's up to Neil here? Not in today, but you know, I don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth on that one, because this is a nice move up. I'm going to take one more piece out at 87 right there. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. Lots of volume just pumping through right now. You can see lots of fills coming out on AI. Yo, you want to refill on a coffee? What do you take?
I'm good. I got my green tea here.
Randy over here. All right, so that's good. Nice little move to the upside right now for AI. Let's go, man. Thank you so much for all the talk there. Thank you, Jonas, for that talk there. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that trade as well. I'm going to get some out of Apple. I really like that Google long. I'm actually waiting to get long now off that little wick bottom here. I mean, the market could still continue to fall down. If it does, fine. It should get us into the long. And I'm going to use that bottom as our out. We're waiting at 60 now to get some more there. Wow, AI breaking 21 now. That's getting a little bit better than I even thought right there. Thanks, Rolling Records, and everybody there as well. And everybody, Darwin, anybody in the chat that's given a great trade this morning. That's the whole point of what we're doing here, man, is to open up the environment, give it to everybody. It's a completely free show, free chat, everything. Our Discord is amazing. That's completely free as well. Shout out to Pratt in the group and Blind Jedi and everybody that's been helping us, Bears vs. Bulls, everybody with the Discord. That's been a big hit. I want to thank Pratt for that as well. All right, I'm looking at Microsoft maybe now. Microsoft, a nice move up to 283, 284 here on the 3-minute chart. That could be a short as well. Just a matter of this NASDAQ, man. We're still down that 1%, looking to possibly short a little bit more here. But I need to get upside before we start to short it. Maybe 283 again if we get a bump for Microsoft, but so far so good. As there we go, man. Now 70 cents in the money on AI.
Looking at this Amazon now, looking to hold 100. So I wanted to break and then reclaim right away, show me a bid so that I can get in. But yeah, Amazon looking a little bit weak. 100 key level on this one. And I think Amazon can catch a bounce if the market decides to hold this 4,100. Looking at my Google, probably coming into like a reload spot here if it's going to work. I do have a stop at the low of day on Google, but let's see what happens on Amazon here. Got my order keyed up to go long if we break and come right back above. So a little bit of size on the book at 100, not as much as you might expect for such a key level. We'll see what happens on Amazon here. Baba actually pulled back in, so I could have gotten in at the price that I wanted to and just kind of missed that one again. And AMC just hanging out in the middle, 450. So AMC still waiting for that high of day break, waiting for my levels to come in, not trying to get too quick with these trades today when the market feels like going down. Yeah, just kind of hanging out, waiting, patience.
Yeah, I like that. I like that patience game. Let's check out. I mean, look, guys, patience game be damned, man. We'll ride this bull. No, I mean, hey, look, I'm trying to be patient as well, man. I mean, I'm waiting for that Google to come in. We're trying to be patient with Apple, but I'm not being that patient with AI. AI just bumped up again, man. We're now $1 in the money, so we'll hit the alarm for that one as we go. We've already cashed out of our Apple. I'm up double what I was down yesterday already, so that's, to me, is a good day right there as we're going to continue to go. But it's only 9:41 max, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch. But right now, man, the chickens have hatched, and they're coming out, and they're healthy, and everything is good. So it's a nice little move up to the upside right now. $1.15, $1.20. Let's go, AI. Hey, man.
Let's go.
Alibaba's loving AI. You have AI on, too? No, you just
I
got
do
Google.
not.
Hey, Google's an AI name. Let's go, man. Let's get these names back up to the upside right there. There it goes. Yes, sir.
Wow.
We are not shorting anything right now for AI. I like this guy beside me, man. You get excited about my positions. But there it is. A nice move to the upside. I like it, man. Thanks, Max, for that. There it is. Good energy today. Although I wore this sweater because it was Friday, and it's a little warm in here, I'm noticing today.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because this market seems to be a little on fire. Wow, AI now $1.40, 50, 60, and climbing now. AI trying to go $2 in the money right now. We'll go Brendo with that one. But there's another move up, right up to that top, 21, 22 bucks. I mean, what do we want to do with this, guys? We talked about this AI yesterday. It just came up to a nice level. I'm not going to let this one go away. We'll take a piece out again right there. So there it is. We just take another piece out of AI. So boom goes the dynamite. We only have 20% left, but hey, pretty successful trade right there. I hope you guys got that. That's a good one. Woo! We having fun yet, Max?
Having fun. The
having
short
fun
squeeze
yet?
is on AI, it looks like, for now. Google still hanging out around VWAP, waiting for it to kind of make that move up. Higher lows for now. If it gets back down into 104.50, I'll probably reload one more time before stopping out at the low of day. But I'm looking for Google to take out this 105.20, have a little tiny profit taker at 105.40, and then we'll see if we can get up to 106. Still waiting on AMC, nothing happening there. Amazon bounced. Amazon bounced without me. It didn't take the level. I need to see the level get taken for me to get into that trade. Load chart, please. Yeah. So, yeah, bounced right off 100 right there. Should have, I guess, gotten in front of it, but that's not really my trade, so I'm not going to take it. What else is going on? BABA reversed the whole move, so I guess I was lucky not to take BABA today. Looking like that AI news is not short. I wanted the long on BABA around 98.50. I have 98 as well, so we'll see what happens around 98. Maybe I can get a little bottom at 98, but BABA not looking as strong as I expected it to today after a strong day yesterday.
I'm trying to, remember about. They just released that chat news, that AI news, right? So Alibaba, a little bit different. And I just want to say, like, that's the one thing that if something changes, so like Max was talking about yesterday, we just got a release of Alibaba news, and that sparked that to the upside, and what a great opportunity to get short apparently on that move as well. Up to 100 again and right back down to 98. This is the move we're talking about. Brendan brought that they're releasing or working on an AI platform, and so is everybody else. So, I mean, get used to it on that kind of a talk. We do have a new position. Wow, 22 now for AI, man. We got our last piece out there at 78. We still have it on. If this moons, it moons. But new position alert right now, Maximilian. It is Microsoft, and right now we are already in the money, 25 pennies on this Microsoft short. So bang right there. We coming in with more fire now. No Neil, no problemo today. We missed Neil, of course, but here's the market move to the downside. Now we're really cruising, Max. This is 50 cents in the money. We just put this on 40 seconds ago. We talked about waiting for Microsoft to get to 283. It came in. Let's take another piece out, man. El Fuego today for trading as the market is moving to the downside right there. Okay, KRE, I see you. Another new position. Max, I got 4 positions on right now. And I said that this would be a chilled out day. Microsoft, let's go, man. We're waiting here for another bid at 36. That's me. That's me. Here I am. Hey, it's me. You like Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I don't.
Because I'm the anti-hero. Hey, it's me. We are the anti-hero. Let's go over to the true hero right now. Brenda, what you got, homie?
An earnings name, guys. Pre-market earnings for Levi Strauss. Downside, they even pointed to China as still a bit of a problem. Some inventory issues continuing as well. So notably weak here for Levi, 10.5%.
Oh no, my wife is in the chat. So she knows how much I love Taylor Swift. Okay, well, we're just going to have to shake it off then. I mean, we're just going to have to go that. Okay, my wife, I'm going to try to. All right, hey, what did you buy at the bakery, by the way? You talked about that earlier. Maybe she could put that in the chat. What's up, Marissa? I love you. And we're trying to make some money to support these damn kids of ours. So let's go right now. AI dog. I mean, you know what? When you're in the money, you have 4 positions, and every single one of these damn positions is in the money. We spin that bad boy right now. Thank you so much, Ravi. I love your energy as well, my guy. Let's go to the downside right now. Look at this KRE position. What's up, Dan Emmons? What's up, everybody? We're here. We're rocking and rolling. A shout out to my wife, man. We were debating this sweater. It's hot right now as we're going. Microsoft all the way back as we take some fills at the bottom, waiting for this 283. Oh, man. All right, time to slow down. It's been a good morning, Max. I'm thrilled that you're here with us, enjoying this as well, and it should be a good one to continue, man. Let's go. Yeah, and by the way, I've had half of a coffee, so in your face, trading with James. This is all natural right here.
All natural. Tesla held that 180 price that we were talking about earlier. I was not looking for the long on this one at 180 because the market was kind of screaming down, and I thought Tesla independently was weak. So didn't take that 180 hold, but it gives you about $1.50. Not a bad trade. That 83.50 though, that I was talking about, that was a nice short. $4 there, down to 179.50. So should have had that one. Google still hanging out. AMC starting to heat up, maybe, but yeah, we need some more volume here on AMC. Let's go. Come on, take out the high. Let us have some fun here.
Oh, we're having fun. We're having fun.
I want to have some real fun. AMC, let's get like 5 million shares long, and it goes to $50.
Whoa, not having that much fun. What are you looking for? You in AMC right now?
I'm not in AMC. I'm waiting for this pre-market high break, see what happens around there. Maybe we can get a breakout long on AMC. I like the $5 level just as a psychological level, and then $5.50 we both had on the chart. So AMC, we'll see where this goes. What's happening with my Google?
Let's go to Brendo and we'll come back and figure out what's going on with Google. What's up,
right.
Brendo?
Negativity on Bed Bath & Beyond downside, guys, after this comes out this morning. The company's board urging shareholders to approve a reverse stock split. Yeah, we're all the way down to 30 cents right now. Big move down for BBBY.
Jeez. You a BBY shareholder?
A BBBY shareholder, certainly not.
Okay, good. I was scared that you might have said yes there. So yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond continues to make moves to the downside. Okay, Microsoft just stopped again at 282.20, so we're going to go bids here now. We're waiting for this thing to fall down a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be happening right now, so we're going to wait to see if this wants to come back in just a little bit for us, and hopefully it does, and we'll get those 282s one more time. Right now, okay, so 162 trying to break as well on Apple. We back, baby. We're going to put another bid right here, though, right now for this Apple fill. If we can get another one down here, our best fill is actually at 162.06. We're there again right now, so if we can get a little bit of dip down, we'll take that. C3 AI is just still, man, it's at the highest it's been. That's almost unbelievable that I have this trade. I mean, the low of the day. It's just only because I think you were talking about this yesterday, maybe, or maybe it was Sharif. But like, how many times you just miss a fill?
Yeah.
You know, it's like you're sitting there and you're a couple pennies away from the fill. It comes in and then you look back and it's like $1 in the money, but yet you don't have any shares. Like this is the other way around. I mean, we're long right now at 2040. The low of the day on AI is 2040. Like that never, honestly, never, ever happens. The market is, what the hell, Apple? All right, puff, pass on this one. Apple with a huge move back up to the upside right now. I don't know. I was 2 pennies away. See, now it's happening again. I was 2 pennies away from getting that 06 fill. And now we're back up in the 50s. So we're going to have to watch this. I still do like the short, I think, but I'm going to wait for 163 now. We don't have any more averages in on that downside for this play, which reminds me, if the market's going to blast up, then we got to watch out for this Microsoft again.
Yeah, so your AI is flying. So is GFAI from the other day. So high from the other day, I believe, was $18. Oh, we're showing $22. So $22. We got some room to run on this one. This is already halted once. Looked to halt again here and just kind of rejected it and then blasted through the halt price. So GFAI, SSR, hard to short it. This one is going nuts. Let's see if we can halt again on GFAI. I feel like I've missed the trade on this one. Maybe you catch the dip down here into that halt price at 1080. But yeah, GFAI going crazy, AI going crazy, SOUN, another AI name going crazy. So the bid is in on the AI names today. What about our AMC? Still not breaking the high. So AMC kind of disappointing so far today, but we'll see if AMC can get going here. Google also just kind of hanging out, little compression pattern, as Sharif likes to say. So we'll see. Maybe I can catch a reload down here. I kind of want more size on this. If the market decides to hold up, I mean, Apple's kind of screaming up right now, so the market might catch a bounce here, and if it does, I would like more shares of Google. So looking into these 70s to maybe get another bid. Again, going to stop out just low of day, simple, not trying to get in front of Google in the way that I did yesterday, but we are holding up a lot better than we did yesterday on Google. So looking for that move up. AI, always good news these days.
Woot, woot.
The other AI names are ripping, so let's get the biggest AI name to rip. Yeah, trying to get some profits on Google today.
AI is 240 now in the money. With that one, thank you, Randy, for the reload. Randy, also, Hydration Nation came through with that today. By the way, Tesla's down another 2% today, Randy. It is, Randy. Okay, I'm not looking at it now. I was going to look at AI, but because you're here, Randy, and such a handsome gentleman, and right now, let's go to that. Mahad, let's see. There he is. How's it going, Randy? No jorts today? No, just the actual jeans. Look at Tesla down 2%, trying to break that 180 level. You were talking about this. There might be some trouble looming for some of these EV names. You talked about Ford yesterday, but there it is, Tesla right now to the downside. All right, Randy, thanks a lot for that. We're just going to review our daily look in on some of these names with Mr. Randy here, our in-house automotive expert. We used to have that crazy graphic with Randy. It was like a Lambo crashing into something. That was really great. Not that that was Randy driving. I'm just talking about the actual thing there. But okay, here we go, man. AI. I don't know, Max. I mean, we're up here, pretty nice little level right now. I'm gonna get another piece out if I can. It looks like we may be turning around a lope. There it is. Let's go again, man. Good trade on that. I really love your Google trade. I mean, I'm still here for that, man. It looks like that's gonna hold out. I'm still waiting to get long on Google as well. And then. That's AI. Sorry, I meant to click on Microsoft right there. So Microsoft, another piece out. We're getting lighter and lighter on all of these names as we're not blind to this situation. Microsoft keeps bouncing off 282. I wish we had a little bit of a lower bid, but we took another 35 there on Microsoft. So let's just re-look at Microsoft. I don't necessarily want to be short Microsoft and Apple. I feel like Apple's the better short, so I'm going to wait for 163 up here. We'll average it up into the upside here if we can get some more shares. But it does look like Microsoft might be the one that just wants to go right now. So yeah, we only have 20% left of Microsoft, but at the same time, I don't mind getting some more short. It's up to that 283.50 area is where I'm really concerned with it. So let's wait for some more Microsoft. We're going to get some more short right now in this name because it's really ripping upside now, which is crazy. Microsoft's ripping upside and Google's not. So that's a little strange for me right here. I'm going to put on some more Microsoft right now. What are you thinking about Google?
I don't know. I'm
going to cancel my bids.
I'm kind of struggling here with Google, but I did just add to it. So, yeah, still looking bullish on Google. See if we buy this dip up and get past 105 again. Yeah, I'll catch one more bid in front of 104.50, and then that's it for Google. It still won't go up in the face of this Apple strength, in the face of some strength in other names. And Amazon is back to the 100 level. So maybe this is, I mean, why won't Amazon save for me?
Look at that. Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. Amazon's back to 100. I feel like we got down here once. This time we're going to break it. So I don't know if I'm going to take the trade this time, but if it does like instantly come back above 100, maybe I'll take that long, try to get it back up to 140. I feel like Amazon has been super strong recently, and yeah, that 100 is just such a key level. Like, you have to play with it somehow if it gets in. So Amazon waiting to maybe go long on this one. BABA has kind of been holding the lows too, but never got to my 98 level. Yeah, as Google's coming back down to that 104.50. So.
Oh, man, what's up to Daryl Flinch right now? Shout out to you with your AI trade, man. Man, we're a team over here, so we'll go bang on that one. What's up, Brendo?
Nice mover so far, guys. Sienna Corporation coming out reaffirming their full year guidance about a minute ago here for CIEN. Huge move to the upside. Was down anyways, but back higher on volume again after reaffirming their full year guidance.
All right. Okay, so good out for us on AI, man. We only have 10% left now, as our last out was 22.60. We have a bunch of bad outs, I guess, whenever you look back and you say, why did I take 70 cents on a trade? But yeah, that, we took some outs there, nice little rip upside there. And again, remember the short interest, there's the short seller report on AI, there's AI news every single minute coming through. So yeah, just be careful with it. That's why we got out, when it popped. I mean, here it is right now. I was just talking about it being down to 222. Now you're still back up to the upside. We still have shares in this as it continues to make a move upside right now. Okay, so that KRE, we've ignored it. We only have one out, so we still have 80% of this, but I'm just waiting, man. My offer's at 45 right now. We've just stopped at 42, so we want to get a little bit more. So if you're wondering about this KRE position, it's not big yet. We actually wrote down 42.50, so this is kind of what we're waiting for right now, is to get the short. Come on, Softy, get to the downside. Come on, dog. Hopefully that can happen. And then our out's going to be up here, 60, 65, 70. So let's watch out for KRE. I think it's worth it, just to take on that much risk in this name. I think it's fine for now. Microsoft did just dump down a little bit, but then just came right back. So we got into the 60s. Remember, we just shorted 90. We just touched 60, and I didn't do anything about it. So I'm going to put another, actually, I'm at 56. So I was waiting here at the 50 period, but we didn't get it. So hopefully that can continue to fall down. There it is. So we are now reloaded a little bit here. As I'm just not even going to watch AI anymore because it is just Rip City right now, as that was a good idea for sure. But we're going to have to now go over to KRE and spend a little bit more time on this one because we just got our 45 and we don't need to blow the day here on one bad bank trade. So we're going to go short now. KRE average price 39. What you got over on that side?
Got Google kind of wicked that 104.50 again. So, in my mind, still holding 104.50, so I added again. That's my last add on Google. If it takes out the low, I am done. I will get some out at 105 now that I've averaged in 3 times. And yeah, it looks like the market's going to turn. So come on, Google. Time to go to the high side, break that VWAP. Let's go. What a beautiful reload from me. Got to be brave in the face of danger, as I say. And yeah, looking for Google to take out 105. Looking good on this one. I was a little nervous there. But Google looking strong, everything looking strong right now. Amazon wicked that 100 price as well.
Can I believe I didn't take that Google, dog?
Yeah, Google crushing it for now. We'll see if we can get over 105. But yeah, Amazon, I didn't like the way that it broke and just kept going, so I didn't take it back through that 100. But Amazon absolutely smoking off that 100. What a great trade for anybody who had that 100 hold on Amazon. What else we got?
I mean, Microsoft just went up and we actually flushed ourselves down the toilet a little bit there as it breaks, but it kind of was not a great break there. We'll see if we can get a little more short now in Microsoft because it just did hit that level. Oh, shoot, man. It's a good thing we still got some on, but we definitely don't have enough on as we just got taken out. Look at that. Just like I talked about with with AI, we just took the top out right there and got punched out of our Microsoft trade a little bit there. We got back in. It's still all good, but that's another example right there of kind of getting taken out at a level that, you know, just kind of this pre-market area. We're giving it a little bit of room. You know, that little level there, our dark prints, came at 8 o'clock, so I wasn't going to give it that. 284 now for an out on Microsoft as we just wait. That top right there was actually, let's just get out on this. I mean, we could wick it a little bit higher. I'm going to use 284 now as an out because we need to get a little bit more shares in on Softy. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. Fed's Bullard just released this statement, but he's speaking at an event in Arkansas apparently, so there will be Q&A to follow. So some comments coming through right now from Fed's Bullard. That's the main event for the economic side of things so far today. That is how the board is shaping up right now. 0.4 for the S&P, the Dow the same, the Russell about the same. 0.3, 0.4 to the downside, the NASDAQ 0.5%, 0.67 there for the 100. So it's the big ones. Tech, anyways, leading to the downside. We talked about a number of things if you joined us in the pre-market, including Google. Yeah, they will add AI to search, according to the Wall Street Journal after the close yesterday. Tesla's, Elon's, anyways, Master Plan 3, including a bus, a van, and a smaller car to come from Tesla. It sounds like the start of a joke. AMD, not in a negative way, but, you know. AMD expanding their partnership with Samsung. That came out overnight as well. There's this CIEN I mentioned still trying to get higher here. $50, a bit of a sticking point here, though, for Ciena Corporation, reaffirming their guidance this morning. Yeah, Tesla not really doing much, but trying to bounce right now, guys, back to the upside.
Yeah. Microsoft, man. Microsoft, you know what? Me and Microsoft, you know, we're really great friends. And you know, Mr. Softy and I, we go way back, and it was a lot of fun. But it could go into the gates of hell as it just ripped up right there, as everything right now ripping. I didn't even realize Fed Bullard was coming through right now. So, yeah, obviously some nice talk there. It's a good thing we got out at 284 because this went to 284.30, sorry. It looks like it still wants to continue its march higher right now. So, yeah, we ain't at the high of our day right now either. Great trade there. I was telling Max, like I was sitting there at 104.50 on Google, but because we had the short in Apple, because we had the short in Microsoft, I was looking short, and that did not look very good as everything ripped right up to the upside. So the newest position and the biggest position of me for the day right now is Apple against 163. Maybe the short is just no good, man. I mean, here's 163, came in and play on the pre-market. That's kind of what we're doing it against. It was red early, man. We really hit Apple pretty well on the downside, and now we're getting carried away again as, okay, you know, we're waiting for level to develop, but it's 10:02, so I feel a lot more comfortable now waiting at some of these levels and looking around for some better opportunities. So that's why we're loaded up, and our average price is 80. We could take this hit on Apple if and when it breaks through 163. This is a 20-cent hit, much more reasonable. But yeah, the market really bouncing off, and it just took 13,000 easily there. So again, that's a problem for me because I didn't think 13,000 would get, you know, crushed the way it just did to the upside, up 20 straight points. As there it is, now we're out of Apple. As you know what though, we're still bouncing around 13,000. We are going to get into Apple short again if we take that 13,000, but it just took that level. So now we're going to get like as if, man, as if Apple does this. Like we get flushed and then it goes back down, but that's okay. That seems to happen all the time. So let's just be patient, man. And we just got back into this level there with the NASDAQ, right back into the pre-market, sort of where we were at the open. There, now the dump happens and I don't have the shares. So, all right, that's what happens with trading. We're gonna get a little bit more here just in case that was the right call there on Apple for the short, but we don't want to just keep doing this over and over and over again. Let's just see if there's a rejection at all of that 13,000. Maybe we start to come back down. You're just testing it right now. So here we go. Nice move down. And look where we went to right before the market opened. We got to 13,017 right there. So we're playing this short again right now, making a little bit back here on Apple.
Yeah, chilling in this.
Do you have anything out on the top there?
I got some out. I'm trying to be really patient with this because my real idea is to get to like 106 and 106.20, these pre-market highs, maybe 107 today. But yeah, I don't know. I said to Sean while Brendan was speaking that like at any point here the market could dump when this guy's on stage. So like I'm kind of being nervous on this one. I think if it gets back to break even, that'll be enough for me after this big move up. But yeah, chilling on Google. Got another profit taker out. Gonna get some out in front of 106, and then, you know, how much can we hold for the dream is the question. And what is the dream? The dream would be 108 for me, but I don't know if Google has the legs for that today. BABA caught a bid off of that. I mean, everything caught a bid, but BABA catching a bid off that 98 level never came in, sadly, exactly to 98, which I was looking for. But yeah, going right back to that 100. Maybe 100 is the fade on BABA. It really rejected hard last time it was up there. So might look for a short if BABA can fade 100. And Amazon just screaming to the upside. Should have had that 100 hold there on Amazon. Now 75 cents in the money. So yeah, too bad on Amazon. And NASDAQ now taking out highs. So pretty excited about this Google trade. Let's see where we can get to on this one. But Amazon, probably the miss of the day for me at that 100. Now looking for 101, which was key support and key resistance before. So 101, that's where it stopped when the market opened. If 101 breaks and it continues to the upside, we might see a decent move out of Amazon today. I'm not going to take a breakout, though.
All right. Okay, I was just looking there. So Apple blasted off again. So we're going to be red on Apple and on Microsoft so far today. It's a good thing we have C3 AI, which is now $3 in the money, or else this would be a disaster. It's not a disaster. It would be much more negative than we are right now. All right, so we're waiting at 420. We talked about that. AMC kind of doing nothing right now off the open. This KRE is also doing nothing. It went back to flat. We'll wait for KRE to do something now. But the futures just continue to just kind of, I don't know, we tried 13,000 there, came back, bounced clean off of it. So yeah, man, I'm looking for, is it bad to change over to longs now? But this is the whole thing. Like, we continue to be in this little problem of waiting for the weekend. Tomorrow we have the jobs number coming out, and I just feel like, big move down, based out here on the NASDAQ. Probably should have noticed that this was making a base. We did notice it, but I just thought it was breaking the other way. And then when it broke higher, it was like, okay, now we got to test 13,000. We did. We tested it. We ripped up, got out of our shorts, came back in. We put some more shorts on. Then it went just right back up to the upside. So maybe, again, this is the level here to look at for the NASDAQ. But I still feel like a lot of this is stock specific. And if we pick the right names right there, then we can get some love. So I don't know, man. GFAI, that's another name here. What's up, Tisha, in the chat? I have to retype that in because is it a NASDAQ name? Yes, it is. Right there, 1366. So also a huge move up here for GFAI, as AI has been the rage, man. We talked about that with Alibaba today. You're seeing it again in AI as we have a $3 winner, $250 winner on that one as we go. But yeah, GFAI, nice move on this. Looking on the daily chart, you're still in the middle, man. So for me, it would be a no-go, but you're up 50%. I think it's worth taking profit heading into this weekend, everybody. So that's a move that I'm looking at. And honestly, Apple just wicked up to 163.20 there, making me think we want to short again. But I don't know, like there's that wick right there. We're just bouncing around. Short's good. Early was okay there. We got one out at 80, but right now it's looking like it still wants to continue to march higher. I'm looking for that one good trade right now. When we find it, hopefully we'll be able to put that on. It's probably going to be Google, man. I missed that 104.50. I love that Max has it. That's going to be a great trade as well moving forward. So I really like that. I think you got to hold on to that as the NASDAQ breaks higher and higher and higher. So let's just wait. AMD also off 91. We did talk a little bit about that, but that was scary. In the face of that early move. So that's still good. I think we're still in the pocket here for potential move down as the NASDAQ just trying to figure itself out. Wouldn't be surprised if we wind up around flat, -4, -0.2, +0.2, something like that today for the NASDAQ. But there's a nice little bump up right there. Oh, man.
Yeah, kind of looking for something to short in case we do make that move back down on NASDAQ, and Tesla is sitting at my level here. So I want to see Tesla get above 184, kind of reject it, and then I will try to structure a short on Tesla. Obviously scary getting in front of this name, but bad news on Tesla is always a good time to short it. And this name makes big, big moves. You know, as we were talking about last week, ATR on Tesla is 10, close is 185.50, so we're like right there. Tesla kind of has room to make a big move today. Google just hanging out, took a little bit more profit, but I still have the bulk of my position on for the move up.
Awesome.
I want to see Google go to 106 at least today. That's the way that I structured the risk on it, so that is what I'm going to be stubborn about. So let's see if Tesla can get above 184 so that I can get some kind of short here. AI is still ripping. Wow. I thought it was done at that 2270 kind of level. I actually tried to punch short, but you have to pay for shorts on that name.
I ain't going short on that name.
No, not going short on that one.
Yeah, we're long right now on AI, of course. And yeah, wow. Yeah, you're right, man. We are still back to the highs. Let's just look at this a little bit as we wait out for our Apple to print a little bit lower here. We get some more out on Apple. Just hoping that it can come in. We did fade that again, that play. We talked about that. There's AI up to 23 again. You know what? Like we said, we only have that 10% left. We talked about that. So let's look at a daily chart. Maybe does that help us out a little bit? No. I mean, that high right there is 24. We've come into 23 before and stopped. So yeah, maybe there is something there at 23. I mean, we have some levels there. I mean, that level right there, again, is 2470. That could be an area of concern. Right there, though, 23 for AI seems to be a decent little spot right there. So I like that. I like that. We can see if that holds $23, and right now it is bouncing around that level. So we'll see if it holds it. If it does, man, I think we can get to that 2470. I mean, the momentum is here in AI. We could check the float checker. You know, again, I could use the trade ideas one. Maybe I should do that. Let's just quickly check, and then I'll go over to trade ideas after. I guess I have to type in C3 AI to get it. Oh, I do have to agree to this first? What's going on here? Let's just refresh this, see if we can get that back in now as Apple coming down. KRE, what? KRE just went to the upside there. We actually got stopped out on KRE. Let's go find out. Before I do that, what the hell just happened to these regionals? KRE just ripped up. So again, man, we'll go, oh my God, because that's another losing trade right there for us on KRE. That kind of, I didn't even realize that we had got this fill. This happened in just quickly. This went from 50 to 70 real quick right there on KRE. So we'll have to go back, and we said we'd look at Wells Fargo and some of these other banks today. Kind of got away from it, looking at watching some of these tech names. But yeah, there goes Wells Fargo. Nice move to the upside there. You were looking at WAL earlier. There's the move up. Yeah, so okay. So some of these regionals are starting to get going right now. So we'll get out of KRE. We'll get out of the way for now, and then see if we can get back in at some other point. Like, it just made that nice move to the upside there. I'm tired of sort of shorting everything into these moves. So let's just wait to see, like what you were talking about there, Max. Sometimes you don't need to put on tons of trades, man. You already have that Google trade, which I absolutely love, and that's one that I canceled. I really like, I mean, I had 104.50 sitting right there with these wick bottoms as an out, and it didn't, you know, we wouldn't have got out. It would have been close, to getting punched out there, but we wouldn't have got it, and there's a nice move up. So, you know, play the momentum, play the right names. Great job on that one, Max, as you continue to be my hero on that move. So that was a good one right there. Yeah, man crush over here. But there it is right now. Google, nice move, and AI also. There it is, holding that 23 and starting to go a little bit higher. We're loaded on Apple. Let's see if it can respect that day's high again. And maybe we can get something out around 163. But our average price is only 09s right now. We're going to be in this for about 20 cents. If it breaks this day high, we're out of Apple right now. I just can't believe this market continues to march higher. After that move early, guys, of course, I'm going to get caught off guard, and we're still in the short. So, unfortunately, that was my bias today. It doesn't look like it's going too great.
Yeah, speaking of moving higher, Tesla just keeps going up. I tried that short off the 184 fail, got stopped out at 184.30, so took a bit of an L there. But yeah, Tesla's still moving. Maybe we get these like pre-market highs, 185.50, 186 to try to short it again, but not really wanting to stand in the way of anything at the moment. The market just keeps going up. I would like to know what that guy said in his notes.
Brendan will come with something
Bullard?
if there's anything going on. Yeah.
But apparently it was bullish. I did get another profit taker on Google. I have nothing left as far as profit takers. We're going to see what happens at 106 and see if we can make that extended move. Google looking nice and strong. Not as strong as anything else, though. Like Google just wants to hang out in this 105. So maybe lagging. Maybe it's time for that move to happen on Google. We take out this 105.60 that it wicked to. Was that right on the open? I guess that was right before the open that it wicked there. So if we take that out, next up 105.75, 106, 106.20, and then we have, nothing left until 107, 108. So pretty happy with this Google trade. Patience pays, I guess, on this day when the market was kind of bamboozling us with that 4,100 breakdown. I kind of thought I was screwed.
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, Max, we always talk about that. It's risk management, right? I mean, you never screw it. Like, if you have your stop order and you know the risk that's associated with that, I mean, that's what it's all about. It's not like, sure, we're the shorts have not been right here early, but again, you live to breathe another day, basically, like we keep talking about it. You just make sure that you're responsible with your stops, and I think everything will try to work itself out. I mean, the market is a living and breathing animal, as we can see every single day. And yeah, I think whatever was said was probably bullish. I mean, the market has gone way back up right now as, it's kind of settling down a little bit, but I mean, still, right back upside here, big, huge move. I mean, we were just minutes ago talking about Tesla down at 180. Now you're at 185 on Tesla. So I think that you're 100% right there with this market definitely catching that bottom and some more names starting to move. We're almost, there we go. Wow, what a nightmare for Apple, man. I mean, Apple was so good so early, and then now it's just been straight to the downside, straight to the upside, sorry, as this market continues to put its little rally cap on as well, as there's another out for us on that name. I guess now that we're just breaking higher, man, we just got to go long on everything, I'm guessing, at this point. A little too late to the long party. We might have to let things fall back a little bit, but there it is, the market right now, trying to go green. It can't, fighting that play seems to be a little irresponsible, but at the same time, it's roasting a little bit on the upside. There goes Amazon. Amazon's been a name that, again, like now Apple tries to fall down a little bit. Everything's fine. It's just, we're just bouncing off levels, man. We're bouncing off levels. Amazon's still red on the day, as is Apple, right? But now Apple goes down after I get stopped out. That was crazy. But here we go, 101. I feel like this is a decent spot for Amazon as well if you were looking for some shorts. We just hit that 101.20 area, which was the high 101.30 of yesterday for Amazon. So I feel like there might be a good short there. Great trade on Google, man. I mean, that's the #1 trade that we had on the board again, and I didn't take it. So I got to be a little bit better with my stock selection here today. It was a great start, and then the shorts popped in, and I didn't believe in them. So, and I still don't really. But we can't fight the trend too much. But I will take this Amazon short right now against this level. We just hit 101.02, and we do have a high there of 30s. So we'll see about Amazon. But the market's off, and it's probably just a long. So I like your position there. Let's wait to see what happens, but let's take an Amazon short right now and see if it'll continue to possibly retrace if the market does have some weakness in it. We'll go short on Amazon here, still red on the day.
So both of us fighting the trend here. I picked BABA for the short in front of 100. It kind of taps off this 100, makes this little lower high here. I know it's on the 1-minute chart, so not exactly super convicted on this one. But yeah, trying to short BOBA in front of 100. I'll just stop out over 100, simple trade. See if we can get back down into the 60s and 50s. Maybe we get VWAP. BOBA likes to kind of make these crazy ranges. I think, we might be able to get a good one down into here. And yeah, just trying to get like 50 cents with 10 cents risk, kind of, 5 to 1. That's always good. Google still, trying to make that high over 105.70. Hanging out at the highs, liking what I'm seeing here. Nice up and to the right, as Sharif likes to say. See if we get up there to like 106.20, 106.30 for the next profit taker. Kind of crushing this Google long right now, almost $1 in the money. Happy with Google.
Dude, I hate those guys. Yeah, so
AMC taking out the highs too, almost.
Sharif just telling me that everyone's stealing this guy's talk here. A flat bottom break yesterday,
Oh, yeah.
and Neil's coined that as his own right now. And then Michael Knox using flat bottom break. And what did you do? You just said something for Sharif right there. What was it?
Up and to the right.
Up and to the right. I'm gonna steal Luca's thing where he just draws a chart and then he puts like way extended moves, like where he thinks it's gonna go. I thought that was pretty funny. Shout out to Luca as well. Okay, finally, Amazon does come down a little bit, but of course we're waiting for more. So we don't take it all out. We take out an amazing 15%. Hopefully it can continue to fall down, man. I mean, we don't want to be we held Apple, Google, Microsoft, all these things 40 cents against us, something like that. Not on the maximum side of the position, but we did hold those against us a little bit. And now we're going to wait to see if we can do the same thing here with Amazon and see if it can pull back just a little bit. I mean, VWAP's here at 104.50. This is a little bit better structured than the other trades because we waited to get short at the highs of the day. So that 101.30 right there came in. And if we think it's going to be sort of, like I've been saying all day, it's going to be a risk-off day, which has really caught me, right? Because that created a bias, and you don't really want to have that. It's better, much, much better to trade what you see. And I mean, we saw a big break of 13 and then a hold of 13 as well. But okay, I see you. Oh, man, I cannot... Dude, we would have been all the way back if we didn't get stopped out there on Apple because we had a big time position there on Apple. But here it is, Amazon now trying to come back in a little bit. We just got a 70 fill at the 50 period. Let's see, at the 200. Let's see if we can get a 60, then a 50, and we'll go a little bit lower here as the market trying to just pull back just a little wee bit here. But let's go over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, a few small caps to keep in mind here so far this morning. FOA, top of the list. Haven't been able to find much on this one today. A little tiny float though for this one, FNC for FOA. So back to the upside we go. Right now, in fact, trying to get back to $2 after bouncing off 190. Came in and held that 190 from early on in the pre-market as well. FOA is 2 or 3 day kind of a mover, but worth a note. Anyways, same story for AMC. Really the only one with significant news this morning. Nice gap to the upside. We just took out day highs there back to 480. Nice move, 16% now for AMC. OCTO, another one that didn't really have much in the way of news, but pretty ugly daily chart if you zoom out a little bit. Gaps to the upside, fades that in a hurry coming out of the gate when the market opened. IFRX, we spoke with Luis this morning about that over in Spain. Back to 580, 575 on the support right now, but one of those 2-3 day types of moves for IFRX as well, guys. Back to you.
Serenity now. IFRX. Let's have a quick look at that. As I'm just waiting for this Amazon to get cooking here, because I was just saying to Sharif, Max, everybody, like, we just would have held on to some of those a little bit more, but you can't do that because you got to follow what you're doing and what you're looking at, right? IFRX today, the volume just doesn't seem to be there. It was there off the open. Now you're kind of just cruising around some of these levels. I'd look for that $5 bottom break. You can look at this. I just remember this. We can open this chart up. There is some levels back here of 5. Isn't that right? Or was it 3? Yeah, it's gonna load up. It's up here. Okay, so you're huge day. I mean, 720. But I would just say watch out for this. I mean, there was some support here initially on the move, and then we broke the support, ripped up there up to that $7 mark and kept going. I said support, like it's resistance on the way up, but you could see here when we were back at $5, we were bouncing around $5 there, broke it, and then really, this is really where the support is down here near $4. So I think there's something to look at there on IFRX if you get back to 4. We're still at 6, so I don't think there's any real worries. If you're going to look at a 3-minute chart, I mean, this dip of 5 came into play already yesterday. So I think you can grab that again if it comes there, and then watch out because there's the 4. So if you go 5 to 4, I know that sucks. That's a 20% hit. 5 to 4, 20% on that one. So I would say that's too big of a hit, but you could grab that and wait for this again. So IFRX there. It's always good when you get that FDA sort of designation there because that's sort of what you're looking for, right? They start passing the stages, then they're looking for the approval, and then eventually to market. But a drug like, I don't even know what drug they're doing. Oh, isn't this the COVID one, Brendo? I think it is. Yeah. So, you know, possibly if it is as good as apparently, then maybe a buyout or something like that comes through. So that's what you're looking for as a shareholder. I'm still holding this AI. Where do we want to get out? Maybe on a 22 break back down. So I was debating that. So we'll wait out for that. And then Amazon, I'm going to put another bid right here at 63. Why not? Take that fill there. We actually get a little half print as now. Okay, now we're starting to come down. All right. I don't have any bids. I mean, I do have a bid at VWAP. We talked about that at 50. So we'll wait to see if Amazon comes in right there right now to that 50 marker. But yeah, man, I went over to Max. Is everything cool? He said yes, everything's cool. So we're cool as a bunch of cool cats right here today. As I feel like it's getting a little bit better. Thanks to Randy for the L'Aqua right there, and we'll continue to get hydrated up as my fellow Hydration Nation member Arun is over in the building as well as we get ready for the midday show with Arun and Sharif. That should be a definite banger. And then yeah, we'll go on from there. Still liking that Google trade there, Max?
Loving the Google trade. Google treating me well. AMC wicked the high here. I tried to get a decent amount of shares short, and I punched minimum size by accident. So I made nothing on this beautiful short here, but AMC going to take out that 475 again. I think if we take out this high, that's where we start moving. If we don't take out the high, maybe it's done for the day. But some up and to the right for AMC today. Trusting the teal a little bit here on this 21 EMA, just kind of bounce, and still going up. So pretty bullish on AMC. Congratulations to anybody who was buying these dips around 440 that I was talking about that I was not buying. But yeah, AMC going up, maybe $5 soon. I'm excited to see AMC get moving. We've done 30 million shares. We could probably do like 300 million shares if this thing starts really moving. But yeah, AMC looking good. I took a little bit out of Google. I took a little bit out of BABA, but BABA looks like it's about to go and stop me out. Everything's starting to curl back up, so going to get stopped out over 100 on BABA. Maybe we reject, maybe we don't, but BABA looking strong, Google looking strong, everything kind of catching a bid. AMD falling off though, so AMD showing a little bit of relative weakness, though it made a huge move off the bottom. So AMD off 91, gets to that 92.50, back down to 92. Maybe this is the buy spot for the next move up. I don't know if I'm trusting the NASDAQ right now, though. Just kind of hanging out at VWAP. We could see a little break back down to like that 13K. So maybe it has to get down there to start buying dips on NASDAQ names. And Google, look at this, just taking out the high again.
Yeah, what's up, man? You're welcome, Michael Lloyd, man. Yeah, I think Max has been a great add to the team here, and we're continuing every day just to not to look for new people, but you know, there's a whole trading floor behind us. You could send in, well, email marketing at tradertv.live. We do have I don't have it set up yet, but you can, get on the floor here. They're always looking to hire more traders, so you can come in, join the guys in the back there, and join my friend Max, myself, everybody, as we look to have a lot of fun here on the show. I think it's good, and then learning, man. I mean, every single day there's meetings here, going over strategies, going over what worked, what didn't work. Different ideas, right, Max? I mean, different ideas for different people.
Shout out to Obi for starting these trader meetings.
Obi started them?
Obi started them with a bunch of the trainees, and I was like, can I get in on this? And now some of the grads also.
Obi Trice, yeah, what's up to Obi Trice, man? D12. Email's on screen. There it is right there, marketing. I don't know. Marketing at tradertv.live right there. You can hit that up. That reminds me, this is what I'm going to do that right now. This is That's me as I'm just sitting there waiting for Apple to go to the downside and slapping myself silly right there. But okay, we're still okay, guys. I mean, we got a good position on right now. Short 100 on Amazon. We'll see if that can work. Sorry, short 101. What am I talking about? Right there on Amazon. Hopefully we're not short 100. It hasn't really been down there yet today. That would be the very bottom. Which the way I traded recently, maybe that is where I'm short. Because look at KRE. I want to talk about that quickly. We got out and it came right back into 50 again, and now it's trying to push even lower right now. Come on, Google. Let's go everything. AI, we did the work on that. We talked about this holding that 22, 23 area, and that's exactly what it's doing right now. VWAP creeping up, 50 period creeping up, so we like that right now. I'm thinking if we break now, maybe below 22.50, we can get some out. This is going to be a fast mover, so we got to try to be as patient as possible. I believe it was either you or Brendan was talking about AMD a little bit right there on some chips, and maybe it was people in the chat as well. NVIDIA barcoding right now. Huge move up to that 268.50 right now. Trying to make a move back down into VWAP 266.50. Oh, you were talking about AMD as a possible trade, I think it was, or was it not? Maybe it was.
I was thinking maybe at that like 92 level, but
in the NASDAQ, we weren't convinced.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of the NASDAQ, though. It just bounced off VWAP. So NASDAQ looking to make another move up. So if you're long tech names, congratulations. Just hang on to those, in my opinion.
That Google trade was so good, man.
Yeah, I should have like 10 times the size on that Google trade, eh? But it's okay. Google looking like it wants to trend all day. Trust the, see if we can trust the teal on Google. Trust the.
Are you a basketball fan?
Not really.
Not really. So when I say trust the process, that just goes.
Yeah. I
know
don't
who
trust
that
the
is?
process. Famous basketball coach.
No, did you say Joel Embiid?
Yes.
Yes,
I did,
that's
yeah,
right. So you are
exactly.
right. That is right. Yeah. So you are right. It is Joel Embiid. The process. What I think should be the MVP this year in the National Basketball Association. Mahad, what do you think about that call? Yeah, he likes it. Okay, Joel Embiid. So yeah, okay. Because Fahad would just say LeBron James, and I don't have any love for that. No matter what happens with Fahad, LeBron James is by far the best player of all time, and you cannot argue at all with that. But I am excited. James Harden as well. Yeah, shout out to Prab. But now that's kind of trolling, so where no one actually believes in James Harden. Although
Even I know.
I was really surprised
ridiculous.
at how many triple doubles James Harden has. I didn't realize that. Yes, he is, man. Did he have more than Westbrook? I thought he does, yeah, because I was like, there's no way he has more than Westbrook, but the longevity there, definitely. We'll have to look that up again. I'm going to look that up again, but I think we did that one time, and it was somewhat true. Well, it can either be true or not. So we'll look in that again. All right, so I'm just going to get out one more piece. Amazon just dropped down again. We got a 53 fill. We'll take a 59er right there and get that out. Wow, Max. I mean, that Google, I love that Google trade. It's the #1 name on here. I pulled the hatch on it and didn't take it, but I'm sure as hell glad that you did. So shout out to Max on that one. Yeah, Alibaba, shout out to my guy Ian that made this stock famous. Let's go back over to Alibaba right now. I don't stop, by the way, Max. I don't know if you noticed that. Like maybe your experience might be a little different with me than with Neil. We'll talk about that after. But yeah, shout out to Max there, or shout out to Ian there with Alibaba. But yeah, there's a move upside. Great down pressure early. But look at this. Again, like just some great levels, man. Just like that trade on Google, came back in, tested some levels down there, and then boom goes the dynamite, and continuing with that extension right now.
Yeah, really starting to accelerate on Google now. Coming up to my
Google
profit
is
taker.
sick.
I'm in up here 99s. I'm going to get out. So front run me if you wish. I think it's going way further than that. Here we go for Google. Starting to get a bit of an extension. So market not really coming up as fast as Google is. I feel like this is the move on Google. Finally catching that strong bid, volume coming up. Let's break 106, go to 107, go to 109. Google can go anywhere today. AI leader, Google. Loving this trade.
It is literally my #1 holding in my long-term account, and we've been adding to that, so we've been talking about it. But great, absolutely great trade for Max, and we're going to do this. Props. There we go. I got that from you young kids. Everyone's giving each other props. You know, we used to do high fives, chest bumps.
Well, who knows what they're even doing these days?
We're doing props. So watch. See? Props. All right. Was that a call? Crypto with Brendan.
Hey guys, kind of a quiet week for crypto markets. We're wrapping things up, it would appear anyways at this point. Back to the downside ever so slightly. A lot of people discussing over the past couple of weeks going into the next Fed announcement, specifically this correlation that we've seen over the past year or so with the NASDAQ specifically, Bitcoin, the NASDAQ specifically, but just in general, equities, tech equities, and Bitcoin. So this downside move coming back into the equity markets, bit of a downside move as well for Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's Ethereum, as I was mentioning early on this morning. It's been the strong one this week. We get back above 1920, 1925, even at the high. Bit of a pullback today for Ethereum. You can see Bitcoin just chopping around. This is the way it's moved all year long. You get these moves higher, consolidation, move higher, consolidation. So we're into that once again. 27,500 up to about 28,800 at the top as far as resistance is concerned. 27,932 right now, down 1%, about 2% for ETH. 1866 coming into play, but you can see choppy day. Dogecoin, yeah, giving back 7% after a crazy week on that Twitter move to add the Doge logo to, which it still is, as I sit here staring at it right now on Twitter, but 7% downside for Doge once again, guys. Back over to you.
Oh, okay. I'm talking with Ty over here. You remember Ty from last week or earlier this week. Shout out to Ty. Maybe come on the afternoon show, Ty, if you want tonight. But he's talking about Embiid and the three-point shooting. I mean, I was at that Raptors game last year when in overtime, what was it? I don't know if it was, maybe it was 2 years ago, Embiid hit a fadeaway against us, and it was like nasty. We were winning the whole game. That guy's just sick, wicked, and nasty right there. Shout out to Jack Armstrong. Or no, maybe that's Chuck Swirsky. I don't know. Raptors lore right there. All right. So we just talked about everything ripping to the upside. Amazon's not, but we just got some more out. We're getting much lighter on this position. As it's sort of been faded out as the markets come back in. So maybe Amazon's broken, maybe it's not. But let's just take out some more pieces here as we continue to watch out for Amazon and this market really starting to go. I mean, you're right back. We're not back to highs, but I mean, we're way back at, where this market ripped to, and it's trying to slow down a little bit right now at 1350, but we'll see where that's going to come into play coming up right now. We start a very, very small position on Apple, but that's not going to be right either. We talked about it really resisting that 163. Came back in, hit it, bounced off a couple times, straight up to the upside right now. I thought this could be an interesting level on Apple because we're kind of back into where we closed yesterday on Apple right here at 163.60, 163.80, 164. So we're going to start it pretty small right now. Hopefully it can fall back in and we'll be able to catch something here on Apple. But for right now, yeah, it's kind of a nothing burger for me here. We're waiting for Amazon to fall down. We still got C3 AI on board. Hopefully Apple will make this one come through again. But yeah, I know, man. What's up to Chuckles chilling right there. Yeah, Apple is testing the high of the day. It looks like it wants to take it right now. 163.50 coming on Apple. All right, Brenda, what up?
Notably weak anyways on the day here, guys, but now 5.5%. Bear Cave with a note on Airbnb. So took out that low right out of the gate this morning. New lows right now coming into play. A Bear Cave note on Airbnb.
4,000 lots on the level.
Oh, Airbnb. All right, you want to quickly go over AMC? I mean, you got it right now. It's ripping to the upside right now, Max.
Yeah, I got the stop in to go long AMC on the 5 break. I'm liking what I'm seeing on this name, liking what I see on the tape. There's like 4,000 lots there at $5 exactly. So see if we can get that explosive break on AMC to the upside. Looking for like 520 on the next daily chart level. Then 550 would be that key level from the last time we got going. Maybe we get a halt up on AMC as volume is starting to pick up here. Just trusting that teal. I got the teal shirt on today. And AMC just kind of bouncing off the teal, going for 5. Let's see if we can get that extension through 5. And Google just took out pre-market high. What a beautiful trade on Google here. Loving what I'm seeing. Let's see 107. Daily level for the breakout on Google. We can bring it up right here. 108. 108 right there. Looking for the daily breakout on Google at 108. Let's see if we can take out, I believe this was yesterday's pre-market high at 106.75. So probably, that could provide a little bit of resistance. Still watching this AMC for that break though. This could be something good or something bad for sure. AMC may reject.
That's a very, very definitive statement right
Yes.
there. Yeah, I don't know, man. You're already long. Oh no, you got out of AMC. Were you long or short? You were long. weren't you?
I shorted like
shorted.
minimum size right here by accident.
Oh, that's right. You talked about that. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you did mention that before. All right. Nice little, temporary flush down in Apple. I don't know what that move was all about. Apple just touched 30s there. What just happened there?
A little bit of a rejection candle on NASDAQ there, but nothing.
163.30. Where did the NASDAQ do? Okay. Yeah, 13. Okay, so the NASDAQ's trying to push down a little bit. Yeah, good little rejection at 50 there as we talked about that. All right, Brendan with news maybe.
Bullard speaking again, guys. I mentioned there was going to be some comments at the end, maybe some Q&A coming through, so just be aware. Some comments coming through from Fed's Bullard again. I think inflation is going to be sticky going forward. Same old, same old.
I just want to know if it's going to be sticky icky or not. I mean, I don't, like, we already know all this stuff about inflation, man. Tomorrow, big numbers coming through. These guys are just marching out, probably, just talking their own book. We had that chart if Bullard was a hawk or a dove, but I mean, we take a little bit of advantage of that as Apple does come back in a little bit. We take a 30 there. Our average price is 40. Yeah, again, trying to just give it, the high of the day right here on Apple looks like we'll get stopped out right now. We're just going to give this like 10 cents, man. It's not even doing anything. We're just going to try some of these shorts. Like, if I think it's a risk-off day right now, we've already been wrong on it all the way up. So now that we're actually up here, let's see if we hold. It doesn't look like it wants to, man. This market just continues to murk higher. And maybe it's not even the market. The market's kind of calmed down. Maybe I should just short the TQQs or go ahead, short the spiders, short or just long SQQ, something like that, because some of these calls that have been happening on stocks, we had the Google long, which is fantastic. I'm so glad that you're still in that, and we're pumping higher on that one. But the only short that's really been printing for me today has been Amazon, and it's at lows right now for our position right here. So hopefully it can continue to go to the downside. And then I put a lot of risk in Apple, and it's just like, nah, we don't want to go down at all. The market's falling down here 20 handles, and Apple's like, yeah, we're just going to hang out at the highs and not even think about going down. So again, stock selection seems to be a problem. We talk about how important that is every single day, how important stock selection is. And today, man, just Apple doesn't want to fall, and we've just been in some wrong names. Or we haven't been. We've been in some right ones, but the market hasn't participated when we've been in them. Let's see if Apple can turn back around a little bit here. I'm going to put a bid at 42 just because it just stopped. I do have a decent amount of shares here, so we'd love for it to come down. But the way we've been sort of not right today on this short, there we go. We take a little bit out there at 42 for just a flat trade. We'll see if now it wants to pull back. Microsoft also trying to break in a little bit right now. Let's go back over to Softy real quick, man. We only have 20 more minutes. You see, Softy hits the highs and pulls back down $1.20. Okay, Apple, me and you ain't no longer friends, man. Maybe it's Prad that's in here buying up all these Apple shares. I'm gonna have to ask him after, but nice move ups. No, he's not doing that right now. Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay, well, stop doing it now because I'm getting close to getting stopped out right now on Apple as it just continues to make. The market pulled back. I went short Apple. It's not my day for those shorts right now. We're gonna have to go to something else. By the way, we just got flooded with some inquiries into joining our trading floor. So thank you so much for that. We'll pass those on to Brankos and Gregory.
Reliable Rudy asking, where is the Baba long, Max? The Baba long is down here. I missed it. Sad. Beautiful long if you're long Baba. Could have got long off the teal right here on this pullback for that dollar move back up to 101. But yeah, Baba did finally kind of make that next move up on the daily. So if we take out that 102, that would be like a daily breakout for me, if we can see it here. 102, and then maybe that next move up into the 110, 120 area on Baba. So still strong. Just had to do that little pullback off 105 to the 97 area before it made its next leg up. So we'll be watching Baba going forward, but I don't have it today. Got stopped out of a little bit of a short there. Took some more profit on our Google trade just because I had probably too many shares remaining, but holding the rest for the dream, whatever the dream may be. AMC,
108 was the dream.
108, well, maybe 110, who knows?
Ooh. extension on the dream. I like that. Never dream too small, my friend. You can definitely get everything you want here. I think it's been a nice move, though. And I'm just saying that because I'm short, remember? And that we could retrace back a little bit now as the market may be trying to test this 50 period. Look, I've been shorting everything against this market, and right now we're finally, for the very first time, trying to retrace back down a little bit, a wee bit right now as the market trying to bounce off this level. I'm going to take another piece out of Apple because that's starting to print now finally. Sometimes you just need to trash talk it, and there it is to the downside as we're going, man. We're right back in like a much more comfortable pocket, man. We've put on some good positions now with Amazon short, now 50 cents in the money. Apple just 15 cents, but this is like, I'm trying to slowly get in and out of this name a little bit here as I'm not really convinced. Like, we're just breaking the 50 period here. The NASDAQ and the Apple trade needs to come down to 163.10 to get to their 50 period, and it's not doing that. So, I mean, I want to thank Prad there because he did stop buying, and then Apple did start to come back down to the downside right there. So when you don't have that huge whale sitting there buying, it does help a little bit that he moves away. Yes, sir, there it is, finally, Max. We can spin a little bit of this right now as, okay, here we go. Now we're starting to bank a little bit on all this. So far, so good here for the downside on Apple. Hey, man, we're at 20s. Yes, sir. We'll take some more right now. We put on our kind of our usual position up here, so definitely coming back in here for us on Apple. And again, man, you don't want to keep swinging. We actually left it alone here for about 25 minutes or so once we got into a level of that we liked a little bit, shorted a little bit more. We were nervous about it. Like, this is not like, that's it. What's up? Oh, there. Is that Tester, Prad? Is that, or that's you? Okay. I don't know if there was someone in there against it, but all right, there it is. Nice move to the downside here. Now we're much closer to the 50 period. So let's try to be as patient as we can and wait for that until we get it. So the 50 period coming in for Apple, we do have our top side out there. We don't want to be right and then not have enough shares to cash out when we are right. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. Amazon falling back in right at another level. Again, having enough shares allows you to sort of get in and out of these positions. So let's put a bid right here on Amazon. We're right at that very bottom again. And there it is. We get a 44 print right there. So what's up, Kat?
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
I hope Kat's also getting better because apparently she's under the weather or taking time off or what, but we are going to wait to see Kat back in the building hopefully soon. All right, Brendo, back over to you.
Hey guys, yeah, about as mixed as you're going to see this board so far today. We are downside ever so slightly, 0.35 right now for the S&P 500, but about 50-50 as far as advancers and decliners today. Material stocks notably weak here. There was a negative note on Mosaic this morning, so MOS down 5%, FMC 4.7, a few others in that same kind of group downside as a result as well. Energy stocks also in the red. Got the natural gas storage numbers out early on this morning, but I was kind of in line with expectations. Netflix down 2%. There's Google up 1.2%. Warner Brothers also under pressure. They have an event coming up next week, but communication services pretty mixed as far as the performance goes so far today. Costco with that sales, month-over-month sales number, missed estimates down 3%. Banks looking actually pretty good. Bit of a bounce so far, specifically for the regional banks this morning. Micron as well to the upside, 2.6%. We've seen 2 or 3 days in a row here for some of these clean energy related names. Enphase and SEDG notably weak once again today, 1.2, 2.8. For both in negative territory. Another upgrade coming through I saw for FedEx today as well after earnings earlier on this week were better than expected. So as I said, pretty mixed, about as mixed as you're going to see this board. 0.3 right now for the S&P in the red, guys.
All right, 10:46. So how did it feel? We're almost done.
It's easy, man. I think you could do this show yourself.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. I'm never doing it again because now we have such great help like yourself, Ty, Obi, Arun, Sharif. It goes on and on and on. Fahad, apparently.
Fahad.
Everyone loves Fahad, man. We love
Greatest
Fahad.
trader on the floor, Fahad.
He is one. He is the self-proclaimed greatest trader on the floor. And, you know, until I see otherwise, I would tend to agree. I don't know. That seems strange to say that. No, FOD's great. And again, it's about learning, right? And we talked about that earlier. Whether or not you're just going to go into sim mode or trade less shares or do something like that, you never want to step into this realm without being properly prepared. You don't want to go to a gunfight with a knife. And I feel like that's what we do every day here when you're not focused and not looking at the right stops and everything like that. You got to be ready to rock and roll. Here comes Apple right back up to the upside. So remember we talked about it coming down to the 50 period. We got out of half of our trade only. So as this rips back up to the upside right now, I'm a little cautious. I'm not going to reload this trade anymore. You know, I'm happy with where we're at right now. We sort of took a little bit of an advantage on that dip down. And if it doesn't want to work, then it's just not going to work. It can come back up here. I'm not going to like average into this. If we lose on this position now, you know, at least we were able to take some money out on the downside, and we did that. And we got 20s. Like, we got 20s, we got 25s. But look what we're short. We're short 45, so that's 20 cents. We're going to get out if it breaks the high here. So the risk to reward right now is at close enough to that 1-to-1 that we're happy with. It's about a 15-cent hit if we lose, up to the 60s. And we've taken a little bit more than that on the way down. So it'll be net about flat, which doesn't make me happy. We always want to win on everything right now. So, okay, AI still holding out, man. This is the one trade like your Google that we've had for, you know, from the jump. I mean, we had this from the very beginning of the day. It came in here at 9:35. We sat there with a planted order and it filled us. So, you know, that it's always nice when that happens because it's hands off. You don't have to do anything. And we get out of that on the way up. And then our best fill is only here at 222.60. Right now it's nicely done, and maybe we can break that level. And the next level up is that keep saying 200 because I'm looking over here at Apple and Amazon and all this stuff. But still looking at 2470 was a level that we liked on C3 AI. I don't know if we can find that on the minute. Oh yeah, it's right into here. This little break right there. So if we can get back to sort of where we were yesterday before we dropped down, I think that would be an area to possibly get out if we break that level. Maybe I'll put an offer at 23.50. More updates on the midday show if I'm not out of it before then, because we only have 10 minutes now until we go over there. There's your 106, my guy.
Yeah, 106 still kind of holding on Google. NASDAQ tried VWAP and kind of rejected, so now we're going back to the upside. So chilling on Google. BABA, though, bounces off of the 50 period. That is your indicator that you popularized, Sean. Yeah, BABA apparently wants to stay above 100 today. Wish I had this long on the 100 hold there. That's a money trade. It just like wicks down 100 and then right back to the upside. BABA looking for 102 today maybe. Not sure what to do with that one. I did have that on my list. Buy 98.5, potential for 102 today. I'm staring at the note right now. Yeah, 98.5, 102 incoming. Too bad on BABA today. Same thing with Amazon, like just missing a couple of bangers today, but we still have our Google banger. Somebody told me that I was afraid to be long AMC.
Why is that?
I am not afraid to be long AMC. It just hasn't given me a trade yet. So 5 break, you can see my order is in here to take that 5 break if it comes in. AMC still kind of like just chilling around this 21 EMA, chilling above VWAP. We'll see if we get that extension on AMC. I mean, I don't think the news is that great, but I don't want to stand in front of Ape Nation on AMC.
There you go, apes are uniting right in front of you right there.
Look at that guy.
I mean, I really feel like that ape should sell that diamond and maybe buy some more shares, because if we're going to moon, this might be it, man. We're going to wait to see what happens right there. But we did get a little bit of a pullback in Apple as well. But I do like that talk there about AMC. So that was a good little look, man. We were actually, we had written down AMC today. Actually, it's not on. Oh, it is on here. And again, the $4 long, we were sitting there, but we were sitting at 420, which we got that C3 AI dip early. We missed AMC. So you're not going to get them all, but that was definitely a missed opportunity right down there at 43, 430. But hard to predict that. The reason why I was waiting a little bit lower is just because of the way I had it all set up, right? And that is just to hopefully absorb, that $4 level and then take the 20 cents, because I was wondering about this 450 sort of where we were in the pre-market as possibly being a high. So if we did get into that position, where would we get out? So that's the kind of stuff that always kind of goes through everybody's mind around here is risk, right? And you got to have that. So there's a nice little move up to 5. I really like that play. I think we both are brave enough to take that. It has nothing to do with bravery. stupidity is maybe more up my alley, but I feel like we could be brave on that and take that fill if it does break. So yeah, we're here for that for sure. But one thing that is for sure is Amazon, again, bouncing off this 50 level. I just telling people if it comes back into this 40, we do have another bid there. And then Apple just fell down again into the 30s, so we're taking some more profit. Remember, we're out at 60, so our risk right here is 15 cents upside. We're now, well, we just took 15 cents to the downside as we got some 30 fills. So, we're going 1-to-1 with an attempt at a hold for hopefully a better price in coming as the NASDAQ, I think it wants to test 13,000. But without any further ado, it's Money Talks as the dollar is, I think, at close enough to lows right now to get people interested again in the US dollar. So let's go over to Brendo and see what's going on with currencies.
Yeah, back downside currently, guys, for the DXY, although we was just noting we are still positive on the day. So still trying to hold around that 102 area coming off that jobless claims number this morning that for the second week in a row, remember, moving in the right direction or moving in the direction that the Fed wants to see as far as the inflation battle goes. So here is 101.9. If you remember, we were watching 102 over the past couple of days. If you zoom out on this, this is a daily chart. You'll get a better picture as to where we are overall. Still, the monster move out of 2021 and 2022 still comes off. So we're right back to support, essentially, 102. As I mentioned, that sticking point. Again, coming up this afternoon, 2:45, Frank Caberna going to be on the show. We'll talk the U.S. dollar, we'll talk the euro, we'll talk the pound, we'll talk all of these once again. And what to expect going into the next Fed meeting. There is the euro. Positive on the day as well. 109 back in play for the euro, Canadian dollar. Downside ever so slightly, 74 cents, 124 and change for the British pound. So muted action overall outside of the DXY. 0.6 currently for Bitcoin. 1.9 there for Ethereum, guys, both also in the red. Back over to you.
All right. Let it fall, says James. Yeah, let it fall, let it fall. Let it snow, let it snow. You a big Christmas guy?
Love Christmas.
Me
Favorite
too.
holiday.
Love Christmas. Is that your favorite holiday? Yeah, I think
Oh,
probably.
yeah.
Until you know what, it was my favorite holiday. Then I had kids that wanted an Oculus, that wanted, every Nintendo Switch game under the sun, and then they want new skates and new everything. But I love Christmas, yeah, for sure. That's 100%. All right, so Apple falling down. One name that we didn't look at today, though, and it's kind of like, I don't know, Meta. I mean, unless you had that 209 bottom that happened earlier on Meta, I mean, this is another one of those names where I guess we could try to short those tops, but again, it's just a matter of what we think is going to happen here today. Meta very quiet. Normally, this is a name that will run. Well, those guys will probably be talking about. I know it's a name that Sharif likes to trade on the midday show too, but 209. 211, like to have a $2 range on Meta today, doesn't seem like that much, considering you're like a $2 winner on Google or so, and like Meta's a $200 name that definitely could move. We already have a $5 range? I know you said the ATR for Tesla is 10, but Tesla starts the day at 184-ish, makes that move to 180, then all the way to 185, so that had $5 in it right there. Meta sort of the sleeping giant, wondering if there's going to be a trade on that name moving forward as well. Alibaba, what else are you in? You're just in Google. Let's just, any other names before we go here, man? It's 10:55. We can review this KRE quickly. Stopped out, only made money early on and then stopped out, and now it's kind of bouncing around. We'll look at that. I'm not going to take a position right now, but we will look at WAL, FRC, WFC. I really like to short WFC all the time, but yesterday we were long off of, I believe it was 37.50, I think, yesterday. Where was yesterday? Oh, was it 36.50? 36.50, sorry. That was a great long down there. Look at this long on 36.50. Fantastic yesterday on Wells Fargo. And then you go into here today, and you're seeing that again, unless you're looking, this is what I mean. All the levels have been developed to the upside right now for shorts. Like you could break it right now back down, maybe on WFC breaking 37.60 or so. Could be a trade there on Wells Fargo. As there we go, we're now 20 cents in the money on Apple, which is definitely working out for us as it's back into 30s. So let's see if we can dip down, man. I said to Max, he just bigged me up on the 50 period. If I don't put a bid here on Apple at the 50 period, then I would feel silly. So we did that. We just got a 20 fill, which is 27 cents, which puts us at that magical 2-to-1 risk to reward right there, right now. What was a pretty nasty start, we definitely made up for it here at the end as some of these names finally starting to fall down. We've just been milking the Amazon short and the Apple long, and still waiting to see if AI wants to do anything at this 22 level. So debating getting out, man. We're not taking out this 23.50 right now. Let's get some more action in. Maybe as the market kind of nulls, or kind of goes to sleep a little bit, maybe AI will pick up again. But for right now, we'll hold on to that long as there's Apple bouncing one more time.
Yeah, a bit of a miss here on Tesla. I went for the 184 level. Probably should have waited for that like round $5 level at 185 because it does the exact thing that I wanted it to, and then retraces a couple dollars. So yeah, Tesla, I was looking for the short in this one. Tried it once, should have tried it one more time. But yeah, Tesla looking a little bit weaker than some of the others on this bad news. Yeah, but still bouncing off VWAP. Tesla stronger than I expected today for sure, but so is every other NASDAQ name pretty much. AMC still hasn't broken, still kind of, I guess the short is, where's AMC? Come on.
Short's good till it ain't.
The short is good off of 5, I guess, on AMC. Not counting this one out until it is down below this 430 probably. AMC just, up and to the right still, but rejecting off 5 for now. I'm still waiting. I will take that fill whenever it comes. I think AMC doesn't really matter time of day on this one. If it does a breakout, it can really start to fly. Google, I'm just going to trail it back to basically VWAP because I've gotten enough shares out that I now have my kind of like swing position on for the move that I am really looking for. So yeah, we'll just trail it back to like 30s, 29s probably. This is like a breakout price over here, getting a little move down in the market, but nothing to be too scared of. 4,100 still holding for now.
Max, be afraid. Be very afraid. As this market comes back down to the downside, and we'll put the market right now in the gates of hell, although it's been a fantastic day for everybody trading the NASDAQ right now. Took a swig of water, and all of a sudden my throat seems worse right there. But a lot of talking here today. I want to thank Max for coming through. What a great sidekick here. Of course, we miss Neil. We should be all back in the saddle next week. But yeah, so far so good here. Great day, great long on that, man. Congratulations on that. I'm really happy that you took that because I know it's tough to come on the show and trade and
for sure,
do all that kind of stuff. So I want to thank you for all that, Max, and putting on those big winners. And hey, man, everyone, you guys like Max? Put throw those ones in the chat right now, man. We love Max. We steal Max from stole you from the Midday show. We got a decent replacement.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a Rune is in the building.
Get your notepads out, guys. You're about to learn something.
See, mine's blank, so I'm ready to go, man. I'm going to be writing down a whole bunch of notes there. But, Arun and Sharif will do their thing. It's good to ask questions. I mean, the Midday show is a little slower. And, I know that you and I are trading a little bit. Arun, we'll see if he has any futures or what he's been doing right now. But that's the benefit of what we do around here. We all have a little different styles today. I traded Microsoft, KRE, Amazon, AI, Apple. What positions do you have? You had AMC, you had Google.
AMC, Google, little BABA, short.
BABA action going on right there.
Not too much today for me.
There it is, man. Everyone loves that. Great show, Max. Got the hearts in there as well. So, yeah, we love Max. And we love all of our viewers. I want to thank everybody for one more time watching the show here. We're back at 2 o'clock, which should be a lot of fun. Thanks to Bears versus Bulls. Thanks to everybody there. The market's, like, pretty bouncy. I'm just watching Apple. It's like, I don't know, one minute you're, like, in the money 30 cents. The next minute it's right back up. It should create some nice action here for the Midday show. It is 11 o'clock. Good job today, Mahad, there, because we do not have Fahad. We have Pratt and Mahad on the ones and twos. Great job there, boys, today. Thanks, Michael Nas. Thanks, Luis Barbados from our Barcelona office. Easter promotion with Trader TV 25 coming through. You get the 25% off until Wednesday as well. Shout out to Michael Nas. Thank you so much, man, for coming on. I know I hit you up late for that one. But, all right, we're running a bit over. Max got to go back, relax, chill out. You're welcome to stay here, go talk to the boys, whatever. We are getting ready for the Midday show. So without any further ado, it's my two favorite traders. It is Arun and Sharif. Let's go.
Well, that's a ringing endorsement. I'll take that. Welcome to the Midday Show, people. I'm Sharif. That's Arun. You guys know who that is. Let's get it started. Yeah, it's been a bit of,
Quiet one?
Yeah.
I would say.
That's a good characterization.
Yeah.
Inside. I was looking at some levels. I know you were none too plus with the movement. Didn't pull the trigger yet on anything.
I mean,
yeah?
that's the thing too, right? Everyone knows how I trade. I'm very patient, waiting for a specific type of trade, and when I don't get the criteria,
You don't trade.
you don't trade, right? I mean, and going into a long weekend. Well, is it really a long weekend when there's a number? So apparently, and this is okay. So there's a job non-farm payrolls out.
Yeah.
And it's not that often that you get a number coming out on a Friday when the equity
Right.
side is closed. Globex is open. I don't know if this is true or not. Somebody in the chat, when I asked this morning, said it's not a federal holiday and that's why they're doing it. Now, I don't know.
The bond market's open tomorrow.
So if it's
The
not
bond
a
market's
federal
open tomorrow.
holiday,
And so
equity
that's
side
what
is
people were
closed. So
saying.
that makes sense, right? Then keep in mind, if you are trading Globex or if you are trading futures contracts, they run on Globex. Globex
Right.
is open.
There you go.
So you can technically trade tomorrow's number if
Yeah.
you're willing to trade the futures contracts directly. So should be an interesting one. I actually
So are you going to be
wasn't.
trading tomorrow?
I
your eye
wasn't
gonna do
expecting
that?
to. I might be looking at it now.
Okay.
I mean, it's something
These
to watch.
jobs numbers
These,
are super important. now.
and especially on a day when you're not going to get a ton of volatility or
That's the thing.
volume. I
It
think
may
it'll
be
be
an
extra.
outsized move, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I see.
I think Monday
yeah.
too, though, coming back when everyone's back in the game.
Yeah.
That could be a correction day. Regardless, whatever happens on Friday, we could be reversing course on Monday. So
Yeah,
even
that'd be
if
great.
even if highly advised against trading a thin market, but even if you do, if you're feeling frisky and you try to do it,
Frisky.
Monday could be a day where you think of what happened on Friday, and Monday you come in like, okay, is today the day we reverse that entire move? Regardless of what happens, are we going to reverse that entire move? I think that remains to be seen. Next week should be a good one. Earnings apparently are starting as well. Earnings.
Yeah, bank earnings
So
are on
you
deck, and
got
that's
all of
always
that.
a lot of fun for me since I do the earnings around here.
There you go.
And so that takes me about like a good half an hour, 45 minutes at night. So yeah, but it's good because you're always really up to speed about what is up on deck, and that's kind of being. That's part of being ready. All right, let's talk about some of these small cappers. I know the big guys. We're doing a lot of the big cap trading today. They had Google, they had a bunch of other stuff. But guess what? A lot of these AI small cap crappers, yup, they're back. Chief among them, GFAI. Yes, up 67%, was up actually a lot higher. It's been up and to the right. For this bad boy, this is the 5-minute chart on GFAI. A lot of volume, guys, to support this move. We're talking about 13.1 already, about almost 1 million done in the last 5 minutes alone. So a lot of liquidity there. I have not participated in this one. It's been spready. It's been very volatile. Look at that. It just dropped 50 pennies just like that. So the move on this one, you know, obviously looking at it ex post facto, is that VWAP retracement. That was money. And you had to move up. Never broke VWAP. If you front ran it by a few pennies, a dime, whatever, it printed. I have been in a different trade. It's a good trade so far. It's profitable, but it really has not materialized in the way that I wanted. It's Seco. It's a continuation from yesterday, and I see, you know, a big bull flag up and a VWAP hold. I say, great. I'm going to buy off VWAP, and that will be the play. And my out will be the break of the most recent low. And in this particular case, I've earmarked that at 106. So been buying off VWAP with a low, with a risk of 106, looking for a break. Now, I got the break. I got the break of the $0.25. Initially, that was the top. But then it became the 29 penny, it became 30 pennies. So, you know, in terms of a lot of vigor and a lot of real momentum and continuation, you're not seeing it on this one. It's not the main one everybody's looking at, especially only having done 9.7 million shares for $1 stock. That's bupkis. And so, yeah, the fact that I'm still in it, but we'll see what it materializes. But GFAI has been all the hype. And by the way, before I send it back to Arun, making a pullback into VWAP, I want to say 1350. That may be the level if you're looking at another stab at this one on a VWAP dip.
Going through some names. Potentially, maybe this is a trade on the equity side. I haven't really looked at the equity until we started the show. So now I'm looking up, and some of you guys are talking about Roku, and I'm just like, maybe Roku. But the issue with Roku is, again, criteria for me is extremely precise in terms of what would be an okay trade. Down here, 60, near that 60 break, you had multi-day bottoms, so pretty much this entire zone. So that makes sense for the longs down there. I wasn't watching Roku. Now, if you're looking for the breakout, or you've missed the bounce, now you're looking for a breakout. Where do you go for the breakout? I mean, I would have to say 63-ish, right? Because up until that point, you've got some resistance above, because we really stalled out here around that 62.50 yesterday. So for me, if we get above 63 on Roku, I'll consider looking at this for a potential long there. Somebody else was saying, Arun, trade now, talk later.
Yeah, okay.
I saw that message, and the answer to that is no. Because
Funny.
what trades? Are we trading for the sake of trading, or are we trading to make money, right? So if you're trading to make money, you got to make the right trades. If you have trades that you think that are setting up real nice right now, put them in the chat. I'll take a look, because I do want to get something, but I'm not going to just start pressing keys for the sake of it. So let's see where this goes. If Roku's obviously one on the table, 63 up, we'll take a look at that one. Obviously, some other names. AI was a hot name this morning, and AI is starting to look like a decent one, not at these prices though, but if we came back down to 22.25, 22.50, something like that, because we did kind of do a nice little bottom bounce right off. I honestly thought we could have taken a look at 20. That would have been a much nicer trade if you squeeze the stops below 20 and then do this type of a spin move.
Right.
Especially when a market's fallen off or stock's fallen off from like this all the way down to a very close to an even number. You take out the stops first. That's the easy way to go. The problem with doing this now is it opens up the door for a lot of people to put stops down there now.
Right.
And it's hard to trust it. Right? So like on a bounce down to like 22, is there a long? Are you willing to take a long with a 20 stop, knowing that this is going to be the situation you're dealing with?
Right.
With the stop placement? Because easily, when you take stops on a stock like this, you can easily go down like 50, 60 cents and snap right back, and it'll still be a long. Right? So. All right, Google. You guys talking about Google? All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Max was all over that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Max had that 104. Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
104.
That's
what?
a nice one. Okay. Oh, I actually have a drop line.
104,
Why do I have a line drawn at
53.
107? Let's go back a little bit here. Maybe go to a 60-minute chart. See more action. See if we can get. Oh yeah, that 107 is going to be hot on Google here. So a couple options here, depending on how the market breaks. If the S&P breaks to the upside, so above 15, I would expect Google to go along with it. And then if we can get Google breaking 107 with the market breaking north of 15, potential long. If the market stalls around these 10s and Google's sitting right here, I might even fade this. This might be a potential fade. So counter, when I mean fade, I mean counter trend.
Yeah. Okay.
Because of resistance, right? Current move is to the upside. Google's up 1.6, and we're getting into resistance level.
Definitely.
And if we start to lose traction on the large index, then Google's probably not going to have the same kind of juice, right? So that's kind of my play here. Google there. I'll keep going through it. Oh, somebody said hey, NVIDIA. NVIDIA to the upside.
Really? It's back on watch today? I don't even have it up.
NVIDIA on
take off
30.
the,
What do we got here? 270.
Wow, yeah, not bad move. Just
270.
went green.
That could be a decent one. Let's put an alert there for 270. So a lot of these trades, though, I'm trying to time them with the market. So I know on the future side of things, I'm looking for this 15 to go. We had these zones marked off this morning when I came on at 9 a.m. south of 4100. We did get there. We took out some stops there. But the problem when we do a snapback move like this is there's no time to set up a long, right? I was talking to you about this earlier. It's like, yeah, it's in the zone, but at the same time, it's not willing to set anything up. It's just kind of bouncing real quick.
Okay, so you want it to hang out down there?
Not just hang out, but I want it to trade down there. I want you to run some volume underneath 4100, inside the buy zone, can't go anywhere, then we reverse course.
And shows you that there are concrete buyers there.
Exactly.
I see.
When you snap back like that, I start worrying about, well, that could just be selling drying up in a spot, and we just snap back. And that's why we've kind of struggled. We haven't gone up, we haven't gone down. There's no one left, right?
Meek.
So that's kind of my play here.
Okay.
41.15 is kind of the threshold that we need to cross for me to start thinking of a long. We might still try to play through the bottom, but I got to consider what's up top as well.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, no, we're moving back up on Seco. So I've done a couple of things since then. I've set up a profit taker at 30 on SECO. I call it Seco. But yeah, we're moving up. We're holding the 50 period most notably on the 1 minute. So on these small cap crappers, the 1 minute, yeah, it does. it does factor in a bit more heavily than, say, on some of the big crappers, obviously. The other move is I've set up a dip trade on GFAI. This one's, you know, this is kind of a hope, because I don't know if we see VWAP again at this point. It may be just a pipe dream. Here's what I'm looking at. VWAP on my chart here. So we've talked about this before if you're a viewer of the show. Where VWAP is anchored from on P-Pro 8 is not where it's anchored from on IBKR. IBKR starts 4 a.m. P-Pro 8 starts a little bit after that. So I tend to use the IBKR a bit more. That there is 13.25 for me. So I'm looking to front run that by 10 pennies, sitting at 13.35. So the VWAP retracement on GFAI, sorry, I kept that small there, will be based on a retracement in here. Looks like, you know, it's showing more relative strength, more intention to go to the high side and print some higher highs. But if it shall make its way down there, now my out, sorry, discuss that. My out will obviously be the break of, so VWAP is around 13.35. It will be around the break of 12.75. That would be the newer low. And, you know, to me, that would be an obvious trend change. It will be a decided break of VWAP as well. And on these small cappers, I don't like to stay long if it's below VWAP. So that's my move on GFAI. Should it make its way down there? We're stair-stepping up again on SECO. I'm looking for continuation. I'm looking for a high day break at 129. All right, Arun, it looks like we already got
Our first super chat.
our first super chat. It's from Kenny Means. He sent 5 big ones, and he asked Arun, your opinion on the TQQs and the SQQs. I guess you can just choose one.
It's either or. They're inverse of each other, right?
Exactly.
They're triple levered ETFs playing the NASDAQ index. So QQQ, for anyone that's wondering what these are, QQQ is the core, and then you have triple levered and you have triple inversed. So TQQ is the triple inverse, I believe, which is if the market goes down, it goes up. Am I right? No. SQQ is the inverse. Yes. So if the market goes down, SQQ goes up. It's a
Shows that you really don't touch these. I mean, you are an ES kind of guy.
No, it's not even just that. You know what it is? It's also once you go into the triple inversed. What's going on here?
What's happening? All good.
That's
It's live TV, baby.
Live, yeah, live. We're not.
There we go.
We're not watching previous videos here.
All right.
I think it was one of the interviews that we had.
Yeah,
anyways,
from last.
so like the great
days
thing
ago.
with these inverse ETFs, they are great if you're not a fan of going short.
Right.
Right. If you think the market's going down,
Okay.
and you want to capitalize on them, you just grab along on them.
Right.
And if as the market goes down, it goes up.
Right.
So that's a great way to play. The only issue I have with these triple inverses is that they're so exaggerated moves that as great as it's a double-edged sword, as great as it could be on the if you're right, you could
Equally as bad.
equally as bad on the sell side too.
No
So if
question
you are
about
going to
that.
play on the triple leveraged side of things, then just be smart about how much you're putting into those names. Now,
I think the reason people like them is you can take small shareage. So if you take 10, right?
Yeah.
Rather than taking a one full contract on the MES, which is a bit more pricey in terms of buying power.
Definitely.
Number one. Number two is the risk of loss. So I think that's why people tend towards them a little bit.
all right, let's go to the chart itself. And I don't think it really makes a difference to go through either the TQQ or the SQQ chart itself, because all of it's going to be centered around the QQQ, right? The NASDAQ index. So whatever this chart is, it's going to look in an exaggerated fashion on both of these in different directions, right? With the SQQ and the TQQ. So with the NASDAQ, I mean, the last few days, it's pretty clear what we've kind of done here, which was kind of putting a nice little top here around these 322s on the top end, and then we kind of broke through the bottom. But I wouldn't really call this a breakthrough, this 317, because if you look to the left, and you always say up and to the right. I always like to look to the left. Look to the left, because that'll tell you where we've really stalled out and had some issues before. And if you go all the way back this is on the QQQ, so even if you go to the TQQ or the SQQ, you're going to see very similar things. If you go all the way back to the end of March here, we really did struggle around these 314s and 315s. So there's a huge buy zone that sits right about here. So although we may have kind of put in a nice sideways action here, we just broke back down to the next buy zone or the previous buy zone, which is now acting as resistance. So we are catching bids. And that kind of falls in line with what I had marked off on the ES as well, which is we are catching bids at the right spots. So you're having quick moves off these previous zones, especially in these thin markets. And this kind of ties into another question somebody had, which was, can you explain these quick, sudden moves that you're seeing in these markets? And this is the conversation I had with another trader a few days ago, actually. It's starting to happen a lot more than it used to. Crossing action, right? We're used to seeing crossing action in these indexes,
Right.
Where guys are crossing, 3 points, 4 points, trying to wiping out levels for, all 4 points. That's that could be like a couple thousand contracts in one shot, right?
Easy, right?
That happens.
Okay.
That's happened all the time. We don't know what people are doing. People could be what's called hedging. Our indexes are used to hedge all the time.
Right.
So that's a regular occurrence. But now I'm noticing it's happening a lot more.
Huh.
So there's a lot more activity happening with those types of moves where there's crosses like in one spot repeatedly. I don't know if last week, I think it was, in one spot, it was every time we got to that spot, it was just repeated crosses. It happened throughout the day. And those are a few thousand contracts going off in one shot. So that's what's happening in these sudden moves. And as soon as it's done, the market just comes right back to what it needs to do, right? So it's not like it's causing a move. It's just people are just timing it right. So they're getting their contracts at the right spot within the range that they're trying to. And then the market kind of continues to bounce from there. But in terms of the QQQ and indexes, you got to look at it from the much bigger perspective. What's going on with these videos there, guys? So these indexes, you just got to look at them from the bigger perspective. Always look at it from the daily or the weeklies if you're trading those big charts. And you can see it, especially when you go to the daily. You see what I'm talking about. Much easier to see that little zone. Remember, we drew that on the 30-minute chart, but if you go to the daily, you're seeing this. Keep this up. If you're trading these QQQs, because people use these quite often in their long-term portfolios for the reasons that we talked about, these are going to show up much more evidently on the dailies.
And that's how you were
weekly.
able to see the big change between the move we've had off the bottoms in February on the NQ versus the ES.
Yep.
The NQ has just been way stronger. Not
But that's the
lately,
thing.
though, last couple
No,
of
but it's not only
days.
that,
but
though. It's just
it's been so
volatility is
obvious.
so much higher.
Yeah. and
It's
the-
always going to be the case.
But the volume is lower. Have you noticed this?
NQ has always had lower volume.
I'm
Oh,
no,
you mean
in
relative?
general, yeah, for the market. That's why I feel that there might be a lot of money on the sideline. Different discussion for different segment, but I just want to get to this super chat. Red 1010, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Love the show, love the knowledge. As someone who works from home, you guys keep me entertained and learning every day. Thank you, Heart. Shout out to Red 1010. Thank you very much for that, and I hope you do appreciate the show and keep watching. All right, quickly, want to get to this GFAI trade. I've since revised my opinion about the levels which this stock is respecting. You know, on my 5-minute IBKR chart, it really looked like the VWAP was a dip, but on second consideration here, it really looks like the 50 period on the 1-minute chart's really being respected. Now, you did have this wick below here for about, I want to say, 20 pennies below that 50 period, but didn't close below that. And this is on the 1-minute chart too. So quickly retraced, met with a lot of buying, and look at that breakout. And I started looking here. This is when I started noticing, and then it really skyrocketed, breaking above there, making almost about $1 move from that 14.50 break. Yeah, actually making exactly $1 move as we get up to 15.50. So GFAI, rocketing, still giving you lots of opportunities, but you know, quick observation, 50 period on the 1 minute, at least on P-Pro 8 from wherever this is anchored, looks like to be quite a respected level at these at this moment in time. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still in the Seco trade, looking for this to run. You know, it's still hanging out above VWAP, showing me all the right things. I really haven't seen anything that's going to make me change my mind. My out is going to be exact same place where I said it would be last at that 106 level, and nothing's really changed in that. But here's what I'm talking about, Arun. Look at this move on the NQ, and look at the move, the relative move on the ES. Man, these ones have just been moving different lately. Look at that top breakout, and we haven't broken the top here. Like, it's just been moving
if you even
different.
pulled up the Dow, I think you're going to be in for quite the
Dow's been
surprise.
interesting.
Yeah, Dow's doing his own thing too.
So let me bring up the Dow futures. I got that over here, which is the YM on IBKR. So we'll go to the 5-minute of that. And here it is. Yeah, exactly. It's even more anemic. Yeah, not breaking through the tops, but double bottoming.
Yeah, but like, I mean, from the bigger perspective, right? From between the
15?
NASDAQ. No, I'm talking like daily or weeklies. If you look at
the
it,
Dow's been weak, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a completely different game. There's a lot of divergences happening. This kind of falls into a question that somebody was asking, which is like, why do majority of stocks move up and down together at the same time? Don't understand how that works.
It's a very good question.
I mean, so if there's a concern in the market, all the stocks are going to have an issue. Like if there's a concern about banking, or not banking, but the Fed, right? If there's a concern about what the Fed's going to do, everyone takes that as a issue if there's a negative perception of it. And then they sell off a bunch of different names to make up for the fact that this could become a problem in the future. So you see a lot of names moving in one direction. And then there's times when you have individual names that are part of a sector that cause the entire sector to get depressed.
Sympathy plays,
Yeah, sympathy plays. So if, say, banking is an issue, then you're going to have not just the regional banks have an issue, but then you're going to have the larger players get kind of dragged down unnecessarily with that as well, because there's contagion and people start worrying about different things. So they start applying one potential issue from one name into other different names, and then you have the entire market getting dragged down because of that, right? So that's one way. And then you have something else where you could have a bunch of names that are falling apart, and there's that one strong name that refuses to go down.
Secular play.
Even though, like today, Google was that, right?
Yeah.
Like we had names falling off, like Apple and whatnot, all the
Google
tech
up
names.
almost 2% now.
And Google's up almost 2%. So there's going to be intrinsic strength there sometimes, or relative strength there at times. News related to AI, right? So they have their own reason for holding up when the market wasn't going down. So at the end of the day, and I think this happens a lot too, Sharif, I don't know if you noticed this, but you can always fit a story to what the market has done.
For sure.
So if the market, let's just say we have two stories ready to go. If the market is down, is because of story A. If the market is up, is because of story B. And that's always going to be the case.
Yeah, you need that. The human needs that explanation. You know what I mean? I mean, at least I do. It helps with me. All right, guys. Brendo, he's at the big desk. He's got volume leaders.
Hey guys, pretty evenly split board to show you once again this morning as far as what's doing the most volume, what is moving up and down, about 50-50 right now as far as U.S. listings are concerned. 10,121 once again on this board today. You can see 4,137 higher, 4,825 downside so far, 1,168 right in the middle, basically break even. Currently, new lows versus new highs, 164 to 64. So we are moving to the southbound side. You can see at this point all week long, we've had at least one, if not a couple, in the 100 million club. Yeah, not so much today. Only 81 million, right? Only 81 million for Mullen traded at this point. Downside a little bit. What a week it's been for Mullen, though. Virgin Orbit popped up yesterday, if you remember, late in the day on that report that they were working on a deal to get some financing done, but nothing further on that yet today, but 76 million. Back to the upside once again today for VORB. Tesla on here once again, 57 million. BBBY on the reverse stock split announcement. TQs on here, SQs as well. The long side winning out so far. It's interesting. I've been kind of watching based on volume which one is telling the story of the day. Not so much today as we're basically break even, as I said, but TQ is doing more volume than the short side. AMC, YVR, AI, and Boyle to round things out, guys.
Thank you for that, Brendo. I saw VORB on there. Did I tell you my little experience with Virgin Orbit? Yeah, they know how to drag your leg. They know how to clickbait you. Well, here's what happens. So I'm like, yeah, there's a chance for you to go into space and reserve with your credit card and this and that. Anyway, I'm huge space buff, so I'm like, all right, let's.
You drop your credit card.
Hold on. No. I didn't get suckered in that way. Jeez. No. So I'm like, all right, I'll play along. Let's see where this will end up. So they don't tell you the price right away. They don't want to scare you. So they put a couple of walls up that you got to get by to kind of get in there. You got to put your email, obviously. You got to put your email. You get in there. Make a long story short, they want 10K up front on your credit card. Respect.
That's
okay,
fair.
that's fair. Then 4 months prior to the event.
Yeah.
60K is then required. Okay.
Okay.
Still, and then you know the balance, whatever the balance is, 380,000 would be required 2 weeks prior to that.
That's fair.
I mean, bro,
that's how
that's
they
not
no.
like normal person money.
No,
So
but at the
don't
same time-
advertise it as normal person, you know.
But
like,
if you were a normal person, you wouldn't be thinking about going to space.
look, I
You're
thought
like,
maybe 25,000, 30,000, you know, you've
Come on,
you know what I
man.
mean? No, man.
Listen.
You know, you don't even go into full space. This one goes off at 747,
Yeah.
takes it up, and then this kind of thing propels itself.
Yeah.
It's not one of those ones like Tesla or Blue Origin.
From the ground all the way up?
No.
No, but at the same time, did you
way.
really think you were gonna get that far out
There
with
was
30
that
grand?
childlike aspect of me that wished it was. Yeah,
you know-
that's the truth.
That
Yeah.
I mean, GFAI needs to go to like 200 to make that happen.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I mean, like how else? That seems kind of normal though. Like obviously they don't tell you the price, like the total price, but they say, you know, it's an installment. Technically, well,
Yeah.
not installments, but they do. I've seen companies do this before,
Right.
where it's like X amount of days before you have to do this.
This
yeah.
one, they want, no, this one I'm saying they want their money. Like,
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they don't want it in installments. You know?
No, it's not installment. My bad, not installments, but like X amount of days before you go, you
Yeah.
need to put up this.
Yes.
To retain your spot.
Yes.
And then, question is, what happens if you don't make the second payment or the third payment?
Well, there you go. Yeah.
You get your money back?
Probably not. I bet
don't.
probably not.
There you go.
And that they're like, no, we've already appropriated that money. No. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, Sharif is a dreamer. Sharif, you're not a normal person anymore. Hey, man, I can dream, baby. Anyway, let's get to what is skyrocketing at the moment, and that's GFAI. I have now, decided I'm going to try to get the 50-period bounce on this one. Just how many times, though, does it test that 50-period before breaking? And then, I'm constantly having to change my order as the 50-period moves up or down. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the market made a big move up. We've almost gone green on the NQ. We're 7 points below green, 13,080.75. That's a high a day, and that's exactly almost where we closed off yesterday. So almost going to go green there. It's been a nice bounce for the market in general. A lot of these big cappers making that move as well. You see Meta just went green, or it's like 0.1% down. Microsoft just made a big boy move. And, we've had a bit of trouble getting through that 106.50 with Google, but something tells me that's probably going to see 107 today, or maybe even more. Geez. Likewise with Amazon, we're about to go green on Amazon, kind of a bit of a double bottom with a higher right V. That's kind of what you want to see if you're looking for a real strong reversal. It looks like one might be brewing. And Apple, I don't got to tell you, Apple's been up and to the right? Tesla, the laggard, obviously doing bupkis down 1%. But yeah, wow. Good move on Microsoft off these future moves. Really good move on Apple, and you got some more sympathy plays here. Let's get to this super chat real quick, because I think I missed one at the front here by Zion. Zion Lala. $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Happy to see Arun back finally. Good duo, you two. Okay, I'll take that. All right, I got some love for that.
Funny because we were talking about workouts before you came.
Oh, yeah,
we were
always.
talking about our workouts
Always.
before we came on.
Couple of more super chats though, Arun.
Yo.
Dusty, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. He says, can you check out the Ion Q and NAAS, excuse me. I'll get to that one in a second, as we have another super chat. The Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, the Hayes. If only I held my 103 and 105 Google calls and not scalp. Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. What can you do? Once they're gone, they're gone. What do you see there on, which one you got up?
I got
Ion,
Google
what's
up
Ion
here.
Q?
I'm just like, because
Ion.
105. It's kind of hard. It's kind of a hard
I'm gonna
one.
have a look here. I don't know. What is Ion Q? It is.
All right, I'm just talking about like Google right now, and Google, that 105. I don't know how you don't scalp this, because like when you look at the bigger chart, you're like, okay, you got the you said you had the 103 and the 105. 105 puts you right here. As you're going into resistance, it's kind of hard not to, right? Because there's going to be activity up there, and they're really stalling out. They've tried it this morning, pre-market. try to get up in there again, and now they're kind of working through that. If they got above 107 and you scalped it, that's a different scenario. In that situation, it's like, yeah, you know, probably shouldn't have. But in this, we could easily go up and down with equal probabilities. So I don't think you should feel that bad about it. But one thing that could be a potential fix for this is if they clear the next resistance level, you can step right back into the trade. I think that happens a lot when traders get out. They don't want to kind of get back in because it means they got to get in back at a higher price. But if the trade is now set up at a higher price, why not, right? This 107 is sitting pretty right here as a nice little breakout spot. If that's like above that, what do you have in terms of resistance?
Yeah, I mean,
you let it trade out.
Absolutely.
Right. So I don't think you should. His record is always in the chat. I don't think you
always,
should feel that
no,
bad
he's
about
good.
that. I think that's just smart money. That's just smart trading overall. Let's take what you can get at times, right? So
You got the approval from the man himself. So
north of 107, that's a different story. But for now, I think that's perfectly fine. Going into a long weekend too, you also don't know what tomorrow's going to bring.
Absolutely.
With this
For sure.
mess of a number.
For sure.
So that should be an interesting one.
I think you wanted to
come
close
Monday.
them out today, maybe with the move in Google, right? Yeah. But I want to get Dusty's inquiry as well. So he wants me to have a look at IonQ. So I looked at why this started moving. It started moving on the 31st. Looks like here that it had a good upbeat fourth quarter results. So as a result, you hear fundamentals, but from the technicals here, you're really stuck within a range, and you have been since about May of last year. You had a momentary reprieve in August where we got up to almost 9, but you haven't been around that level since. So obviously what I'd be looking for initially is to take out that $9 level. The good news is you held the 50 period here for a while, and now you've taken the 200 EMA on the daily. Right, so it's a good take there. That's probably a good level of resistance that it overtook. But what I'd be looking for, just from the technical area, is retaking that $9 area. Then really you have an up move up almost into the high teens. With respect to the weekly, let's have a look at the weekly here. I'm not sure why the 200 period is not loading up on the weekly, but you've retaken the 50 period on the weekly. Obviously, it's a very, down and to the right looking chart with a Christmas tree retracement. You never really want to see that, but that doesn't mean the company can't turn things around. Again, not really looking at that from that perspective, but the technicals say things are turning around, at least for the moment. So hope that helps. And as I talk, Meta making me happy again. There we go. So we had to give up a couple bucks today in the portfolio because we watched Meta retrace, but now Meta is pleasing me once again as it is moving into high of days. Yes, creating new high of days, 212.35. Now it's up 0.4%. It went down to 2.0. And this is going to be like one of those ones where I say, I can't believe it or not, can't believe it or not. Right, but here we go. Looks like we have as a top that 216 level. Has been a lot of resistance around there, but that's like $4 away. I don't know if we see that today.
I noticed that there's a super chat that came in specifically for you. Scroll down a little bit.
I didn't look yet. Hold on.
Scroll down.
Oh,
not that one. Okay, yeah, we can go to that one first, though. That one.
For Sharif's Rocket Fund. Thank you, Lucky Cheese. But you guess Google takes 30% off.
Yeah, he's only $449,990.
Rocket Fund. Thank you very much, Lucky Cheese. Appreciate you for that. Let's get to the other one real quick here. Soldier for Christ sends a $5 super chat. Here is to Arun and Sharif being a great team. I would like to see more of you guys trading together. Iron sharpening iron. I like that, man. We're getting some love today. I'll take that into the weekend.
You think that's like a workout reference too? Iron?
Well, maybe? You know what? It's supposed to be. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm sure the double entendre was intended, but yeah.
I'll take it.
And
then Lone Sofas was in there saying it was back day. It was in there back day for him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be back day for me today. I split my back into two days. Workouts. Now let me give you this. Let me tell you. Let me see how you feel about this. Okay,
workout tip.
I have a specific back day where I'm only doing
upper.
No, I'm only so wider. I'm looking more for the width rather than the depth of the back, and for doing that, I focus on pulley down.
Okay.
So everything is down. I just change up the grip. I go real wide. I go narrow. I go neutral. Supinated. I change it around because the way it hits your back is different. But I'm only focusing on pull up. type, whether I'm using on the lat pull down or I'm on the bar, and then I'll have an entire day focused to only horizontal movement exercises rather than vertical movement exercises.
He's getting way too fancy.
Right?
This is the guy who's like, he's got his 12-egg omelet every morning. He's like watching his protein intake, and here I am eating a pizza. And stuff.
Yeah, bro, calm down. Yeah. No, so I have an entire day focused for that, and I do do that for other body parts as well. Guys, we are moving here on some of these big cappers, man. Google just blew through 106.50. It's at 106.65 now.
Google, come on now.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Meta now 212.54 up, not even up and to the right. It's just up. Arun, and we are now technically green on the NQ. We just reclaimed it about 4 points above. We're still 4 points or 3.5 points below, though, below break even on the NQ. But it's been a decent move. Excuse me, a decent move here for some of these plays.
Yeah, I'm still looking for equity names. Remember, this 15. Actually, let me go to the futures because this is kind of the spot that where I want to start making some moves here on the futures. Go to the 30, this 15. So this 15 is like an inflection point for me, right? So if we can get above 15, I start thinking after putting in that nice little bottom near 4,100 for the second time in 2 days, that we could potentially be finding a nice support bid. Obviously, I was looking for strength down through the bottom, but now after this bounce and crossing 15, which we're getting through right now, I'd be more open to the idea of starting to send in bids. Initially, I didn't send in any bids because I didn't want to catch any sort of drop. But now I'm thinking, okay, we're on the second half of this move. We could be actually looking to make a move towards 25 to 30. So staying above 15 and then dipping down towards maybe 10s. I'd like to start sending some orders here. As long as we can make sure that this move above 15 is going to hold up, I think there could be a nice little long to play with towards the end of the day, towards the afternoon play. So for now, we're going to let it play out here. At the same time as this is making its moves, I'm also looking for individual names that are also starting to play out. I know you guys were starting to throw in Meta in there as well.
Bump it.
Meta, I like Meta. The only issue I have with Meta is what I'm seeing here, going back to the left a little bit. Always look to the left because that's the past history, and that tells you where the market or the stock has struggled a little bit. And I'm starting to notice that a few days ago, 213 or below 213 was an issue. We kept catching a bid down there. So if we're coming back towards that 213, that spot's going to be a problem. So although there might be a 212 break, limited upside until we cross through that 214. So I'm going to pass up on Meta for that reason. I know NVIDIA was in, you guys were talking about NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is much better, and that's why I like that 270 break on NVIDIA. Why? The next resistance zone is all the way up here at 273, so I can definitely do something with it. So a 15 break on the futures with a 270 break on NVIDIA would be a pretty decent trade to work with for the same reason that I'm looking for longs on the futures, right? So NVIDIA, I've got the alert out. We're waiting for that one. And then I think AMD is probably doing the same thing. I haven't really looked at that one just yet. No, AMD's not. AMD's much weaker, actually. Wow. Okay, relative weakness. We were talking about this earlier, relative plays, right? So this one would need to cross through at least 93 to make it work, to make sense of this as a potential long. So not the candidate, not the ideal candidate for a long here.
No,
because of the weakness that you're seeing here.
Which is interesting because it actually had an independent catalyst today.
But they've done this before. Maybe that's what's keeping it down.
Well, that's the thing. I think the market's digesting that negatively. They had two, actually. They had one with respect to their association with Samsung, and the other one was that they had some new video processing unit, VPU. I've actually never heard of that before. I heard of GPUs and CPUs, but never VPUs. Anyway, so they came up with one that has like 5 nanometer speed, which is pretty good. I know that 3 nanometer is like that kind of gold standard. Anyway, I want to talk about GFAI here because this is the kind of the gift that keeps on giving, but it's not giving me anything. And that's because I'm pegging my order to the 50 period, and that's a moving target, and I keep missing it because it keeps moving up. And here's what I'm talking about. Like, it gets right back down like 2 pennies above my order. Really frustrating. And then look at that. 14.48 in, and then it moves $1 up, right? So I got to keep this. This is the type of trade where if you're not actively monitoring it, you're going to lose out here. But quick thing about this one, too, it gets really illiquid for some reason near the 50 period or near the lower end. The spread really opens up. Like right now, it's tight. It's 2 pennies, which is acceptable. Down here, and this is partly maybe why I didn't get filled, but was about 15 to 17 pennies down here near the 50 period. Not so at the moment, but anyway, so issues of liquidity coming in with that. But I don't know, man. Something's going on with these markets. Is anybody talking or is anything happening here? Was there some...
Well, Europe just closed too.
Europe just closed. Okay, is there some bond auction that I don't know about? Anyway.
Bonds at 1.
Bonds
if,
at
if,
1,
if
okay.
there's a bond auction
If
on a
there's a-
Thursday before
yeah.
the holiday, but...
Because we're just moving up on a lot of these names, man. The NASDAQ just went green. It's moving. The ES is almost green.
This kind of
Meta's
goes
moving.
in to what the question was earlier about these sudden moves in these markets. How do you explain them?
Yeah.
Sometimes they just happen because no one's watching. It's quiet. Europe just
Unbelievable.
closed. There was an upwave throughout the European close, and now we're getting through a zone where, you know, it could be a vacuum, right? Where there wasn't any trade here, so the market gets a little excited. Everyone gets excited. Oh, we're above 15. Let's take a quick look. And what does it do? It just kind of flashes to the upside. It'll slow down. If it accelerates another 10 points, then yeah, we got to look at potential news from somewhere.
Well,
But for the time being, it's just getting into territory that hasn't been since the open, right? It hasn't been here since the open. So
Yeah, we'll find out if there's news from Europe because Brendo, he's at the big desk. He's got the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, just a final few prints coming through here as we wrap up the week for European markets. But for the most part, yeah, positive right across the entire board here. Depending on where you're looking, Portugal was the last one to come through there, 0.6 to the upside. Italy as well, 1.2. It's been a big week for Milan. Spain as well, up 0.66 or 0.67 there. I should say the stocks index overall in Europe, 0.4 to the upside. CAC 40 in France, just 0.2. But yeah, positive numbers, it would appear anyways, right across the entire board to wrap things up. Pretty good look for the end of a shortened week here, guys, for Europe.
Yeah, everything in the black there. Okay, well, if that's foreshadowing anything North America, and based on what's happening now with some of these futures, it looks like we may end up in there as well. Not calling it, but just saying. I'm seeing a lot more green on my watch list. I was seeing blocks of red earlier, and a lot of that switching to green. So something to note. I'm still in a really kind of a dead trade, SECO, but everything moving here on the large cap, I just don't know how to get in with everything going straight up. I mean, that's not my move.
NVIDIA's above that 270, so
Yeah.
we're definitely looking at NVIDIA up for potential move. The only issue I have with this move on the futures is that it's in an area where the risk needs to be controlled a little bit, right? I mean, like we were talking about, here, let me put it on the other chart. We were talking about this one here. Let's go to the 30. We needed to cross through 15. That gets us to kind of like the idea of a potential bottom in place. Great. Am I going to pay 15? The answer is no, because that's way too expensive. At some point, there's got to be a cutoff. Like you're going to have to pass up on some trades because it's just too expensive. That's just the reality of it, right? Why is it too expensive? I mean, there could be a FOMO situation, but at the same time, you've got to control your risk on your trades, right? If the risk doesn't make sense on the trades, if I'm taking 15, putting it against much lower stops, and I think there's going to be resistance up here at 23, 24, is it really worth it to take the 15 long? You may have to pass up on the idea of that, maybe get a pullback, get the trade maybe closer to 10 or something, and then see if you can run it towards that high or that pre-market high. If we can get that, great. If we can't, we may have to miss the trade, and that's perfectly okay. And that's kind of what I'm doing here with NVIDIA as well. They've crossed 270 on NVIDIA. At the same time, they've crossed 15 on the futures. So now, am I going to pay 270.33? No, I'm going to want to pay much closer to 270 even. So I am going to send the order on NVIDIA here. We're just not going to pay it in the 30s. We're going to pay much closer to that 270 even on a pullback. So we need a pullback to make sense of the risk on this trade so that we can actually take a shot towards that 273. What am I willing to pay? About $2 in risk, right? I'm willing to pay about 268 or so. So $2 should get me below the previous bounce locations where we've kind of gone up and struggled. There we go. There's your fill. See, I'm willing to play with this. This is perfectly okay with me around these 270s. 270.02 is going to be the long there. I'll put up $2. Upside, first target is going to be closer to that 273. That means I'm going to get, what, 1.5 to 1. So risking $2, looking for a target of $3 on the first look. We'll see if we can get that one going. I'm going to do the same thing with the futures. We're not going to pay 15s. We're going to pay much lower than 15, preferably closer to 10 to grab the longs there. But I am going to start sending some orders on some names. It's a quiet market as well, so moves like this may be very, very slow to develop, right? You may take some time. You may have to build up a position at a location where you don't want, but later on, as the day goes on, you might just start creeping back up as you continue going up there.
I think we missed a whole bunch of super chats. I got to go back and get
go
them.
through the
Oh my
super chats.
goodness, there's a lot here. Holy super chat central. All right, Avarup. What kind of money is that? Is that rupees? 44 rupees? You have to go heavy on back workout.
You do.
Okay.
Well, you got to be smart about it.
Hold on. Let's pump the brakes.
Hold on. Let's go to the
Pump
there
the
you
brakes.
go. Teach me how to do a back workout.
Well, no. There's just like no right, like hard and fast.
Listen,
way. Here's what your
before you
goals are.
continue,
So
though-
I use periodization. Do you use
Okay.
periodization?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, periodization
I just know how to
essentially. There we go. Essentially, what it is you break out your workout schedule
Yeah.
into periods of between 4 to 6 weeks. Each
yeah,
one has
okay.
a specific goal in mind. There's
Yes,
hypertrophy, there's
strength
like,
building, yeah,
strength,
okay.
power. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And each one requires a certain approach with respect to reps, with respect to tempo,
Yep.
and with respect to, overall.
So I do
output.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what it's called. Now I know.
Yeah, periodization. It's like a concept developed by some dude.
Some dude. Don't worry about it. Just some dude.
Right. Anyway, right.
I agree.
So yeah. So sometimes you're right, sometimes no. I'll get to the other tags in a second, but here we go. Let's go down to the other super chat. Tony 808. $5 super chat. Aloha from Hawaii, guys. Love the live stream. Thanks. My chair just fell down. Thank you very much, Tony, for the $5 super chat. Shout out to you. And I don't know if you're a new viewer, but keep watching, my friend, because a lot of good content keeps coming out. Mohammed Al Barash, friend of the show. I know those are Swedish kroners. 20 Swedish kroners. Technical rally as NQ filled the gap from last week. All right, that's your territory, my friend.
Fill the gap. You wait long enough, a gap will always be filled. Let's go to,
Of course, yeah.
all right, let's go to NQ. Let's get a much bigger. I'm assuming in terms of gaps, because, okay, so it's hard for me to see gaps because I use 24 hours because I'm looking at the index futures, right? It's index futures, 24 hours. It's trading for like 22, almost 23 hours. So it's very hard to see any gaps here unless you look at the daily coming back from a weekend, right?
I see what you're saying.
Like, look at the daily chart. There's not too many gaps in here, right? There's like one small one right here from day to day that we never touched. So I'm going to assume that the
So can
gap,
I ask a question?
I think it's a
Would
QQQ.
you use the NDX in that case? Because then there are no after-hour prints.
Might as
So
well
you
use
could
the QQQ.
You might as well use the Qs. Okay.
Because the NDX is what, the spot?
It's the
Spot.
index itself.
No, but it's a spot.
It's a spot. Is that what it is? I
Yeah,
don't
it's
even know.
the NDX is the spot version. Same
Okay.
thing, same way the SPX is a spot version,
see,
right?
okay, I got
it's
it.
the cash versus the futures.
I see.
So
Yeah, that I knew. Okay. I
right.
knew
So
that, yeah.
like you might as well just use a QQQ because that one is going to be when you put up the daily chart, it's going to be just intraday trades, not necessarily overnight trades, right?
Right.
That's easy. That lets you see the gap a little bit better. And I think the gap he's referring to is this one here.
Right.
The one from.
That seems like it's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the gap. That because I pay attention to the other chart, I don't really see those gaps. For me, I just see that as resistance, right? S&P had the same resistance off the daily. Well, actually, no, it didn't. Not that one. It did on the intraday, but the Nasdaq had the same resistance off the daily as well, which is right here. Although there's no gap, it's the same resistance level that we're coming down to as support. So it makes sense that we were making a decent bounce. Man, futures market.
Man, we are moving, man.
We moved hard and
We're
fast
moving.
all the way above 20, and now we're coming back in a little bit. I do need this because at one point this NVIDIA trade was like 20, or not 20, like 50 something cents in the money, and then it just came all the way back. And that's expected. When you're starting to build on positions, I think having this type of back and forth action is necessary because it allows you to build a base that where the trade can go off of.
Absolutely.
Right? So the fact that NVIDIA was up 50 cents and now it's up 20 cents, it's the beginning of the trade, right? Keep in mind, don't lose sight of the fact that NVIDIA, the trade on NVIDIA was built on the idea 270 breaking up top. So we can go up $1 and still come back and I'd still be okay with it because I'm still playing for this. We don't know how long this is going to take, this little breakout, but that's the play here towards 273. that might take some time. Just because you're in it doesn't mean it's going to go right away.
No.
So
Yeah,
I
hear
think
you.
it's just a matter of letting it work and kind of building something, and then not losing sight of the picture that you're trying to build. And
I
then,
see the same play on Meta, just
There
not
you
to
go.
the extremes that you have.
Yeah.
So a bit of the same play that you could fill the distance here, and that your height is to 216. It just feels extended taking it at this point, but I see that shouldn't be a consideration when I look at it from your perspective. You're saying, look, this is the breakout area, and this is where I expect to encounter resistance. I'm saying the equal move on Meta. I know you're looking at Nvidia. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should be getting into something too. So I'll keep looking at that, and we'll see what's up. I've been trying to focus on some of the small cappers today, but it looks like the market is really presenting us with an opportunity here, baby, because a lot of these ones are going, and the daily on some of these big cappers, when you look at the move, like look at this move here. What was I just looking at here? Yeah, on the 4 hour, sorry, not the daily. Here's the 4 hour that I'm trying to look. Yeah, look at that reversal on this 4 hour candle here. You move all the way down into 208.65, and then you're at dead highs. I don't know when this closes, but yeah, so interesting move. All right, let's keep an eye on that. We'll switch that back to the 5 minute. Maybe we'll look for a 5 minute retracement on that as well.
I just realized something. Shout out to the super chat from Hawaii, because their time difference is nuts.
It is. My sister is there right now.
It's 6 hours? No,
It's-
6 or 7.
I don't know
It's
what
more.
it is. I think it's. I don't know.
It's
what it is.
definitely. It's definitely.
It's always the morning
So
when she
you're spending your
FaceTimes.
evening watching us right now. No,
No, they're in the morning.
they're in the mornings. Yes, they're on the other side. So
It's
6
like
hours
early
ahead.
morning, yeah.
So 6 hours.
Yeah, they're like more. They're I think 3
Might be
hours
8
behind
a.m.
Pacific, so 3 hours
Yeah,
after
so-
California.
Yeah, so it'd be 8 a.m. or something. So you're spending your morning.
Shout
with us.
out.
Shout out to
6
you.
hours. Someone thrift. Whatever. 5:50 a.m. there. Okay, cool. So yeah, I get up at 5. I know. No, I get up at 6, but my body ends up getting up at 5. I know you're at the gym at 5.
I'm at the gym at 5.
You're at the gym at 5.
Ready to go at 5.
Yep.
Don't play in the morning.
You don't play. Nope. All right, let's see what else is going on. Let's check the scanner, see what's popping off on the scanner. Anything interesting, even though we don't really need at the moment because we are pumping on these futures. GFAI, still king dog here on my scanners, up 66 percentage points, kind of curling back in a little bit though. We were talking about that, the 50 period on the 1 minute chart being absolute money on this one. It looks like, third time around may not be the charm, because it looks like it's doing a little dance to the downside now with it. So maybe we'll wait for a VWAP setup on this one. But I definitely want to wet my beak with GFAI. Right now, if I was to wet my beak, it'd be at 1350s. But I suspect VWAP will be a little different by the time it gets down to that price. Seco, number 2 on my my scanner. I'm in this one. I hate it, but it's holding VWAP, so it's showing me that it's still setting up properly, just not with the kind of speed and vigor that I'd like. But that's not my call. Below that, CETY. This one's done. All of 3 million shares. It was a big up and then a Christmas tree recovery. Don't really care about that. Let's look at something that's done volume. BBAI up here. A lot of these AI names, GFAI, BBAI, a lot of them are up and to the right a little bit. But then similar to GFAI, look at this BBAI kind of retracement here near VWAP. So maybe we'll look for a VWAP trade. Every time I look at my big capper charts on the right, everything is green and up and to the right. Like I'm not looking at, I don't see any retracements. I see Apple maybe here starting to retrace a little bit, maybe an opportunity to get into Apple at 164.45, but still, these are not the kind of retracements that I feel very good stepping in front of. Man, Meta is just going, bro.
Yeah, man.
Jeez.
That's a tricky part with this market. I'm like, when it starts getting quiet, there's like a tiny window for a trade to be made, and if you miss that window, it's gone. And like the future specifically was what I'm referring to, is like that 15 that we needed, that little pull down after getting through 15. I'm like, okay, this is good. This is developing some strength here. Let's actually get a pullback. And what does it do? It just takes off. And it's a tricky situation to be in because you don't want to miss out on that trade, especially if you've been waiting for that trade.
Yeah.
And then, but you also don't want to chase after it because it screws up the pricing and your risk and all that stuff. So at least for now, still got that NVIDIA trade. That's up 38 cents. We'll ride that one now. Remember, the target on that is like $3 or so. So we'll let that one ride out. Futures market. Okay, now we got to figure out what we're going to do now. We were waiting for one specific trade. That seems to have passed. Now I got to set up the scenario. Obviously, I'm going to throw some bids down on a pullback, but at the same time, what am I going to do if this continues towards 25 to 30? I know there's resistance up there. I got to start looking at potential short activity there once we get north of 25. The long is in place at lower prices. If we keep going up, I've got to set up the next trade, which is, I'm always thinking like this, right? I move from one trade to the next, not like, oh, I missed a trade. Oh, no. No.
It's like, what's the next trade?
What's the next trade? I missed a trade. Okay, now what do? Set up multiple scenarios here.
So what's the level are you looking at? The 25
once we
level?
Once we get above 25, it starts entering an area where I can start looking for shorts, right? If we go back down to 10s or so, I like the idea of us putting in a nice little double bottom, a nice little base through there. So I don't mind bidding into longs down there.
Okay.
But so I'm kind of setting up the long and the short. I'm always looking at the long side and the short side. I think somebody else was in the chat saying that every video on his YouTube feed is someone predicting a crash or something. This is where like everyone's got their own opinions of stuff, right? Like that's what gets views on YouTube apparently. But always do your own analysis on it, right? Always. And for me, I'm always analyzing both sides of the situation, which is in this case, where's my long, where's my short, so that I'm not surprised if it ever happens. So for me, a rally, I don't like it, but because I'm not in it, I would like the long. But if it were to keep going up, I think we can start looking for shorts up here. That's why I kind of draw these zones out, so I'm prepared. Like I know if we got into this, I want to start looking at shorts. If we got into this, I want to start looking at longs.
Charting software.
And I really wanted to actually get the long there. I was telling you about this too. Like
that's where
it gets down into the zone, and you want that long, but it also needs to set up as well because you don't want to catch a falling knife. Right? So it just didn't. It just snapped
You
back.
wanted trading around there.
I wanted trading around there. We talked about that.
Well, see, that's the funny thing. Obviously, you're a lot better. But I look at that and I salivate. I'm like, oh my God, beautiful double bottom. That you get in and then all of a sudden in the money you've got a cushion, right? But that just kind of shows a little bit my inexperience letting things develop. But yeah, hey man, some of these they look real good. Mohammed Al-Baraj, tell me to look at TEL. So we'll look at TEL real quick here. This is the 5-minute chart on it. You had yesterday close of 118. You have a high today of 153. I'm not sure what the catalyst is on this. Okay, let's have a look. Is it a daily? Is it a multiple day runner? No. So we just got going today. So wire tail surgery rising. Okay. Move Thursday. The company entered into a binding letter of intent with an investor regarding the sale of leasebacks to roughly 800 acres of land. Okay. So there is some sort of catalyst, whether it's good or not is irrelevant. It's moving. It's trading, real tight ranges. We're talking pennies at a time here. But obviously, if you're sizing in, is the liquidity there? Let's find out. The shares done on the day today, a little under 20 million. The 5-year average is 11. So we're just almost 2 times at Arval at the moment. But it's been a decent trade. Not my favorite at the moment, but yeah, it looks great. It's up a lot of percentage points. I heard Pradley in the back there asking Brendo. He's like, we got higher jobless claims than what was predicted. Shouldn't that be bad for the market? And I mean, we've talked a lot about this. We've talked about good news being bad and bad news being good. And then all of a sudden, on a whim, bad news is back to being bad, and good news is back to being good.
Welcome to the market, because it depends on the day. It's an interpretation exercise. It used to be a while ago, years and years ago, it used to be good was good, bad was bad. And then it gets into these periods of good is bad is good.
Exactly.
And then it gets into these periods of depends on the day. Sometimes, maybe I'm feeling like good is good today, but tomorrow good might be good, bad.
Might be different.
So, it's an interpretation exercise on these numbers, and it's hard to kind of make that assumption. Like, oh, this is the number. It should be, no, don't even bother. Just let the market tell you what it thinks.
Yeah.
And at that point, you'll know how this is going to get played
with the
out.
price action.
Exactly,
The price action doesn't lie. And what we're talking about, guys, are, strong economic numbers that were initially coming out that in normal times would be construed as good, but in this time, or during these times, were looked at as bad because they would have to force the Fed's hand into higher interest rates, and that's never good for equity. So, and now we're back to actually, in certain instances, being bad as bad, and it's kind of like a fine line that we're walking, right? We're talking about you're not wanting to have a hard landing, but not wanting to have too much inflation, and walking that fine line's always tough. Brendo, he's at the big desk. He's got happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, back to the upside we go. Currently nicely positive, in fact, once again for the NASDAQ, leading things back higher. Here's a look at, as we head into the lunch hour, how things are shaping up. 0.17 for the S&P, about flat, or back to flat anyways for the Dow. The Russell, 123,000 all, kind of lagging the market overall, but it is tech here trying to lead back into positive territory, 0.5% for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100. On that note, still eyeing up opportunities here. As far as Google is concerned, we talked about this AI note from the Wall Street Journal after the close yesterday. They just confirmed that they are going to add their chat bot Bard to search coming up here. Tesla as well, back on watch. Master Plan 3, including a bus, a van, and a smaller car to come from Tesla and AMD as well, expanding their partnership with Samsung. Speaking of back to the upside, Airbnb, if you remember, there was that bear cave short note this morning that took this thing down to 108, but held nicely. You can see that heavy sell volume that came in, but held nicely, trying to get back higher now for Airbnb, guys.
Airbnb, we heard a lot lately, Arun, about money switching from goods to services. You got to assume Airbnb is probably going to take advantage of that. If people are traveling, they're going to be in the mix.
I mean, I usually, well, for the most part.
Is that what you do?
I do Airbnb mostly.
Nice.
It's just a better experience overall. Just instead of a hotel room, just having that kind of freedom, I think. So I do use Airbnb. If there was a like a badge system on Airbnb, I'd be somewhere near the top, given how often.
Okay. They should have that. Why don't they have that?
In terms of experienced users or whatever, but definitely Airbnb. Let's actually take a look at Airbnb. I haven't actually looked at.
Breno was just looking at that. Michael Escorza saying haven't stayed in a hotel in over 2 years. So yeah, it looks like he's in the same boat with you. All right, guys, we're moving big boy. We're moving big boy on the NQ. We're moving big boy on the ES. We're getting to new levels. The big tech cappers are moving with them. Look at that move on Microsoft. Microsoft just decided to wake up all of a sudden. It's now up 1%. There you go, 1%. Coming to that 287.25. I had that earmarked as a previous low, so whether or not that ends up being a level of resistance, we'll have to find out shortly. But yeah, man, up and to the right. We need an animation that's up and to the right, man. I mean, that is just too good. There we go. But that's a lot of red, Sean. Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. We tried. No, we'll get that, guys. We're going to get on those animations. I know the viewers of the show are like, yeah, we've been hearing about these animations, but legitimately, we are actually looking to hire someone for that. So again, I know the guys, they mentioned that earlier. If you do animations and do it well, we'll send you exactly our specifications of what we need done. But if you're looking to make some money too, it's a paid gig. So shout out to our viewers and whoever can help us. We want to get those done. All right. Big moves on all these ones. I mean, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but that's essentially what's happening. I'm not participating in any of them, which makes me a little frustrated because I'm still nursing this trade on Seco, which is finally getting going here. Good shareage into this one. My last little dip there was at 12. Now we're at 24s. So the shareage, obviously it has to be big because it's a dollar stock and it wouldn't make any sense otherwise. So yeah, that's it. What else is the chat up to here? Darwin says a diamond hands with the arrow animation. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we already have the diamond hands. We have Sean's diamond hands, which I like. Mara booming says Gulam Desai. Yeah. Mara. Okay. So that means crypto booming. Let's have a look at our friend Mara. Yeah, it's up 3 2/3 percentage points on the day. Look at that. I'm long 150 shares in my sim stock here, baby. Only at 1388 ACB. Only 100% to the downside. But yeah, it's just another joke for another day. But yeah, it's been a good move for Mara. I think the level that you were looking to break breakout from was yesterday's close, which was that 793 area. You had a lot of resistance there earlier on that upward push around 10 o'clock. You had a retracement into VWAP and then the eventual break of yesterday's close taking you green. So would have been a nice 25, 30 penny move if you caught that. Yeah, predictable levels. You know, I feel like it's one of those stocks that you really need to be watching on a daily basis to kind of get the feeling of here. Some other big movers, in addition to the major averages and the big cappers, we have BABA also up and to the right. I think the guys were talking about this one today. Look at this. This was a money buy off 98.5. 98.5 was yesterday's close. So another predictable level, 98.50. You get that bottom there, and then you have a big move up. We're looking to test 102.5. Let's look at the daily on this one to see where we're going to expect the next level of resistance. And you got to say it's probably going to come around either, I want to say around 103. Yeah, 103 area, that's where both of these candles close. So that's still another 80 pennies to the high side. If we get above 103, it'd be interesting. I mean, on the 30th, we got up to 105, but it wicked. It didn't close above there. So the closing price, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Good segue. I want to ask you this earlier.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the futures charts,
Yeah.
are you looking for the day's close as an important level? Is that something that is important to you, like the closing print on a futures level?
Okay, so that's a tricky thing because there's no actual closing
That's the thing.
print,
Yeah.
right? Like the equity side closing at 4 o'clock. So if you were to break down the volume, and you know, actually eSignal can do it do it for me. So let's go ES pound F 1000, right? If I were to break down the volume of how much volume is concentrated near the opens and closes,
Okay.
you're going to see a lot more action as
course.
as the equity market is closing.
Right.
Everyone's getting in there,
Yep.
hedging positions or whatever on the futures, right? And all
Right.
the algos are active. So if I were to go to yesterday's close, this is a 1,000 volume chart, so it's still loading some more. But you're going to start to see activity really start to pick up. You see how tight things are getting? And this is right at the end there. So when it starts getting this tight, and this is 1,000, every bar is 1,000 contracts. So as it starts getting this tight, you start seeing right through this range. As we get into the final few seconds, when it starts getting this tight, that's the range that you want to pay attention to, is because there's a lot of volume right here. Right? It's not necessarily a closing price, it's not necessarily a closing whatever. It's a location where, as the equity market was going to close, there's a lot of futures contracts being
At that price.
at these prices inside of this range,
Yes,
right?
I see what you're saying.
This is how it was trading throughout the day or in the afternoons, and this is like, only going back to 3:45, or not even 3:45. This is 2 o'clock right here. See how loose it is? And then as we get right towards the end, it starts getting this
Super
tight.
tight.
And this means there's a lot of volume back and forth within that 16 to 18 range. So within 2 points, they're running this much volume. So these are the ranges, or these are the specific locations I would be like, you know what? I don't want to pay attention to that. Not necessarily the closing price like it is on the equity side.
Right.
On the equity side, you get a final print.
Exactly.
Right?
Even trades aftermarket, but the closing print's important. That's why I want to ask you.
Because the final print's like a massive print, right? Usually a million share imbalance print or whatever, right? That's your official closing price. You don't have the same thing on the futures, but you do have something like this as the market goes to close.
And you just did something there. You
up?
just made each one of those bars,
Yeah.
those Japanese candlesticks,
Yeah.
you made them 1,000 contracts each. Can you
can be
explain
whatever.
that, what that means?
Okay, so I'm using eSignal. Not all chart platforms will allow you to do this, depending on how much market data you subscribe to, depending on the platform you're using in terms of charting and whatnot. So not all of them are powerful enough, I guess, but a lot of them do allow for it because it's starting to become popular. So I can break down the chart into whatever time frame I want. Now, I can do minutes, I can do minutes. What are the popular ones? Minutes is the popular one, right?
Yeah, minutes, and then you can hours, I guess. Yeah.
On eSignal, I can break it down, edit the chart. Actually, no, I don't even have to edit the chart. Top right here, I have these options here.
Okay.
Second chart, minute chart. I can do a tick chart. The tick chart
Yeah,
says for
okay.
every 100 trades, what does the bar look like?
Oh,
Every 500 trades, what does a bar look like?
What?
Volume, range, so every 2
It
points.
doesn't have to be by minute.
It doesn't
can
have
be by
to be
different standard.
It does not. And some people in the chat
Very
have talked about this
interesting.
before, where they use different exotic charts, and you start getting away from the minute chart, which is very popular, right? That's more accessible, and a lot of people do use that, and I think that's still the core of how a lot of people are making technical analysis reads.
Right.
But you can then go into extra fancy stuff by breaking down volume, breaking
Sure.
down the ranges, whatever works for you, right?
Okay.
So
Very
that's kind of
interesting.
what I'm doing here. I'm using eSignal for anyone that's wondering. So
No,
that's-
Gregor, I didn't actually know that, and I've been in this game for 3 years, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. And that shows you that you learn something new every day, especially when you sit beside this guy. Go on.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those things where there's different ways. Everyone has a different way of looking at the market, right?
Mhm, of course,
And
yeah.
everyone may have a different approach that works for them. And I think it's just, as people that are watching YouTube trying to either understand, starting out, learn, or just have it on for entertainment.
Right.
If you're in the beginning stages of it, just be open to the idea of finding a different strategy that works,
Absolutely.
right? Because not one strategy will work for everyone. Somebody was, you know what? Forget me. The way I'm trading. The way I was entering into a trade on NVIDIA, somebody in the chat I saw said that, they've scalped a bunch of different times already.
Okay.
That's one approach.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you going to be comfortable with the idea of having this NVIDIA trade 50 cents in the money and now out 6 cents? Like, everyone has a different approach. I'm
course,
okay with
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
perfectly normal for me. I'm good with that.
Yep.
Because I'm looking at a specific type of setup
Yes.
that for me may take some time, and everything in between is noise. Until I get the information I need, there's nothing for me to do. Right?
Yeah, that's
So
how
for
you
me,
trade.
it's
That's
just
your move,
fluctuating
yeah.
back and forth. And that, I think that's what it is. It falls in line with all the different charts types that are available, all the different approaches that you have. So you just got to figure out what works and what fits your personality best, I think. And I think that's the key thing, too. It's got to fit your personality. Because if you're fighting your trading
Yeah.
strategy, you're
Yeah.
essentially fighting with yourself. You're trying to be
Well,
something
that's
that
the
you're
thing,
not, right?
Like,
You're trying to do something
you're
that you're
very
just not.
well said.
Yeah.
Which is, me, like I like to get in and get out, but I don't know. I feel like I might be able to change that. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, you guys know, man. You guys see my chart. It's always full of outs, right? Because I'm scalping out. I don't hold for the entire move. Kind of similar to Sean in a way. All right. Someone was yelling, "Sell Microsoft," and I looked over at my 5-minute chart on Microsoft, and it was printing to the higher side. So I see what you're saying. I mean, we're at a bit of a top on the ES at the moment with that 41.27. We're in that area that he was talking about, that Arun was talking about, that possible area to start setting up. But I don't know what your view on the NQ was. I don't think you were looking at the NQ, but the NQ to me, I mean, at least on this chart, I don't have the resistance yet coming on the NQ. To me, that comes a little bit higher at that 13. I want to say that 13.225, 13.200. So we've still got another 50, 60 points on the NQ before we get to resistance. At least that's how I read it. And lately, I've been associating these big cappers with more of the NQ than I have with the ES. And so that's just basically a long-winded way of saying, I don't know, I don't think we've really seen the full top yet. But hey, I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll see. Wave Trader 3 daily candle trend line resistance. Okay, so that's his take on that. Dan Emmons says NQ 13,150. Okay, so that's where we're at essentially right now. 13,153 on the June contract is the high of day. See what you were talking about here. Let's bring that in and look at the 15-minute, because I saw something a little different. So here's what I see. Come to my chart. And this is basically like my take on this, that we're kind of in that no man's land at the moment. And we start getting into some resistance areas, at least 200. I don't know where you're getting 150, Dan, but yeah, you obviously must be looking at something different, maybe over here. The little trough we had April 3rd, we danced around 150, so that could be interesting. On the 4th as well, we kind of came into the 70s. We'll see. I don't know. I'm looking at the 200s. I think that might be the area, but we shall see what happens. Good move still on all these ones, but by these ones, I'm talking about the big cappers. Kind of slowed down now in their ascent, meta curling a little bit, likewise with Apple and Amazon. We shall see what's going on. What time is it? It's 12:15, so we're getting to that like less liquid part of the day. So not really uncommon for things to slow down too much. Before I send it back to Arun, I just want to look at GFAI, yeah, real quick here. And this one came in to VWAP-ish area. VWAP-ish, obviously I say that because of where it's anchored. Michael Noss, shout out to Michael Noss for talking about that last week and talking about it a little bit this week too. Yeah, that $13.90, $14 area, nice little bounce there on a GFAI. You could have rode that through 15, but it's been, you know, it's been holding its own. Hasn't really given up the ghost so far. I'm talking about GFAI. Also, I believe BBAI is still holding up. Yeah, holding up above VWAP as well. Kind of a bit more choppy in its trade, but Dan's saying 1330, 13300, excuse me, 13150. And 1,300 on the NQ pivots. That's Dan's take on that. Shout out to Dan. And yeah, that's basically it. What are you looking at over there?
I was just going through the chats. Renata, who's always active in the chat, is saying she's got to take off. Well, thank you for watching.
You're going to leave?
She's leaving us, man.
Okay, have to go, guys.
Yeah, enjoy. But before you go, make sure you got to hit the like.
No, Renata's from the Middle East.
Okay.
So you want me to tell you about the Middle East?
Yeah.
Maybe something you know you didn't know.
Okay.
Their Thursday is our Friday.
Oh, it's a weekend for her.
Friday, Saturday is the weekend. Sunday's not a weekend. And so, you know, it's Friday night for her. So shout out to Renata. Enjoy your time.
But you're that reminds me, Europe. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Some European countries, for them, Monday's part of the week. Well, it's the day off for them, right? They take Saturday is normal, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday is like the weekend. Yeah, it's.
Are they doing 4 day? They're doing 4-day work weeks?
No, I just know that Monday. A lot of like when I've been to Europe, a lot of Mondays are just like holiday, not holidays, but like kind of like a Sunday for us.
Really?
Yeah, like
I didn't
things are
know
closed
that.
and stuff like that.
I don't think that's the way in
know why,
England. Definitely not in England.
Maybe it's just the countries that I've been to. But
I'm from Germany.
Correct me,
Jessica
like I said,
says. In Germany, it's Monday to Friday. Yeah,
that's normal as here. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Germany, man.
Banks in Europe don't work Monday. There you go.
Oh, I think that may be accurate.
Well,
you know, man,
though?
my memory is starting to go. It's been a minute since I've been there. I don't know. Is England the same way, though? I feel like the banks were open in England on Monday. I don't know, man. I don't remember. That was 2009 since I left. Shout out Leicester.
You keep going, Leicester, man.
Leicester?
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you, bro. Look, fond memories, good times, wrong city to go. I should have went to Birmingham. But London would have been too expensive to live because when we went and visited London, let me tell you the prices we were paying there. And the conversion rate back then was 2 to 1. So it was killer. Yeah. I should have went to Birmingham or maybe Newcastle. Those are the areas in England that I should have went.
A lot of these city names. FIFA. Because if you look at Leicester, you're like Leicester. Because that's how it's spelled.
Leicester. It's not Lester like us. Yeah, no.
FIFA, thank you for teaching me how to pronounce proper names of some of these English cities. Because I would not get them right.
Yeah. Mr. Yo saying I'm in Birmingham, but go Newcastle. There you go. Okay. IMI Khan says yes. Come to Birmingham. All right, guys. Okay. Where did Sharif go in the UK? Eddie asked. Leicester. I was at the University of Leicester in Leicestershire, East Midlands, baby. Shout out. All right, let's get back to some business here, baby, because we've got market at tops. All right, so I switched that to the 15. Let me switch that to the 5 here. What do you see here, Arun?
I'm just looking at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is really struggling north of these 250s. This pullback was kind of expected, but what wasn't expected was this market actually going to its peak. So I'm in a situation where I still like the long, but the S&P side of things is not cooperating because they're hitting their resistance levels. So how much more of an upside is there for this one to keep going to be? I don't know. We may have to rethink our NVIDIA trade because NVIDIA went nowhere when the futures market bounced all the way up. So there might be a pullback against the grain here a little bit. I think
Can I
it
tell
all
you
comes
something?
down to how
I
this
see
futures market comes back.
possible,
What's up?
The 269 was yesterday's close
On
NVIDIA. The 269,
So you
268,
think they're gonna pull back
80s.
there?
Yeah, I don't know.
That makes
But it's a possible level of support, especially from the breakout. A lot of shout outs here in England. Look at this. I've been to Birmingham, loved it. The British Empire. Okay, I'm not going to say that one. London only dude. Peter Warwell, Oxford, baby. Maui Sam, Newbury, Oxford. Eddie says Leicester written right. Okay, Leicester is Morster. I don't know what that is. Stella says Birmingham equals drywall. I don't know what that kind of inside joke is. Are a lot of drywall people in Leicester, or I mean in Birmingham, or are you trying to imply that people from Birmingham are dry? That's not cool. I hope you're not implying that. But yeah, shout out to Aston Villa too, man.
Hey, I know that team.
Hey, from
They're
FIFA.
From FIFA.
From FIFA.
They're a good team. They're a decent. Well, they're a decent team.
They're
Of
okay.
course,
They're
I
good
haven't
this
played.
year.
I haven't played FIFA in a while, but
Yeah. Well, they got a
so
good
I have
name.
like these. I have games that I play with specific people, right?
Okay.
So like FIFA, I only play with one of my buddies.
Right.
Right. And he has been taking his kids to doing like all these other things. So he hasn't been essentially available.
Right.
So I've kind of stopped playing FIFA because of that. So I
Because
don't know
he's
what's
not
happening. I
available.
don't know what teams are good. I don't know what teams are not anymore because I don't know. My buddy's like doing what he needs to do with his kids. So yeah. And then now I've started picking up Call of Duty.
Did you?
With my other buddy.
You're back to COD, eh?
Because my
Okay.
other buddy is
Your
like,
buddy's on it?
hey, I
Okay.
got a PS5. We should play. I'm like, cool.
Okay.
I'm like, all right, I guess we're playing now. So now we.
Do you have a PS5?
I do.
You are. So you are a gamer.
No, but
The last PS I had
play.
was 2, bro.
No, but I play games, but I play games specific. I don't play the PS5 on the regular. I only
you're
play
playing with
when
people.
certain people are available,
Gotcha.
right?
Okay.
So
Yeah, I feel.
you know who has become my gamer though?
Who?
My wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, this PS5 was built. This PS5 was bought for me.
Really?
She's active on Call of
You're
Duty.
kidding.
She's active on Call of Duty.
That's
She's
cool,
actually
man.
she's getting pretty good too.
Hey, man. Don't paste any labels. You never know
Yeah,
who's
so
gonna be good.
that's what's happening. That's what happens around when I'm waiting for trades.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're either. I see you a lot there studying Spanish. So shout out to you.
Oh yeah, that's but that's not even a game though. Like for me, like I think I mentioned this. I started picking up Spanish, so I'm doing like Spanish lessons online, and I try to put in like about an hour a day every day, and I'm at
That's
I'm at
fantastic,
2 years
man.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at 2 years now.
How
But the-
comfortable are you in like everyday dialogue? Could you? Pull
Okay,
it
so
up?
here's the problem with learning online. You don't get enough interaction
Right.
with people to be able to think on the spot.
Right.
Right? I feel like you need to immerse yourself a little bit
You
more.
have to,
Like
yeah.
I can understand if you talk, but if you talk at a certain speed, I
Yeah,
can understand. If you
yeah.
speed it up, I'm lost.
Because you need that everyday practice and like in a Spanish-speaking
so I feel like
environment.
I have the
I hear you.
basics.
Yeah.
Even after 2 years and an hour in, I feel like if I was immersed in it, I'd be way progressed.
Really? Okay.
Much
good,
just like
good.
trading, right?
Yeah,
If
for
you're
sure.
spending a little bit of time learning how to trade every day, it's going to take you much longer to do it. And then textbook learning is very different from application.
Mm-hmm.
And like Tyson's famous line: "Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face."
Yep.
Right? Trading is just like that. Everyone has a plan, and you're learning a language just like that. Everyone has a plan. Textbook learning until you actually have to do it on the fly, and have to adjust on the fly, and that's a
Okay.
different game. But at least I've got a ground in there. And I mentioned to Luis from Barcelona
Yeah.
that
Luis Barbado.
I'm going to be in Europe
Nice.
in August.
Okay.
Into September, and I'm like, I'll swing by. I'll swing by your office.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to swing by there
There you
in
go.
September or so. So Luis, hopefully he only speaks to me in Spanish and Spanish only. That way I'm forced to learn.
Yeah.
Or I don't survive.
He's like in terms of trading, completely different from you. He's all about small caps, right? Like he's all about that. Shout out to Luis Barbado. All right, guys, getting some continuation, taking a meta long, quarter position. So we'll see what develops from this one. I'm taking it late, but looking for, again, the plan is that continuation to 216, ish area as we look to fill that gap. You know, not the most liquid time in the day, so don't really expect a big move now, but gotta wet my beak and start building the position around here. So long that. I also see WWE is moving here, and you know, it's spready. It's about 10, 12 penny spread at the moment, but look at this. It's a decent move. Around 11 o'clock, you get a big boy move, you get a consolidation, a pullback into the 50. Then all of a sudden, it's up and to the right through that $100 break. It consolidates at 100, then a lot of shareage comes in here. How much shareage? 100,000 shares came in. No. How come it's not showing me the volume per candle? Okay, I gotta fix that. But some volume coming in here and propelling it up to that 103/4. Let's see if we get continuation on this one. But we shall see. We shall see. I'm also looking at our friend Baba. It's up and to the right as well. Look at this one now knocking on the door 102.50. It had a bit of trouble breaking through that 102. But again, the trend is intact here, at least so far. Let's see what happens. Looking at my Seco trade, it's still holding here at $1.20, well above VWAP, but looking for that eventual 30 break on that one. That may not materialize until well later into the afternoon, so this might be a hold all day type of trade, but I've still got my stops set for that one, so I shall not allow it to Huadunk against me. Soccer Clips coming in with a $5 super chat. Shout out to you, Soccer Clips. I don't think you added me or asked anything here. Andy Fischella saying, you guys together are great, homie. Shout out to you, Andy, man. Appreciate your love and support on that one. DJ Adi saying, Morster is a play on words, less is more. I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Some other people were tagging me here today, but I guess I missed that. But yeah, anyway, letting this trade on Meta run. The point is we want to wait. We want to wait to about 215.50, 216. We retraced down to 213. We held it. Now we're pumping back up. We just made new day's highs. Let's see if this one goes. I'm keeping my eye obviously on the NQ as well because even though I feel Meta's a little secular today and has been on occasion in the past little bit, you still want the general trend to be in your direction, and so that's why I got one eye on Meta and one eye on the NQs. Also, I got one eye on Seco, but I only have two eyes. So
use more eyes, man. Some eyes on the back of your head.
I know, like
see it all coming.
Do something about it, bro.
Yeah,
like stop complaining about only having two eyes.
Right.
Just kidding. Baba running. I see you, man. I just talked about Baba. I'm talking to Kenny Boy. Kenny Boy Baba is running. I told you he was knocking on the door of that 102.50. Soon, someone may answer. And yeah, it's going to the high side. But likewise, the Meta. Where are we long Meta? What do we got? We got 69s. All right. Well, now we're 84s. Obviously not touching this one. I'm going to keep waiting. Careful. You might get cross-eyed, said Picky Eater. Well, yeah. Yep, that is the risk, but as a trader, you take the good with the bad. If cross-eye is the deal, then that's what I'll do. No, I'm kidding, of course. We're just talking nonsense here, guys, but I saw someone say, COYG, come on, you Gunners. I know you don't care about soccer,
is that
but I'm
Arsenal?
going to talk.
Is that Arsenal? I know
yes.
the logo. See, I told you, FIFA, thank you. I know the logo.
There we go. Arsenal, obviously.
Are they
Arsenal.
good?
Yep.
Are they good this year?
Are they good?
Are they good this year?
We are number one. And we got an 8-point lead against City. Granted, we got one game in hand over City.
Oh, you're a big fan.
Am I a big fan? I'm a psycho, bro.
Okay, got it. This is why it came up.
That's the only thing I shout out to England. Love England. That's really the only thing that I brought back from England. Really, my love for soccer. You don't go there and associate with people and not end up liking a team, right?
Okay.
Yeah, my parents visited me the first year there. Like, they came to visit me, and then we went to London. We went outside an Arsenal game, and we tried to get tickets. They were playing Manchester United, ironically enough. 400 quid each. That would have been a cool 1,200 sterling for the three of us for a regular mid-season game. Wow. I'm like, no, thank you. You passed up on that, but yeah, anyway.
You got that's
Jason
a culture
Ratcliffe,
over there. That's quite the commitment.
Yeah, no, man, I loved it. I went to a couple of games. I didn't end up going to an Arsenal game, but I'll keep my eye on some opportunities.
What's your reason though for Arsenal? Like, why is it Arsenal and not some other team?
When I was there, is really when I started getting into English football, and so Arsenal was nearer the top of the table, and so I started seeing like who are the good teams. and you watched Arsenal play, there was something beautiful about the football that Arsenal played because they were under the manager Arsene Wenger at the time, right? And he had a particular style of soccer that, you know, called the beautiful game. He's kind of like a naturalist when it comes to that. And so that's why I fell in love with Arsenal at the time. And who doesn't like the name the Gunners? Like if you're, you know, sports teams are supposed to be menacing, you know, like you're supposed to scare your opponent. If you're called the Gunners and you're Arsenal, and you know why they called them Arsenal? Because in either World War I or World War II, fact check me on this, chat, but that's where they made the area of North London where Arsenal is. They made a lot of, you guessed it, the Arsenal for the war effort there, so they ended up calling them that.
So what are some other names? If that's the Gunners and that's like the menacing name, what are some of the other names that are in the...
So the Red Devils are Manchester United, right?
Okay,
so I don't know, there's the Toffees. I don't know, the Toffees. I think Southampton is called the Toffees.
I know the Wolverhampton Wolves.
That's awesome.
That one's
Wolves,
pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of nicknames. Meta is pumping to the high side. Here we go, guys. We're about 40 pennies in the money now on our friend Meta. We're letting it run. I'm not touching this time. We're going to go, and I want all the smoke from this one. So let's go, Meta. Let's go through 214. Let's see 216 today soon. We talked about that gap. It's not really a gap. That's an incorrect characterization, but we'll go to the 15, the 30 here. I'll show you what I mean. If we're going to close, you know, the distance from this big huadunk that we made yesterday, basically the entire day on our friend Meta, if we're going to fill some of that, well, the area is at 216. That's the top. Obviously, I'll probably start scalping around the 215-ish area, but it's still $1 away from where we're at now. So, you know, do you even want to start talking about that because we may not even see it. So, but Meta moving to the right side, keeping me on the right side of the trade. I'm also on the right side of the trade on SECO. So, you know, happy about this, but let's let it run. Let's let it run. Bampe, says Shinobi.
All right.
Real Madrid, says James D. Oh, Madrid absolutely destroyed Barcelona yesterday in the Copa del Rey.
Okay.
So that's a big match. You know that. El Clasico, right? El Clasico is technically in La Liga. But the Copa del Rey is like a concurrent competition, which is like the FA Cup.
Okay.
And they had played yesterday, and
what was the score?
4-0.
Oh.
It was
That's pretty bad.
you know what whooping, and there was a second leg of the game too. They played 2 legs, excuse me. Anyway, so yeah, big game yesterday, guys.
Just an update with my position. I actually walked away from NVIDIA. There's some sort of relative weakness going on here, and I don't like it. Not for this kind of risk. Yeah, it's running up now, but with this futures market going into the resistance zone, NVIDIA is barely starting to walk away from these 270s. This is a problem. I can't have having this market already move this far up into a resistance zone, and NVIDIA is barely getting away from that 270. So it can run, sure. I could have made a mistake by getting out, sure. But at the same time, it's a matter of controlling your risk, and I don't like this setup for the market running the way it is. So we need something stronger. Like this guy's Meta trade, obviously.
It's okay.
It's going up. I was concerned about this resistance level. We're above it now. Now it could be a little bit better of a runner, but I've still got to get some other names here. Let's take a look at some other big-time players. Microsoft, heavy move in Microsoft here. Timed well with the NASDAQ, right? The NASDAQ kind of did this whole bottom end bounce, and Microsoft did the exact same thing. So with the NASDAQ doing that, and then Apple, I suspect, was also doing fairly well. Apple also nice little bounce. All of these are going into resistance levels, right? So although the futures position may not have happened where we would have liked it to, I said once we get back into the next zone, then we just figure out how we're going to play this resistance level up top here as we get into the 30s and 35s. Anything north of 25 is potentially a short if we can get the setup. And I think the way that NVIDIA is really struggling, NVIDIA might have to become a candidate for a short here. I might flip the trade on NVIDIA. Not right now, but once I get the signal from the futures to actually work the shorts, I'm starting to think that there could be a failed break here against the 271. So I might actually just draw this here and start to work a short around 270 against the 271s as soon as the futures market also spins around, and then we'll just take it right back down to 268 and change, because this is the problem. You should not have this. If this was as strong as it looked on the breakout, you should not have this when the futures market has already moved about 10 to 15 points from that point where we broke out.
Yeah, I'm seeing some, some relative weakness show up here on Meta as well. Having trouble with that 214, but we shall see. But what's not having trouble right now, guys, and a lot of you guys shouting out this in the chat, and I could not be happier for you guys that are long, is our friend Baba. It's pumping to the high side, 102.98, essentially 103, the high. So we're moving to the high side here. We tried to look earlier. Let's look at the half an hour. To where we may find some resistance. We definitely said that 105 would be an interesting area. Also, that 104.25, that's where a lot of these 30-minute candles closed on that. So we're close to that. That's still a couple of bucks, though, right? I mean, that's a decent trade. The risk to reward, though, is a bit tricky on this one, because where do you give it to if you get in, right? I'm seeing, obviously yesterday's close is not going to be where you give it. That's 98. I'd maybe give it to 101. Yeah, see, that's a tough trade too, because that's not even good 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio on that. So Baba, tough at these levels. We shall see if it continues to run. Yeah, what else is going on? My Seco trade still not doing much. AI hanging up near day's highs, about 40 pennies off the high, hanging out in a consolidation kind of mode. Likewise with GFAI, a lot of these AI names have been up and to the right today. 1431 with GFAI holding above VWAP, looking like a possible high of day break continuation during that more liquid time of the day, 2 o'clock onward possibly. AMC's been decent as well. You had that big move right off the bell, and it's been up, and then you've been stair-stepping up. You haven't quite tested the earlier highs that made around 10:30 or so. 495 where the high is there. Let's zoom out into the hourly and get an idea. Look at all this action here. We have at 5. Expect 5 to be a thick level of resistance. And then look, the times that we did break above 5, especially the last few days of March there, we really quickly traced below that level, and it's been tough. So we'll see if 5, obviously a previous area of support, now looks like to be an area of resistance. If we get continuation on AMC, I'm looking for a possible rejection of 5. That could be a great, short too, if you're really patient into that, right? I mean, obviously you'd have to give it a few pennies, because 5 exactly may not hold, but that may not be a bad idea. All right, back to the markets here as Meta now retracing closer into my entry area. I'm going to have to give this one to a little bit below 213, 212.92, 212.80-ish area. And the reason is because that's where the trough that we made on the last move up was. And it's also that 213 area. So looking for possible support there. Obviously, if it makes it down there, I'm going to be adding at those levels. But I'm going to keep, again, an eye on the market to see if we're getting that continuation up on the market. Is the trade on Meta still valid if the market has turned? Not so much for me. So keeping an eye on that. Shinobi says Lucid's moving. Let's have a look at the EVs here. Lucid, where are my EVs? Okay, so I don't know why the hell Lucid's not coming up, but I'll pull it up on the chart. LCID. Yeah, okay. Moved up from 775 to 787. Keep me posted. If it continues to make a move, we'll talk, but that's not the kind of move I'm looking for.
All right, quite the move here in the future side of things. It just kept going up. And like I said, longs, the window for the longs is long past. So now we got to start considering the flip side of this, which is a short. What do I have? Do I have enough for a short? No, absolutely not. There's enough strength here that it can keep going up, essentially keep going up. But I've got to be aware of, at some point, if it does start to stall out and we do turn, there could be some shorts here, not just on the futures, some other candidates too. I quickly look over at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's already fallen off. So we got out just in time before this fall off. We actually got flat. We actually made a little bit by getting in there and getting out there on that little pop up. But now NVIDIA is kind of right back down, and that was a candidate for me to kind of fade once everything's set up. But it looks like NVIDIA is a lot weaker. So it's not even waiting. It's just going now. So we're going to leave NVIDIA alone. I know some of you guys were mentioning Tesla as a potential trade, and I think Tesla is probably the better of the fades if we do end up getting a setup for a fade. Why? Well, it's running right into some resistance here. Ideally, what you want, it looks very similar to what the futures were kind of showing me, which is resistance up top. Once we get the signal on the futures, then I think Tesla could potentially be a short as well. So we'll try to time them both together. They're in the right spots. We just got to get them to actually kind of set up and work together as they kind of move through here. But for now, Tesla, candidate on the short side. Microsoft obviously was strong earlier. Let's see if I don't want to touch this on the short side. We'll leave it alone. We want stocks that are relatively weak, right? NVIDIA showed relative weakness later on, so that could have been a good candidate. AMD was weak already, so that I think is a much better shot on the short side. It's already been weak. It barely rallied in the big move to the upside, and now it's kind of sitting at resistance. So why not work this on the short side? I think that's what I'm going to do here. I think for me, Tesla and AMD are going to be the candidates that I want to work with for the short. If we get the short, we just got to get the short. That's the other issue. But for now, Tesla, I get Tesla on this chart, and we'll just leave it alone and wait for this market to actually give me the read that I need. So we'll go back to this chart here and wait for this to set up on the short side, if it does set up in the short side for me at these prices.
All right, let's go through the watch list, see if we see anything stand out here. I haven't looked through the entire watch list today. So MU decidedly up here relative to the other chips. On my chart, I'm seeing Micron up almost 3.5%. Looking for news. Not really seeing anything on Micron coming in today. Was there anything yesterday? Let's click Micron here real quick. Where's Micron? There we go. Let's go to the daily. What did this one do yesterday? No. Relatively uneventful day. Today, for some reason, it's up. I'm not really sure why. I'm not seeing anything on my news catalyst here to justify the move. All right, let's continue moving on. What else is doing good volume and good? So you have Coin and Mara as well, up 2.5% and 4.33% respectively. We talked about Baba ad nauseum, up 4.33% under the Chinese ADR's watch list. You got Li Auto as well. Li Auto up as well, 3% here, up above 3% now. What else is moving on? Chinese ADR world, the DDY, that's up as well. Nikola, someone was telling me EVs there was EV news today. So I'm seeing some decent filings for Nikola, announces leadership transition for Nikola. Okay, so interesting news here on Nikola. Why are Nikola, Lordstown, Hyzon stocks all volatile? What's this say? As was fuel cell electric vehicle, fell earlier. Likely as investors process the latest news from General Motors and Tesla. Yeah, GM coming yesterday and announcing that they have, based on the data that was released, they are now the number two EV producer in the United States, a distant second to our friend Tesla, who is first by mile. Yep, a long, long mile. Let's go down here. FinTech, Affirm up 4% after getting huadunked the last little while on the news of the Apple Pay Later service. That was reflected in a lot of the price action lately. Let's zoom out here. What's going on with this chart? Wake up, bro. Let's refresh. The 4-hour chart, yeah, you see that big move down. That was when? Wow. No, that was earnings. What was that? Not sure when this was. I think it was around here, yeah. Anyway, it's been sold off lately because of the Apple Pay Later service. Still doesn't look that great from a daily chart perspective. You're still very much near all-time lows, being around that $8 level. So not much. Good day, though, for Affirm. Let's see what else is moving here. WonderFi, Kevin O'Leary was on that a couple of days ago, and he was talking about that. That's up 8% today, in case anybody's following. It's 14 pennies. All right, what else? NVAX up 9.75% today on our friend NVAX. What's going on here? Is this a continuation from yesterday or something? No, it's been a good little while for NVAX here, getting off that 550 bottom, retracing to the 50-period moving average on the daily. It's up 9.75% today on NVAX. What's the price action been like? Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, you guessed it, up and to the right, man, on this bad boy. Don't know if this is in sympathy to anything else. What am I seeing here on NVAX? No, Novax grows presence. This is back on the 4th. Today's the 6th, so not sure what that move is on NVAX. Maybe we'll get something from Brendo. Yeah, what else we got here? AI, you guys know about that. That's up 12.25% AI after the hit piece that came out a little while ago. Let's see how energy's faring today. Energy's kind of red. That is, except if you're TEL. Yes, shout out to Mohammed Al-Barash. He was telling me about TEL earlier. It's still going, and it's still pumping to the high side at $1.55 now on TEL, as it is up 31.33%. This one's big boy. It's been moving a dollar stock, though, but so you'll have to size in quite a bit on this one. Anything else here? Let's keep going down the watch list. Anything in the double-digit category or the high single digits? Nothing really standing out in this watch list, so looks like, we'll have to make do with this big boy market move today, guys, and hope for continuation here if you're long through the more liquid period of the day. I'm talking about that 1:30 and subsequent at that. All right. Meta bouncing back a bit here as it retraced closer to the 50-period moving average on the 1-minute chart. I'm looking for a continuation and new highs. Ideally, I'd like a high above 214.15. Show me that higher low. Show me that higher high. Show me that trend continuation, upward channel. That's what you want to see if you're long. But you got to have a plan for both. So definitely, if it breaks 213, I'll be looking for something different than the long. Guess what that is. But yeah, so far so good on the trade, and I'm seeing so far so good on the ES. I'm seeing so far so good on the NQs as we are at day's high on both. Guys, Wayne Walters says, I'm short AMD, shake my head. Let's have a look at our friend AMD. I know Arun was looking at that earlier.
If it sets up, and depends on where too, right? Where, I would love to know. He didn't set a price, right?
He said, no, he didn't. He says, I'm short AMD.
I mean, it's down on the day. It's just, if this market can slow down a little bit, AMD, I think, for me, is a candidate to be short. I just wouldn't have done it earlier. Right. For me, it's all about relative strength and weakness, and AMD is pretty weak to go with it. So it is moving here through these 92.50s into 93. There could be a decent place to pick up some more shorts, or a short, in my case, a brand new short. But for now, AMD is going to be the prime candidate, along with Tesla. Tesla is actually moving up a little bit more, but futures still hasn't let up. So that's a problem. So no shorts just yet, it seems. Keep in mind, we kind of expected that. We talked about this earlier at 9 a.m. About how volume was most likely going to be concentrated at the beginning and at the end of the day. Right? On a holiday or going into a holiday, it tends to be like that. So whatever's happening right now could accelerate later on as we get near the end of the day. And damn, NVIDIA's really falling off.
Yeah, good call. Did you take that?
I walked away from it.
No, but you started saying you were going to look short.
No, but I wanted the futures market
to set up
as well.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, we walked away. Sometimes that's going to happen, right? You're going to have to walk away from a trade because something doesn't feel right. And for me, it was the fact that for the strength of this market, NVIDIA wasn't moving. And NVIDIA is an index name. Right?
Oh, it's been a beast.
It's an index name too. It's got some weight in the NASDAQ.
In terms of big tech names up on the year, it's been NVIDIA 1, Meta 2. So NVIDIA has been the monster. But with respect to NVIDIA right now, I mentioned this level to you earlier, and I don't know how much of a role it's going to play in the current price action, but that 269, 268.88, that's yesterday's close, and that's where we're at now. So if you're along this name, this might be an interesting area, but I don't know. Look, we reject off it initially. That's yesterday's close. We come back to it. We consolidate at it. Now we're back to it. Do we find support at these levels? Yes or no? I guess time will tell. It's not an A+ setup by any means. It's not something that I'm going to be taking, but just an passing observation, so to speak. What is the chat up to? Here it comes, says Wayne Walters. Tav says NVIDIA falling. Yeah, Qs should follow soon, says Paulo. Look at IMPP, says Heavy Trader. Sure, let's IMPP up to. Definitely rings a bell. I've heard that before. Imperial Petroleum, all right, is 20 pennies. It's up 8%. Typically I don't trade these sub $1 stocks, but yes, nicely, so we'll look at it. With respect to the hourly, what's the price action here? So range-based, kind of. You got lots of big wicks initially. Look at that 4 a.m. spike. Yeah, kind of indiscernible, to be honest with you, of a trade. When it gets going, it really gets going, though. But then it has lots of dormant periods. That's going back to early March. So this is a month view right here. Don't know what the catalyst, if there is a catalyst on this one. With respect to the intraday trade, it's been holding up well. Very, very sparsely traded though. Not one that I'd punch into for a few reasons. The relative illiquidity. I mean, it's done 5.38 million shares, but it's 21 cents. So that's relative. And the price. Usually I filter for $1. So sorry, I can't help with that, but I mean, if you're holding long from somewhere earlier, like 19 pennies, then yeah, you're in the profit, but the 4-hour chart, you really can't discern any levels unless you've really been watching it. Seco moving. Finally, Seco moving. Finally, we're going to spin the money on that. Yeah, Sean. We take a piece off. There we go. We take a piece, and then it huadunks right back down. Classic small cap crapper. You know, it's, yeah, I was going to say bad words, but we get a piece out. Now we're looking for a continuation. So now all of a sudden we've got a new high a day at 132. I was sized in big boy on this one. Let's look at the 5-minute here. The initial add, then add, and then we hold the range. You know, it don't add again. There it is. There's the out. We're looking for continuation though. But what does the bigger picture tell us with respect to profit taking? Let's look at the 15-minute for that. And there it is. So the 15-minute is there. I'm looking at 140 as an obvious level. That's the peak coming in early morning yesterday. That 140 area is interesting. Then if you really get going, you're going to be looking for that, I want to say you're going to have a bit of a zone, that 190 into that about 165-ish area. We'll see. This one, your guess is as good as mine. We caught it at the right levels. We played it the right way. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it ends up being a worthwhile trade. I mean, we've been in it all morning. Arun. Seco. Do you know what MECO is?
You like those times.
You know what MECO is?
What?
I talked about this the other day. You know what the acronym MECO is? MECO? Main Engine Cut Off. And that's because I love space.
Space thing. I was going to say, it sounds like a space.
Yep.
Sounds
Main
like a space
engine.
thing.
And they yell MECO. Like, you know, the announcer when we're taking off
That means if the
and
main
stuff.
engine's cut off, is something's going wrong?
No, it's good because, you know, it's a several stage.
Okay.
You know how like there are stages in the boosters and stuff. So you deplete the first stage and then you're in the second. The secondary engine cut off. Chat is laughing because they know I'm talking about this from before. Yeah. Now with respect to that meta trade, you know, we're still 10 pennies in the money, but we're not doing anything. I mean, I don't want to be 10, 15 pennies in the money. I want continuation on these futures, but you know, maybe I'm being unreasonable because we are still before 1 o'clock. You know, it's a long weekend. Some people may not even come back from lunch at this point. But anyway, I think we see some good volume going into the later parts of the day, and that's why I'm in this trade. I want a good cost basis so that I can print, baby.
Print some money, man.
Print.
He needs to get to space. Yeah, we've got that $2.
I got that $2 for my space fund. Let's not discount that.
It's the space fund that's getting
Right
now. And Miko, he's gonna. I feel like you're gonna sprinkle in terms here and there
Miko.
to remind people that you are an astronaut.
Oh man, dude, I'd give up my left arm. No, that's a figure of speech, obviously, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And I'd train my soul off to be in the kind of fitness. I think I am. I don't know, but maybe I'm not.
I feel like it's a different kind of fitness.
It is, exactly. And you have to have a psychological fit. You have to have psychological fitness as well. We're talking about space. He asked me, would I go to space? And I said, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. But
for
we're
any of you guys
talking
wondering
about
why my mic was muted, unless you want to hear me eating, you don't want that.
Show them what you got there. Show them what you got.
I got Neil's salad, but then I also mixed in.
Look at that, man. Is that not colorful, bro? Look at that. Jeez.
Why would I rotate it, man? Like,
proudly, I know.
Here you go. It's we got some.
There's a lot of goodies in there, man.
Yeah, there's a tuna salad right here, and then I stole some of the regular meals, chicken, whatever this. Yeah, I got tuna. Yeah, no.
Sean got egg.
This is Neil's salad.
That's Neil's.
So.
Yeah, he's not in today. Shout out to Neil. Hope you're feeling better, buddy. He slept a whole lot, according to what he told me this morning. I slept a bunch, but yeah, he coming under that. Well, I told him, man, valiant effort You put in a valiant effort not catching it.
He tries.
But he tried, but
tries.
he ended up catching it.
You know what's funny? I told him yesterday. He's like, oh, yeah, you know, because that's what he messaged me. He's like, oh, I'm going to need some coverage. I'm like, cool. And then he's like, it must have been when I went maple syrup harvesting. I'm like,
how about the office that's full of pollutants?
Well, that too. But then I'm just like,
I'm a pollutant. I don't know how you avoided it. But look, you avoided it, you get a bang, but you're the exception, not the rule here.
They, I was like, what is Neil? I was like, what is Neil doing maple syrup harvesting? But I know his in-laws are all over that. But
he's all about that.
I'm like, Neil, you know what's up, man. You can't be out there. You're not built for that.
That's funny. Yeah, no, man, that's
He's
a lot
like,
of fun. Have you ever
he
done
just
that?
laughed at that. What's
It's
that?
a lot of boiling. You got the maple
syrup harvesting?
Yeah,
you know, when I was a kid in school, that's something that obviously I think a lot of school trips are.
Yeah,
especially in Canada, anyways.
Yeah, of course.
They take you to these places.
Did you go to the Markham Fair?
No,
ever go to the Markham
this
Fair?
wasn't like a legit place.
The Markham Fair is legit, bro. It's
Oh,
huge.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyways, we would actually tap the trees and do the whole maple syrup and like the snow and all that stuff that you see. Yeah, it's an experience. I did it one time. I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'd rather have someone else, you know.
Yeah, it takes a long time to boil it too.
Have it prepared, and I just go in and take it. But you know, it's a lot of work.
A little Canadian tidbit for my, I guess, harvester aficionados, sap, obviously. Harvesters, I think if you use a reverse osmosis system, you can actually cut the time in half that it takes you to harvest it. So I know that it must cost a little bit more, obviously, to do it, but it's a little bit of a trick. All right, back to the trade on our friend Seco. We just created a new day high, 133, all of 1 penny higher. And as a result, I'm sitting now at 136s for an next out. This will be another baby out, but I'll be looking to take the majority of it through the 150. So I think 150 will be an interesting psychological level. I'll obviously be leaving a little bit of a piece to continue should it break 150. My friend Meta, we got back up to 214, 15 days highs, and now we're coming right back down. So we're obviously having an issue nearer the day's highs with a lot of these big cappers. You're seeing a slowdown on Microsoft, likewise with Meta. Amazon goes without saying, it's huadunking, and Apple, Tesla, and Google as well, all finding little resistance zones here at 41.31.75 on the ES, 13.161 on the NQ. Those are high of day figures. So we shall see what happens. Do we get continuation? If not, I guess you know my out on Meta will be the break of 213. So it will be the newer low, right? This is the obvious trough on the last retracement, and a break of that low and I'll be gone. But I'll be looking to add through the break of the 45 penny level. I've gone long 69s. If we get down into that 45, I'll be looking to add, then my ultimate out will be the break of 213. So if we can get continuation, great. If not, one positive trade, maybe then end up one negative trade. Let's see what goes down. Someone tagged me in here earlier and was asking about something. I usually highlight it, but anyway, I'll look back and find it. And yeah, so a bit, you may get your wish here on the futures, as they may be setting up for an interesting short.
That's what I'm actually starting to send some orders here on Tesla and AMD.
Okay.
They're coming in, or they're coming back here a little bit. I like the idea of being short underneath 186 against the 188.
Right.
With the market stalling out, it means that there is.
All right. So Tesla, I am short here, or not short. I'm sending an order short closer to that 186, trying to work the short very similarly to the futures market, which is stalling out here a little bit. So we're sitting about 40 cents away on Tesla from where it is right now. And then the second one is going to be AMD as well. I'm sending the order there as well, closer to that 92.40 If we just need a bounce, right? At this point, I've got what I need. Now I need to get the right prices on the trade. So we're starting to send orders at the prices that I'm willing to pay. And we'll just wait for those two fills. Futures market, not completely there yet for the short. I know we're north of 25 is ideal for shorts. Now it's just a matter of getting the fill that I want. I'm thinking the way it's bouncing, we should catch a nice little bounce off these 25s because we've been here before and we found some buy side or sell side action that should act as buy side movement. So I'm looking for a bounce back towards these 30s. I'm going to short that bounce. On the equity side, on the future side, I need them to break through 20 to kind of work the short. So from now, we're not going to touch the futures, but we are going to work Tesla shorts on a bounce up, AMD shorts on a bounce up. Obviously, that NVIDIA trade is gone. So that one's already at 268. Man, relative weakness was real on NVIDIA. Okay, we'll leave that one alone. What is it? What else we got? We got. I see the mic. That's just because I had to mute while I was eating. And then Tesla, you guys are talking about Tesla, NVIDIA. Yep. What other stocks are you guys mentioning in the chat? I'm looking for it. Mostly Tesla, seems like. And then XL. But for now, we'll leave it be. So we've got two orders out, waiting for shorts on a bounce on both of those names. And futures market coming back into those 25s. I'm looking for a bounce there as well. I'm not willing to come down. This market's going to have to meet me up top because I am not willing to come down. Ooh, do I take this NVIDIA on the short side, south of 268? Because remember, 268 was supposed to be the stop on a long, but we got out, and now it's coming back to 268. No, I don't want to do this because the risk is extremely high. I'm going to have to short this on a bounce, if at all, even if we get a bounce. But yeah, I think NVIDIA is gone. We're going to have to work Tesla. We're going to have to work AMD. I think NVIDIA is not going to be a possible trade. What else we got here? Amazon. Okay, let me look at some index names. Maybe Amazon and Google have already stalled out. I know Meta. You were in Meta.
I'm starting to see the short set up here. Meta not really tanking, but it just may be a matter of time until it starts tanking. So I'm really starting to question whether I want to stay in this trade, but I don't want to be the weak hand. I want to look for a concrete reason to get out. You know, I'm seeing reasons develop, but I don't know if they're fully developed. So I'll wait. I'm going to wait for now. I said my out would be 213. I said I'd add at 213.40s. But if we start tanking on these markets, I mean, but we are having a momentary retracement. I mean, it's absolutely normal on the move that we had to the upside to have a 5, 15, 20-minute retracement. So I'm trying not to jump the gun. Let's see. Daryl Finch. Sharif, I like how you're trading Meta up here. I've been long 208.75. Played the 208, strong support. It's tricky up here. I did load up at 211.50 break, sold most up here. I want that 213 hold. Likewise, I don't know if you got to hear my little assessment of it earlier. Obviously, I'm not long 208 like you. That's fantastic bounce there. I got 208.65, I think the low was. But if you just want to have a look at the 15, my idea was if we really get continuation here on this futures bounce back, and maybe want to test yesterday's highs, there's a gap to be filled. When we got in, it was at 213 or so. There's a possible 216 high. So if we really get going and we get back to yesterday's resistance area, I would say that 216, 215.75-ish, you know, in that area. That's a best case scenario though, right? Not the best case. Obviously, the best case would be to break yesterday's high, but to me, that's a more reasonable best case scenario. Anyway, I'm not going to pull the trigger. I'm going to let it run. I don't want to be the weak hand. I want it to. I want to actually just, you know, let it go. DYM bag 420. Sharif going to have to clean that keyboard. Why?
All the food that you're eating is dropping, bro.
It's not.
See that little crumb?
See that little crumb right there?
Mm-hmm. But the keyboard's good though.
I mean, all these keyboards can be replaced, to be fair. The
All
amount
right,
of crap that's in there.
Fanatic, Sharif, keep a side eye on psychedelics moving in unison. Seal, SEEL, MindMed, GHRS, CYBN, ATAI. All right, psychedelics. My man's got, B Fanatic's got his eye on the psychedelics today. We'll go with MindMed because Our friend Kevin O'Leary was into that for a little bit. Is he still in that? Is he out of that? No comment. Sean has no comment. We move on. All right, let's bring that down. Where's the Mindman chart at? Okay, it's done 2%. Okay, let's look at the other one that Beat mentioned there. SEEL. What's this one all about? Okay, done up 5%. Low volume, obviously, low liquidity, but up nonetheless. GHRS. This one, similar story, 4.8% to the high side, low liquidity, but all in the same direction. So all these MindMed psychedelic type plays moving here, guys. Shout out to Beat for picking up that. CYBN also up 3 1/3%. So you guys get the gist of it. I won't keep showing you all these ones. The tickers are there in the chat by Beat's name if you want to have a look at them. Got you confused with a rune? I'm not sure what that means. All right, Meta
no way
now
you can get
moving back up to the high side here, rune. I want to see a high at daybreak. That's at 15s. We're at 06s. So Meta doing the dance with no pants with that 214 level. Hopefully it breaks it and holds.
I mean, that dance with no pants, I don't know what that looks like, but I think, let me take a look at the Meta so I know what you're referring to, because you say that a lot. I'm like, that dance with no pants. Let's see. I mean, okay. I mean, we're in resistance, right?
I want
You're
a top
long,
break,
right?
baby. Yeah.
You're long.
Long 69s.
I mean, they're going to have to get through that 216. Futures market catching a bit off these 25s, so that helps. But at the same time, is that going to be enough to take us and break through the
Anemic,
top?
bro.
I'm using this bounce, if I can get this bounce on AMD and Tesla. Tesla's not even bouncing. On AMD to get a short, if I can. Because AMD was the weakest one. It's been down all day, obviously, but at the same time, it's been the weaker one on the bounce on the future side of things too, right? So I think a short there could be a decent play. So I'll put some, I have some offers out. I just need to keep going up a little bit more. And then Tesla's, I want the short, but I'm not paying 22s for it. I want it closer to 186.
Bump it.
So a nice little bounce. And then I also noticed in the chat, someone said, Rune's got a different phone than a BlackBerry? What?
What? Hold on. Oh yeah, because
Hey, why am I in this
you got the
camera?
email that told you you couldn't do that no more.
Yeah,
Meta's moving
well,
here.
no, it wasn't even an email. It was a direct message
On
from
what?
my service provider to the phone
Wow.
saying, reminding me. I got multiple messages, and the
my
last one
goodness.
was a reminder that as of this date, this was like last
gonna get
December,
cut
so
off.
2021, December of 2021. They're like, BlackBerry, no go. Your passport is no longer useful. It's going to be a block. I'm like, oh, I guess I got to get a phone now.
Yeah.
So I got myself the the Pixel.
How dare you, BlackBerry, says Lone. Yeah.
And I discovered so many things like
Hold on, was it BlackBerry's
apps.
fault or Roger or whoever you're with, the carrier?
BlackBerry was no longer was taking down their servers or whatever for certain devices
That's
that
an
were
L,
running
BlackBerry.
the OS that was running
Yeah,
their
yeah,
own
yeah.
operating system, right? My password was the last of their devices that had the OS.
Wow.
So obviously, like Neil still has his like Priv or whatever he's running.
Yeah, he still got that.
Because that doesn't run BlackBerry software.
iOS. I mean, it's Android.
It
Yeah,
runs
yeah.
Android.
Yeah, yeah.
So those phones are fine. It was just mine was the BlackBerry OS system was going down.
Hey, man, I
And
was there with you. I had the Bold. I had the Torch. I had all those ones back in the day. I was
Yeah,
a BlackBerry
the Bold,
guy. I
I
was a
had
good
the
Canadian
Bold.
boy. Right?
Bold
like-
was good, and then I had to go and I had that phone for years.
They miscalculated.
Years.
They miscalculated a lot. They made a lot of mistakes. Remember Jim Balzili's trying to buy an NHL team in Hamilton?
Oh yeah.
He tried to move the Penguins
Researching
to
motion.
Hamilton.
What did you do, man? Come on.
RIM, yeah. I mean, they had the dual CEO there for a bit. Remember that? Yeah, Jim Balls.
Now they're just selling off patents
now it's
left, right, and
BlackBerry. They used to
center.
be called RIM, Research in Motion. Right. Yeah, well, there has been a couple of sad Canadian stories. Obviously, Nortel Networks comes to mind, BlackBerry, another one. What isn't a sad story is this trade on Meta. We are now 60 pennies in the money, and I haven't taken one thing out. We're letting it run. I want 215.50 ideally. I won't be greedy. I won't wait to 216, but this trade working. We're going to hit a couple of bangs. There we go, almost $1. We're 80 pennies in the money now. Let this one run. The future's holding. Yeah, and that's it, letting it go. Meta looks to be strong. Microsoft, I also like. My friend Microsoft looking good as well. Nearer the highs. The highs are 288.54. We're at 288.34. So 20 pennies off the high on almost $300 stock. You're pretty much at the highs. Meta is, though, at the highs, letting this one run. Here we go. How about our friend Seco? Our friend Seco is doing bupkis. After we got that last big boy out at 130, the next big boy out at 136 has not printed, and therefore we are not big boy at the moment. We'll let it run. What's my cost basis? 15s. Okay, so we're like 10 pennies in the money on this small cap crapper, which is decent because we got a good, decent size here. Nothing really big, obviously. How about Miko? No, I haven't looked at Miko Ponzi Fonzie, but yeah, shout out to you. Always in there. Always shout out to Ponzi. One of the most active viewers there in the chat.
So I got a question for you. I'm starting to notice a lot of people are typing in like the points.
Yeah. Oh,
tag.
you don't know about this?
No. What is this? What is this now?
So the more you engage with the chat,
yeah. So
the more
you send messages. I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more you accrue points.
Okay.
And so we have like an AI, Streamlabs or whatever it's called. You hit points. Bradley didn't like my use of we're powered by AI, baby. We have our thing that you can hit exclamation points, and it shows you what you got in terms of points. You can compare it to other people around, and yeah. And
so it's like I got more points than you.
You got more points than me?
Well, that's what it says, right? Like essentially, when you type in points, like
there's no way you don't even have an account.
I'm not talking about me and you. I'm just saying, like when people type it in, it's like, oh, I got this many points. Like I got more points. Okay. So it's just for active users or active.
Yes.
Everyone's trying
people
to get
active in the chat. Yeah, there you go.
So does it reset every week or something?
I don't think so.
Because if it's all time, the people that have been around longer are always going to be at the top.
Well, that's the thing. Then people that joined late have got more work to do. Right?
There should be different tiered points.
Okay, hold on. We're almost $1 in the money here, Arun.
Oh, there you go.
So we're gonna take a little out. There we go. We'll take it out there. That's $1 in the money. Spin the money on the meta trade. Let's go. I'm gonna let the little other piece run. I'm very happy with this trade. I'm happy I didn't paper hand it. I let it run all of $1 before I took a little bit out, guys. That's a new one for me, anyway. Because I suck, right? But letting it run, meta good. Let's let it, the last little bit run to, again, that level we talked about, which is at 215.50. Green, Hori, okay, anyway. Arun has more points than all of us because he dunked on Fahad. Oh,
that's not normal. That's a regular thing. I mean, Fahad dunks on people that he knows he can dunk on. And Fahad doesn't ever step because he knows he's going to get dunked on. That's why he's
I feel bad putting him under the microscope when he's not here to defend himself. But did you see the background that he has on his little editing computer there?
Lucas?
Walking over Lucas?
But that's the thing, though. Why? Like, he has to have it because he knows he can dunk on Lucas.
I don't even think Fahad can dunk, bro. Let's be real. Fahad doesn't have that kind of ups.
For him, it's not about, like, he's stepping over Lucas because he probably crossed him up or something. Or he backed into him. You know how big of a difference it is between Lucas and Fahad? It's not even fair.
Difference, bro.
Like
We got a better player here.
Oh, okay. We have a new guy.
Fahad is old news, Pradley is saying.
Fahad's getting taken to school by his own boy. That's what's happening, guys. That's the new thing now. So Fahad, no longer the best basketball player who claims to be the best basketball player on the floor anymore. So now we have somebody new, Fahad. Go dunk on yourself, bro.
Go dunk on yourself, bro. All right, loving this trade, letting it go, and trying to focus on something else. I'm not tempted to take more profits out. Let's look at Seco here. It's still doing that dance. You know what? On my chart, on the IBKR chart, where VWAP is anchored at 4 a.m., we've had a really good defend of the VWAP, and so I feel a little obligated to take more shareage at VWAP here because we're getting look, clearly what the market is telling us and what this chart is telling us is buyers are overwhelming sellers at this particular price, and therefore, you know, the likelihood for the trade to continue to the north side is greater than if it would have been the other way around from the downside. So I'm looking maybe to add here at 118, 119 for a big high of day break during the more liquid period of the day. And I'm talking between 2 to 4. So I will be looking to add here at 118. Should it come down, I'm going to have probably a resting order hanging out nearer to that level. We shall see. I don't want to. I'm gonna have to think about it a little bit, but that's what I want to do on this one. Lone says I'm rich. Someone says, LOL, Fahad can dunk. I'm a billionaire. Yeah, man.
Lone says he's rich. Yo, Lone, can you send this guy 450 grand so he can go to space?
I know, bro.
This guy,
Come on.
this guy really needs to go to space so he can talk about Nico and all that.
But we
other
can't.
Stuff. Why?
Because they shuttered. After enticing people, telling them they could go to space for like the cheap price of 450,000, they shut down. They didn't have enough money. Orb? Oh, yeah?
Oh,
Virgin
okay.
Orbit and Space are different companies?
Space, Galactic.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. See, you can still go to space.
Everything's
you
still
just can't
good.
go into orbit.
So let's find out what the...
I don't know what the subtle difference is, but
ORB. Yeah, we're going to have to
apparently
find
you
out.
can.
I think
you
Bradley
see,
is
You
right.
can still make it to space. Lone, send this guy 450 grand with your billions, and we can get this guy to space, and he can tell us what it looked like.
ORBE. Let's find out. Okay,
All right, what's the whole thing with the bet, though? Like, now, apparently, you can use these points for bets. Can you guys explain to me what the bet situation is with these points? Because can I say...
No, actually, good question.
Oh, yeah.
If you're just collecting these fake lottery points,
Yeah.
in the future, maybe we do like a contest. Whoever has the most points can come on the show for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but what's the bet?
Who has-
What do you mean the bet, though? What does the bet mean?
The bet is, will the NASDAQ market today close red or green?
On the polls.
On the poll.
Oh, so it's your poll.
My poll.
So you can vote and then say bet. So you're putting up 100 points to make whatever. Okay, got it.
I see.
Got it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right, 214.91, now $1.30 in the money on this meta trade as we knock on the door of 215. 215 coming soon, it looks like, now up 1.6, yeah, 1 2/3% on the day. 95's now the high. I'm talking about meta. Where is this meta thing you speak of? Here we go. Knocking on the door again of 215. There's the first out at 60s. I'm still holding. We'll get out later into the 15.5s if we should make it up there, but you know, we're real close to breaking. Here comes a lot of movement now here on the book. Here comes 15. Some sizage here. 15 breaks. We continue. We're at 05s here on the ask. You know, we're probably going to have a little bit of resistance again at the whole dollar level, but again, I'm looking for that 15.5 move. But very happy with this trade on Meta. The futures really cooperating here. They're very much near day's highs. ES is very close to day's highs. Likewise with the NQ, which is 10 points, 9 points off that high of day print. What else we seen? Okay, Baba. Our friend Baba was making a decent move until it wasn't, and made a bit of a retracement here, to be expected. And now, I don't know, do you ever use these candles? Like, do you believe in reversal candles, topping tail candles? That's not really your style of trading, obviously.
I mean, they have information.
They show information, the fact that they were bid up, right?
Yeah, so where it didn't want to be. I try not to put in like individual, like, oh, topping candles. I mean, there's some validity to it. I just don't try to name them. I just try to kind of base the action off of what I'm seeing. Like here, it tried to break through that 102, failed, took out some decent movement to the downside, and then here it is back above, right?
Here it is.
So that could be a decent
This
like,
might be an
flush of a
interesting
102 that takes you back up to 103.
And that's what I'm thinking.
Right.
Right. One strategy that I try to employ, not past tense try, is waiting for this reversal candle, if you want to call it that, to develop. And I want to ideally see the body to be bigger and much more nearer to the high than to the low. And then I wait for the subsequent 5-minute candle to make a new high above this one and close. I want the subsequent 5-minute candle to close above the level of this 5-minute candle, and it's got to close above it. So once I get confirmation, then I punch. You know, you give up a lot of the move, a lot of the meat of the move is gone, but that's just part of the risk management, right? That you're waiting for confirmation. You were talking about other variables you use to confirm. So I'll keep my eye on Beba here. It's been obviously strong. It's up 3 2/3% on the day. You know, it's setting up real good. It's been up and to the right. Finally, we get a retracement of some notable length. And now I'll be looking for the
Take a look
continuation.
at Boeing. Darwin and some people in the chat were talking about Boeing. Nice little pop here from 209 to 211.50. Production news, apparently. I'm sure Brendan will bring it to us once we get it.
Boeing, sure. No, I can
But
probably
Boeing's been making a move right now.
Big boy move.
All you volatility guys, That's what you want right there.
Damn.
That's $2.50 real quick as we pop off right into those 211s. Only thing, when I see moves like that, I'm like, okay, do I want to buy this or do I want to fade this? And Boeing, it sits in a tricky spot because 212 is kind of like where I would be more comfortable. If we got above there, that would be a long. So I'm thinking, okay, this could be a short, it could be a fade against that 212, but I'm not going to try to get fancy with it because I'm already looking to fade the market with specific names. AMD, Tesla. Tesla won't give me that fill, but AMD, I've got the trade here on AMD. We're out 5 cents right now. And then Tesla, we're still waiting for that fill on Tesla. But those are the names I'm looking at. Boeing, when it brings its own catalyst and I'm trying to time something with the market, that's a little harder to play. But I am going to keep an eye on these 212s and see how this plays out. See if we can actually get above there. I think if we get back under 210 after trading like this, then I think Boeing has to be an option for a potential short as well. Because we should not, with this kind of strength going north of 210, we should not fall back south of 210 again. So I think for me, 212 or 210, whichever side breaks, that should be the direction that you go in. You just box it in, either break through the top, break through the 210 level. That should open up the short. I think, thank you for bringing that up, by the way. I think Boeing is, I've got the other names, but I think now the more I'm looking at this, Boeing could be a decent move.
It is.
Fade.
There's plenty of volume coming in, and I don't see any reason why it is. I'm looking at my news blotter. I'm not getting the update. As soon as we get the update, we'll bring that to you. But there's obvious volume and obvious moves here on Boeing that are not explainable by just normal price action. We're continuing to see newer highs print here on Meta. We're now up to 15s. I'm seeing 15 on the ask, so that could be a new high real soon. Again, so whether this runs to break the high of day from yesterday, which whatever, I think it's like 216 something, I probably won't participate in that. My out will be at the $0.50, 215 and a half. That's going to be the last of my trade to take about $1.90 from there. We'll see what Meta brings us, but you get super comfortable at this stage. I mean, when you have such a big buffer and you've already taken a big boy piece out of the trade here, this is where you want to be in the trade. I hate being in the trade where I'm biting my nails and I'm like, you're barely break even, the trade's going against you, you're averaging in. Jeez. Obviously, that's part of trading, but liking where this is going, letting it go. The futures, though, they're not making newer highs. That's the kind of the bizarre thing. We're seeing newer highs on Microsoft. We're seeing newer highs on Google. We're almost at day's high on Amazon. But when you look at the futures, they're at day's highs, but they're not printing newer day's highs. So I feel Meta a bit stronger than the overall market at the moment. And if that's obviously reflected on what the percentage up on the day is, up a 1.75%, while the ES is up 1/3%, and the NQ almost 2/3 now. New highs, baby, new highs. We're gonna hit bang. We're getting new highs on Meta. Shout out to Beat for that. Roland Joe, you're no longer painting now. Great job. Thanks, bro. Make me feel good about myself for taking outs there. But yeah, I'm trying. I got this guy next to me. I knew exactly what he was gonna say. Why are you taking some out there? What's the reason you're taking some out there? So instead of asking it, watching him hear that or watching him say that, I just didn't take any out. And I kind of let it run.
My man.
Because I knew that's exactly
See, this is
what
what
he was
happens
saying.
when you don't want to deal with that nonsense.
No, I don't want to have to deal with explaining to you why I'm taking some out. And the real reason is because I'm jittery Jerry and I want to take some out.
See, you're learning patience. You're slowly transitioning away from taking like 10, 15 outs in one location.
Yeah, that's
to actually slowly working your way out.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean hold on forever. You do have to set some targets out.
Yeah, of course.
But spread them out a little bit more.
Yeah.
So for now, I picked up the two shorts that I wanted, right? AMD and Tesla. So we are working Tesla around 80, 81. That's flat. That's gonna have to be. That's gonna have to get worked on a little bit more. And then AMD's out 20 cents. Wow. AMD picked up some strength late, even with the push. AMD was the weaker one. I'm surprised it picked up this much strength, but we'll leave it be. I'm okay with the weights moving. I know what I'm playing for in terms of movement, right, on AMD. It's been relatively weak. The only way AMD is going to run me over is out of nowhere they get for whatever reason, they get some strength, late strength without the market moving in their favor, and they just run through 93. Risk on this, just over 70 cents. If we're right, we should be able to make at least $1.20, $1.30 maybe towards the lows here. That's the play that I'm going for right now. We've got afternoon highs from yesterday. We've also got, 28th? We've got 28 lows around 93. So we should have some resistance above us to help us out on the short side here. Futures market in the resistance zone. I'm not ready for the future short just yet, but that could be also something I take as well. Right now, we're in the zone to get the short. If we can get underneath 20, we re-enter the bottom end range, or we re-enter the area that I would like to work with on the short side. And then I'll kind of offer my way into a short against the 55 top. But that's kind of the play right now. Futures market coming back in a little bit, barely. Tesla's up 17, AMD's down 15. I mean, Meta's up big for you. Meta, you're at 213.9. Oh, you're up only $1.50.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Meta's up big for you right now. And that's all we got. I mean, we're not going to be super active.
No, I mean, it's
Jack of all trades. Could the
day
ES
before
be a possible short here? Possibly. I would rather it come below 20 for it to confirm the short. So for me, I'm just going to wait a little bit. But if you really like the idea of kind of fading into resistance levels without getting the confirmation, then this might be the spot. But for me, I need to get the confirmation that I'm not going to get run over by a secondary move or a third move where the futures market picks up some strength and keeps going. Because until the trend changes, the current trend is intact, right? So for me, Tesla was enough to get the short. AMD, I thought it was enough to get the short. Futures market as a whole, I don't know if it's enough to get the short. It's in the right spot. I would rather it get below 20 for me to be more comfortable with the idea of putting up the risk. Keep in mind, equity sides, I don't, like, if I lose on the equity side, whatever. If I lose on the future side, for me personally, it's a much bigger deal because of the risk that I put on these futures trades, right? So for me, I wait a little bit more. I'm more, not just careful, but more precise with how I execute trades on the future side of things. Just because the margin for error is much smaller, the risk is much higher, there's a lot more going on for me, and that's where I make my money. So for me, you're definitely going to see me wait a lot more. For me, typically too, on the future side of things, I'm on a regular day, and this is a question that somebody else was asking, it's like, do I take longer term trades or not? For me, intraday wise, relatively speaking, they are longer term.
Oh, they're almost all day sometimes.
So I'll start at 8 o'clock, and if there's a trade at 8 o'clock, I can carry that entire trade all day. There's one day last week. Oh, it's Friday. It was Friday.
Yeah. Oh, it was Friday.
No, it's Friday. It was this trade right here. It was this one right here. Right at 90, we had that number come out at 8:30. As of 9 o'clock, I was long 90s.
Jeez.
So that's 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And then around here, around 10:30, I was long 05s.
You added.
I added more, so I picked up 90s, I picked up 05s, and then I had pretty much until the end of the day, until right about here.
You're kidding me, bro.
No, that was an all-day situation.
That's a monster.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Because I trade that way.
I know
like
that's
for
how
me,
you
I
trade,
need one or two trades. That one was like two trades, but they were both on the long side, right? Sometimes I go one long, one short, but I don't need that many.
Can I ask you why you added? What did you see there? Obviously, we're not in the live situation, so maybe some of the considerations that you had
like
were not,
afterwards?
Yeah. No. Why did you add to that?
Okay,
so you got it at 90s.
Let me delete this zone here, so I can work with this. So
Come to this chart for a second.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. All right. So for me, I thought the previous day was a strong long, right? So when we came back in overnight, I thought that was like a great potential to buy. But we had a number at 8:30, so I don't want to go long before an 8:30 number.
For sure.
Well, the 8:30 number happened to break through 95, which was the overnight high, and break through 85, which was kind of like the bottom end.
That, right?
Yeah, and then I just waited for a little bit. I'm like, okay, let's see. Are you still along? The number's out of the way now.
Yeah.
Is it still along? I like the long, so that's what the 90 was for, right?
And there it is. Yeah.
And then once we kind of worked through evens, because we were there for a while working through the evens, and this is going back to what I was talking about, was like, I want to see it trade.
Right. Yeah.
And they were really working through the evens, trying to get through there. And once they finally cleared like above 05, I was like, oh, you know what? I should probably have some support down near the evens.
Right.
And underneath the 95.
Right.
Or down underneath the evens. So above and below the evens. So this whole zone for me should work as like a little support area.
Okay.
So once we were up here, I was like, I'll take that shot.
Okay.
So I have the 90 longs, and I picked up more at 05.
Jeez.
And then I
Brilliant.
just kind of let it go.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I got some out here. I got some out around 17s before that dip. And then I got 17s, I got some 19s out. And then we held the rest, and it just kept going, and I got out
Great
like
trade,
at the
man.
end, it was like 20, 27. So it's not like I got out the perfect high. The perfect high is like 40. But I got out like 27 or something by the time the day was done. That's how I trade, right? So one trade maybe takes the entire day to work out. I know that's not for everybody. That's why I say
Kenny, man,
I
who
keep
cares
saying,
if it's for everybody? If it
But that's
prints,
what
you
I'm
let
saying.
it. You do it.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like it's got to fit your personality, right? Are you okay with that? We were talking about the NVIDIA trades, and like I said earlier,
You might be okay with it when you see your P&L at the end of the day.
But it takes
you
time to
might
get
all
there.
of a sudden be okay with
I mean,
it, right?
but the thing is, though, like, are you like for you? How hard is it for you to hold on to that meta trade?
Well, with you
without-
beside me, it's a little bit easier.
Because you don't want to have to hear me
exactly.
in your face about it.
Exactly, right?
But like on your own, when you don't have that,
Hard.
Like if you're at home and
I'll
you got
walk
to deal
away
with that,
from it
that's what I'm
usually.
saying. Like
Yeah.
you got to find a way that makes sense for you.
All right. I just want to quickly get to this. Come to my screen here because AMC has now broken through the high a day. Previously, that was 95s. And then we talked about the 5 being a level. Well, now 505 is the high. It came on big boy volume. We got almost 3 million shares there in that 1 5-minute candle coming through that big one right there that we just closed out. And now we're doing the dance in front of 5. Do we hold it? We talked about this being an interesting level, I believe, on the half an hour where there was a lot of action. Yes, here it is. A lot of action at 5. So former area of support where we kind of always seem to find a bit of a bottom on our friend on our friend AMC, and now could this be a level of resistance where we even though we reclaim 5, we end up closing below it. So let's see what our friend AMC here brings. But for the rest of the day, we're back to that key level, no question about it. I don't have a trade on this. I haven't thought one through. And so just bringing that to you guys, but I don't have a particular play on this one. All right, back to our friend Meta. It retraced a little bit below 215. To be expected as the futures kind of took a bit of a breather. We're now back above 215, 28's of the high. I'm out right here. 215.49, 215.50. That will be the end of my trade should it make it up there. But yeah, it'll have to make it up there first. We'll see if we can get continuation. Now, what do I do if it retraces to my entry? I'll tell you what. No part of this trade is going to go negative for me. So I'm long 213.69. So right here, if it comes down into my entry, that should be an area of support. So I don't want to see it break there. And number 2, I don't want to give back any money. So if this retraces to my entry, I will be gone. But I will give it to my. I want to take that back. I said I was going to give it to my entry, but I think a lot of that will be dependent upon what kind of price action I see here on the futures, and in particular the NASDAQ, which I tend to believe is more of it's a better indicator for these big cappers than the ES has been for a little bit of time. Let me look quickly here at BA to see if we're finally getting any news on Boeing. I'm still not seeing anything. We're still moving up. We're not making new highs, but we're definitely not breaking down. We're above yesterday's close. We're positive on the day. We're higher lows. So interesting to see what's happening here on Boeing. I'm going to ask Brendo if he sees anything on our. Oh, here we go. Brendan put it in 15 minutes ago, man. BA, Boeing poised for 23% hike in 737 jet production by mid-year. I should probably take that off. By mid-year. For BA. So shout out to Boeing, and thanks for Brendan for bringing that in. But yeah, there we go. Jason also putting that in the chat. BA production hike. I don't know why I'm not getting it on IBKR. Do better, IBKR. You guys suck right now. How come it's not showing up on my my blotter? I'm displeased. Yeah, they took an early holiday for whatever reason.
There goes the market. There we go.
You're getting a Fladunk, aren't you?
There goes Tesla. Finally making a move on Tesla. Now breaking through 185. Did I say that too early? They're barely through that 185. I was like, oh, through that 185.
Go.
Like, oh, no. They bounced right off. They got there, but they're kind of bouncing off of that. I mean, the market's starting to rotate a little bit. This is what we want. And this goes back to like, are you willing to fade up here? It's an area I don't mind shorting, but at the same time, like I said, I want to wait for confirmation. The reason I want to wait for confirmation is once I have the confirmation that I want, be like, okay, now's the time to short. I can be comfortable sitting back and letting it trade out.
Sure.
Right? For you have that meta trade, right? Mm-hmm. You said something where I'm just like, everyone's gonna kind of learn a little differently.
Okay.
You're like, this trade cannot go negative.
I don't want it to go negative.
I want to dig a little bit deeper into why. Though. Why do you not want to go? Why do you not want it to go negative?
I feel like if it retraces $1.50, that may be the end of the move.
But that's such an arbitrary number, though.
Because it's been relatively strong relative to the futures, and if Meta is retracing back that aggressively on relative strength, what are the futures doing? And that's why I said I'd be one eye on Meta, one eye on the futures. I want to see how the futures are acting. Are we breaking key levels? Okay, so for example, let's go to the NQ because I was touting this one as a better indicator of Meta than the ES lately, and that's kind of how I feel. Now, if we break this low on the NQ right here.
If you're trading index names, if you're trading tech names, you should definitely be paying attention to
NQ,
that versus
yeah.
ES.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that's something that I've been learning lately. Like, I didn't have enough room to chart both of them. Now I'm doing it out of necessity. So if it, so say if the NQ broke 13,120. It's a possible double top and maybe a move back into that 13. And that's.
Wait, are you saying that $1.20 or $1.30 move in Meta is going to equal a move all the way down to 13,000?
No, not 13,000. Well,
or
but
whatever that low is.
I say if it breaks this low, say this is how I see it. Okay, 13,120. All right. That's the low of that trough here on the 5 minute on the NQ.
Yeah.
Okay. We make a new low. Then what's the target there if you're short, if you're taking this short here? Well, to me, right there, 1380, right? You got a bunch of tops around there. You had a breakout here.
That makes perfect sense. My question to you is, what happens if Meta breaks first without the futures market breaking?
Without the futures, then it's a secular move.
So
and I don't want it.
You still don't want to.
If it's a secular move and the futures are continuing to hold or print up, and Meta is retracing down, I'm out.
You're done.
I'm done on that. It's a secular move and it's not trading.
And this is kind of where it goes into everyone's going to have their own style of trading.
Yeah.
Right. Like for me, if the trade that I'm looking at needs to go negative for a little bit, while it's still building up what I need it to, that's perfectly fine. Right.
Right.
But if you're in the money and you're trying to protect what's in the money,
it's not.
Sometimes you're going to get, well, not sometimes, more often than not, you're going to get taken out of that trade because you're being a little too aggressive managing the position, right?
I see what you're saying.
Right? So there's like pros and cons to both sides of that, right? For me, the way I do it, sometimes like you could easily get out for flat when you don't, and you just end up taking a hit for no reason.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Versus when you're getting in and out very quickly, you can make all the little smaller trades, but then when it finally goes, you may not be in it. Right? That's the kind of like what you kind of have to figure out, and that's why I was just like, your style of trading, you obviously know what you want to do, right? Now it's just a matter of like tweaking like certain things, like you said. You're always taking a bunch of exits. You know you shouldn't.
Plenty to tweak, my friend.
You know you shouldn't take a bunch of exits, but you're working on it. Now I see one in, one out, and you're still carrying your position.
I'm holding.
So like as long as it makes perfect sense, then I think it's the right way to go because everyone's going to come to that conclusion differently, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
We're back at day's high. We just touched 28s on Meta, so look for some resistance here. Zion Lala, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Zion Arun on Tesla and Sharif on Meta. I say that jokingly because my name is misspelled, but I say it lovingly because I know I shout you out. You're awesome. Awesome duo, both. Awesome duo, you both after Neil and Sean. Love the show. Thank you very much for that, Zion. I think he sent 2 super chats today. So shout out to Zion for 2 $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate you there. How's that Tesla trade doing? Are we? What's the situation on that one?
It's messing around. It's 38 cents in the money. At one point, it was like below 85. Remember, it was like, 85 right now. They're right back to 40. So it's just going sideways. Future market not really breaking. And Tesla's just bouncing around those 85s as well. AMD bouncing off those 40s and back to its like day highs, I guess. So they are catching a bid here. And Brittany was asking, what you said, why did you get out of NVIDIA? So there is always going to be a caveat to everything, right?
Right.
And when new information comes in, you have to accept it instead of closing your eyes to it. NVIDIA's situation was, it was a great break early for me through that 270. So we held on. We held on for a while, too. We were there from 11:45 until about 12:30. So I was in it for about 45 minutes, giving it a chance to move around. But as we were trading and the futures market was ripping, and this was barely getting anywhere, you're starting to get the new information coming in saying there's some relative weakness going on that you weren't seeing earlier. Now you have to be adaptable instead of saying, no, this is my trade, I'm sticking with it no matter what. To some degree, yes, but at the same time, be accepting and be willing to take on new information if that read may be changing.
Yes.
It's an ever-evolving market. You may have made a decision when you had something, and now that information is starting to change. You can't just close your eyes and say, it doesn't matter, I'm sticking with it. You have to adjust, right? So, and you always have to constantly adjust, right? And so the more positions you take, the harder it becomes to do this, because I had NVIDIA, I was looking at it, I was like, oh, this is not right. But once you have more positions, it's harder to do this on the fly. So as we were coming into that rally on the futures with NVIDIA starting to struggle north of 270 and sell-side action coming in, I was like, okay, you know what? It's time to walk away from this. We'll find something that's more cooperative with what we're thinking. So we walked away from NVIDIA, and not long after, we saw why NVIDIA was really weak, right? So it broke all the way down to 268. It actually got there, ticked below, got some stops, and now here we are back at 269 and change. So clearly, NVIDIA had a little issue here on the downside, but after seeing this and how the futures market is moving around, I think the disconnect is there and it's big enough that I don't need to get involved. So we're going to stick with the names that we have.
Yep.
I haven't seen Tesla providing me with information that says get out or walk away.
Not really.
And neither has AMD. Obviously, it's been ticking up. Nothing new that tells me to get out. So you don't want to do that too often. You also don't want to be too sensitive to that.
Right.
Because then you're going to constantly see new reasons to get out or walk away or take profit.
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, you and your 15
paint.
exit. Paint, as you call it. But you do want to be realistic about what you're seeing in front of you.
No question.
Not just because you're long or short that it's going to go in your favor. Like, always keep your eyes open to new information that fits the time frame that you're trading, that fits the parameters of your trade, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's a fine balance. It's like driving a stick shift.
Oh,
like
yeah.
when you need to change
Can you
gears.
drive stick?
I can't.
I can.
I
Two
can't.
cars stick.
So it's one of those things where you need to have that right balance of when to hit the clutch and the
for sure.
gas and the accelerator,
There you
right?
go.
I know the term. I don't drive stick. I've never been so helpless in my life until I went to Europe.
And drove stick?
But the majority of the cars that they have there for
stick,
rentals are stick.
Yeah,
I was like, no, I'll take the much more expensive one because I can't drive stick.
I love that. Yeah.
It's like,
no, man,
there's
I
a
miss
huge
driving
difference in price
stick,
too
man.
between cars that are stick and thing.
Shout out to all my stick drivers who would always play on the hill. Like when we were on an incline and you'd kind of just keep the clutch a little bit off, give it just enough gas to keep yourself still. Did you guys ever play that? Am I just alone on that one? Always, it's like the uphill game. You kind of try to keep your car without rolling back, but not hitting the brakes.
What's funny is that I feel like if that was more prevalent here, like if stick was more necessary.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Or not even just more necessary, but if stick was more accessible.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to go looking for a car with stick shift.
And
right?
you do now. Now,
What do you
like
mean?
most cars are automatic.
And that's what I'm saying, right?
Like some cars are not even offered in
They're
stick.
automatic with Tiptronic.
Yeah, of course. Oh,
Right?
That's not.
So
stick.
like that's not really stick.
Completely
but
different.
I'm saying like if that was more necessary, I would probably make the effort to actually go learn. Well, what was the comment there?
Robert Hung or whatever. It's called burning the clutch out. Yeah, well, when you're like 21 years old and your parents are paying for your car, that's not really the consideration that crosses your mind. It's more about like how fancy can I get, right? And so, but yeah, you're right. That game is called burning out the clutch. Shout out to you. All right. AMC, Arun, this is making a move now. We're going to actually have to respect AMC because now it is breaking through that $5 zone. It is at $5.12. That's the high. Right now it's $5.09, $5.10. But let's go to that half an hour chart again. Yeah, we're still within that same zone we were talking about. We're not really clearing it until we clear 550, but you gotta say the better print here is at 535. I mean, we only spent moments up there, whereas a lot of these half an hour candles closed at 535. But here we go. Coming through that range, that $5 range now has been taken. What's the volume on AMC today? I'll have to look real quick because something tells me it's pretty high. AMC's volume today, 75 million shares have exchanged hands today on AMC. It looks like it's big boy printing to the high side. And if you're long, I'm happy for you because it's been a decent day for the apes, guys. AMC breaking through those highs. Meta at highs. That's the only trade that, I completely forgot about my SUN trade because it's so anticlimactic. I'm hanging out here I might have to end this trade. You know, we're in the money. What are we in the money? We're in the money like 8 pennies. But it's not doing anything. If we get another test, I've been sitting at 35s, 36s here since the morning and since this breakout essentially, which was around 12:45. Okay, so in the afternoon. But we haven't done nothing. It's been made up for it by Meta. But SOUN, we're profitable. It's just, you know, it's not a great trade. It's a bit a waste of time. All right, Baba. We talked about this one being a possible reversal candle on Baba, on our friend Baba. Well, you know, maybe it was the beginning of one because it kind of didn't do much after that. It took this big 5-minute candle here to finish green and trend to the high side to decidedly get through that range that we've been creating at $102.25, and now we're knocking on the door of the $0.50. Obviously, to break the trend and to continue upward, we're going to have to take 103. 103 is the exact high of day at the moment on our friend Baba. So good look. If you're long there from 98s or wherever this was earlier in the day, yeah, 90. I think it got down to 98.25. Yeah, 98.27 there, the low of day on Baba. That's the after the bell low, by the way, everyone.
All right, I was going through the chats. I was like, I should learn to ride a motorcycle.
Yeah, I do that too.
Trust me,
been a minute
when I was younger, I looked into that. And I'm like, okay, all right.
My mom doesn't want me to get one.
It's always someone else. It was my parents.
Yep.
And then it became my girlfriend. And it became my wife. I'm not allowed to get a motorcycle, guys.
I know, right?
I'm not allowed. That's just the reality.
If I want to have a relationship with my mother, I'm probably not going to be allowed to get a motorcycle.
I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's probably for the best too, because I'm always that guy that's always going to like push it to the edge.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't seem like that person. Your trading obviously is because of the amount of shy, but you don't strike me as an immature person. Yeah.
Risk taker?
No, you're clearly a risk taker.
No, but I think it doesn't come off as risk taking because of how I approach it. Mm-hmm. But like
there's a lot of risk on.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk on. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's like I'm okay taking it right to the edge.
Okay.
Right, and I know myself, so me behind a motorcycle is not a good thing.
Okay. Well,
so
you know yourself.
I
wouldn't be taking it to the edge. I'll tell you that. It would be like pleasure.
Oh, and you know what's funny is too? Ever since the first time, I'm like, I should probably look into a motorcycle. Mm-hmm. Versus now, have you seen how worse the roads have gotten?
Oh God.
Like
anybody
progressively
knows.
worse.
Oh my God, you can't drive. You can't have anything nice in the city.
You can't have nice in the nothing. The roads, like the highways. I'm like, why are there potholes in the middle of the highway? Like, imagine doing. Like, not even high speed, but
very frustrating.
Like doing a decent speed on the highway and you hit a pothole. And like, why, like, there should not be a pothole in the middle of the road.
No, man, no.
Not on those roads.
And like, it's becoming a necessity if you lease a car or you even buy a car to buy those tire insurance and wheel insurance that the dealerships offer you that they charge you a whole lot for. Because, you know, I personally, on the car that I had previous to the one that I just got rid of, I changed the tire twice. Right, because they're low-profile tires, and if you hit a big pothole with low-profile tires, you know what happens. The thin wall, it's quadunk on the tire, and you're gonna have to.
That's your summer car, right? That's not your winter car.
What?
Like the
low profile?
Yeah.
It was winter, but I had winters for it. I had winters for it. Yeah.
Okay, I've seen some of these cars. You know what's funny is like sometimes when it's like really snowing and there's like a ton of snow on the ground, I still see these cars out on the road.
I see
I'm
Lambos.
like, what are you guys doing?
I've seen Lambos on the road with snow, which is
Lambos like
heartbreaking.
Which kind though? Are we talking
no,
like
not the Urus, like the
low one?
Yeah,
like the Huracans or the
Huracan,
Aventadors. Yeah. I'm like, what are you guys doing with those on the road at that time? That's a summer car, right?
It
Right
is,
in the
man.
summertime.
I wouldn't let that see snow if I owned one, man.
No,
I would. I'd drive a Cutlass Supreme if I had to, baby. If I could only afford a Lambo and I had to drive a winter beater. Yeah, here we go, guys. All right, we're doing a bit of a consolidation top here on Meta, hanging out at that 215 and $0.25. We're not really breaking below 215, and we're not really breaking above the $0.25. Kind of hanging out at these levels. Microsoft, on the other hand, is continuing to print newer highs, 289.70. Now, Microsoft is almost up 2% on the day, 1.85%. It's been a great move all day for Microsoft. Look at that. Right up and to the right, baby. Great day for Microsoft. Where do we expect resistance? Well, we're real close because that top's coming in real soon, that 290 top. No question about it, that 290 top is going to be an interesting level. We broke above it momentarily on this 15-minute chart. We got up to the $0.50, and then we didn't close above it, though. We closed right at that 290 or a little bit below. So 290 on the radar here for our friend Microsoft. And our friend Meta continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. 215.43. We are now almost $2 in the money on our friend Meta with 43 highs. We're long 69s. In about 7 cents, I'm going to be out of this trade. In fact, I should probably just be out of it soon. We talked about that being the level. Let's go ahead and say that 47s. Yeah, so that's like 10 pennies from here. I'll keep my level right in front of that $0.50, but like I said, 215.50 would have been my out. I'll keep it 3 pennies in front to get that fill if I can. I saw Luca on the floor. No, you definitely didn't see Luca on the floor, Beat. Is Luca? No, Luca's not here. No, you didn't, bro. But nice try. Maybe somebody that looks like him. Here we go.
Speaking of which, in the chat,
Yeah.
they're saying that, well, you mentioned this last time too, you're looking for a new car.
Yes.
Have you decided?
No, and I'm still going back and forth. My pops and I have some quality time spent earmarked this weekend to do car shopping. I'm getting an SUV.
Okay.
Like I already had an SUV.
Yeah.
But I signed the lease.
Yeah.
I wanted to get rid of.
You handed the lease off?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Now I'm looking to take over a new car. And
Lease it or finance it?
No, I'm going to finance it this time. It's not going to be a lease.
Okay.
And yeah, it's going to be a bit bigger. So I had a small SUV. It was the NX 300.
That's when you were a small guy, and now you're a much bigger guy with all your protein and your eggs.
It was my first delve into the SUV world. I'd always been a sedan and coupe guy till that point. We get filled.
You know when I changed? Do your fill.
There it is, baby. We're done. We're done our trade on Meta. Go on.
You know when I changed from a car to an SUV guy?
When?
When I started realizing that trying to get into a car after squat day is not a fun time.
No, and you can't get anything to a sedan. No. Here we go. I was with my boss because I don't have a car, so I was with my dad. I'm like, Dad, I'm buying a printer. I went up to Markham, grabbed the car. I had to take the printer out of the box to fit it in the sedan, bro. I mean, it's not practical. Anyway, I don't mean to dog on anybody with sedan. Obviously, plenty of people have sedans, but for me, I like SUVs, and that's what I'm looking for, guys. Well, I'll have more on that for you, hopefully very soon. But Meta, it doesn't care where my out is. It wants to purposely make me look bad because it makes me look like I paper-handed the trade. Here we go now. We got 75
What
highs
do you
now.
mean? Like, you have 2 exits on an entry.
I know. But I don't
How
have
is
the top
that-
wick, I guess, because I'm psychotic and I want top wick
You're
on
never
every
going to get
occasion,
top.
right?
Stop
Yeah.
chasing after waterfalls, man.
True.
Come on.
True.
Come on.
There we go. Well, it's still going. It's still going, man. We're going to hit 216 real soon. The market starting to take off now. Look
I don't
at the
like this. I'm
NQ
gonna
at
walk.
day's highs.
I'm actually going to take my entry, my win on
Get a
Tesla.
van, Roland says. No thanks, bro. I like vans. I liked vans as a kid, but I don't like them as an adult. Sharif, don't bash on my E63 AMG Coupe. Michael Lloyd. Awesome. That's a big boy car. Hold on. They don't make E63 AMG Coupe, bro. Well, not the new ones anyway. It's only E53. If you want the 63, it's got to be in the sedan. You know that, unless it's older, right? If it's pre-2019, then maybe. But there's no E63 AMG Coupes 2019 subsequent. I'm pretty sure on that, at least not in Canada. Not in Canada, maybe in the States, right? But shout out to you if you've got that car. It's an absolutely fabulous car. V8 twin turbo, that car is.
That's a lot of gas.
With a whole, a whole lot of horsepower.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gas. That's the first thing he thought of. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. 2016, he says. Okay, so 2016, pre-2019. Shout out to Michael Lloyd. Awesome viewer and participant in the show. Arun, 91 now the high on Meta.
How do you feel about that?
I'm displeased.
Why?
Because I gave up
take?
50 pennies. And look at that. Like, I mean, it got going real quick. I mean, I just had to wait another minute. One more minute and I would have had 50 more pennies.
My question to you is, would you rather have the out now or it never got there?
I'd rather it have
the out that
now.
you have. Yeah,
of course.
So take the win, bro. Move on.
Man.
You're never going to catch the top or the bottom. It's always going to be, you're trying to play for the meat of it. You're not going to ever try to catch the perfect tops and bottoms. So I think that's just a matter of accepting that.
Yeah.
Just accept it, right?
Ponzi Fonzie wants to know what Sean Corleone is trading. What is Sean Corleone trading? He's shorting everything and their mother's cousin. So that's what he says there. There you go, Dan. Take the win and move on. Shout out to Dan. Thank you for the good advice. Dan, euthanasia, working on my stick shift truck as I watch. That's sick, dude. Awesome, man. All right. So I guess you're in the garage. The garage.
Somebody here is like, maybe he's going to get a Tesla.
Tesla.
Are you going to get a Tesla?
I've looked at the Model Y.
And of course.
I've looked at the Model Y. I love the Model Y, but I don't know, man. We'll see.
What's the
We'll
wait
see
time on a
going
Model Y?
No, there's no wait time anymore.
None?
No. And there's plenty of used inventory. All 2022s with, say, like 15 and less on them. Plenty,
So
dude.
what's the purpose of that? Like,
And
I've always
you gotta
wondered.
see the discounts. Okay, so people were buying Teslas last year to sell them. You were buying them and you were making like 10, 15,000, what's that? Right on them. You were making even more. All right? Because there was no supply at the time. There was a microchip shortage, et cetera, et cetera. So there were now a lot of these dealers, when they list a car, it shows you all the price adjustments that they've gone through, what it was originally listed for, and then all the subsequent discounts.
Yeah.
You got to see some of these cars. They're listed in the 90s. Now they're in the 60s. Okay, so a lot of people are taking a lot of hits, and if you were buying the Model Y and the Model 3 to flip it last year, and you're still holding, you better hold and pray, because you're out of the money if that was a stock. So anyway, back to
Brad was saying something, right?
Pradley, yes, in the mid 60s. In the mid 60s, yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right. Okay, so I walked away from Tesla. For me, this is not the action that I want to see for a move where the futures market was actually struggling. We were actually building up on Tesla. So I've held AMD because I actually don't mind AMD. Tesla. Now I keep saying Tesla.
Hey,
Tesla is messing around here, and I don't like this action on Tesla going into the end of the day. If we break through the 20s on the futures and Tesla is somewhere near 85, I'll come back in on Tesla. I just needed to get through 85 at this point. I think we can readjust the price. We walked away with a small win. We'll readjust the price. We'll have to maybe somewhere between 84.50 and 85 is where I like to work. At the same time, on the futures market below 20. I'm going to need a confirmation from the futures to get back into Tesla, but that's on the table. AMD is still fine. It's just messing around up top. And that's it. Futures market is what? 0.1. No, that's the S&P side. What's futures? 0.28 to the upside on the ES side, and then NASDAQ is 0.66, so triple, well, almost double, just over double to the upside. And I see why Meta's putting in those highs. Look at
it, bro.
NASDAQ.
The NASDAQ
above that
highs,
160.
Yeah.
Now, the only issue with NASDAQ is, given how often we've struggled here at that 160, if we get back under 150, that could turn into a problem.
Under 150?
Under 150 on the NASDAQ, right? Because that could top out. And if that tops out,
That's
if
what I've been
futures
waiting
market
for.
and the S&P is below 20 and Tesla breaks through 184, half 185-ish, we could have a nice trade on our hands on the flip side of that.
I thought you would look for more confirmation. You're pretty, like, this is an aggressive trade, 13,150? Yeah. Below 13,150.
The reason I say that is because how much time we spent trying to get through it.
I see.
Through that 150,
See,
160.
those are the variables that I don't understand.
Right? Like, it's an aggressive trade, but when we spend more time in a specific location, and it's one thing to go sideways, but to actually actively go back and forth and trading through that area, that builds up volume, right? So for me, you get back through 150, that tells me that any sort of attempt above 150 from earlier this morning has been failed.
Okay.
So 150 should open up the downside towards that 070 area. But I mean, that's what I'm looking at. For now, the trend is still intact, right? So it's still strong, still looking good. As we head into the final minute there,
Yes,
Sharif,
sir. We got 1 minute left.
We've we've had a fairly quiet day. This was kind of expected, I think, at least for me, it was kind of expected. We still have another 2 hours left, and we know towards the end of the day is when it starts getting hot.
Oh, baby.
Especially going into a holiday. So let's see how this one plays out. But we're definitely done for the most part. I know my trades are done.
Yeah.
AMD, it's going to take its time. I'm probably just going to step out, leave the stop order there. Tesla is going to need some work through the 20s on the futures and Tesla below 185. I know you've got Meta running strong.
No, we're done.
Oh, you're done with Meta.
Meta's 216.27 top now. The last trade that I have is SOUN, 10 pennies in the money on that, waiting for, I'm going to be 20 pennies in the money if I get out to the top because I'm not getting out until I break 36. So it's been holding VWAP all day. I've been holding it all day, and I expect to be repaid. Let's go, market. Give me what I need, baby. But I think we're over time, Arun. It's been sick. I hope you have an awesome long weekend.
Yes, sir.
And obviously stay safe and don't leave me hanging.
Back. Oh, I thought you were just flexing for the camera. He was like this. And I'm just like, oh, you're just flexing for the camera. I will be back on Monday, though.
All right,
Sean's
awesome.
off, I believe, for the next 2 days.
Beauty.
Monday, Tuesday. So I'll be back. Yeah, just
All right,
again
guys.
for next week.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Brenda's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 p.m. on a Thursday. I almost said Friday there. It's Thursday, but it feels like Friday. A couple hours left in the week here as we head towards a long holiday weekend. And hey, guess what? Yeah, the market's positive. All three U.S.